Chapter 1489. Nie Jingshan carried Yu Yi as he flew, feeling as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He could still vaguely feel the enemies chasing after him. However, Nie Jingshan had no time to care about them. His heart was filled with another matter. Within his embrace, Yu Ye's beautiful face was filled with densely packed cracks that emitted radiance. Her entire body was the same. His entire person was like a broken porcelain doll, on the verge of breaking, dying at the last moment of his life. Her right arm had already been completely severed and vanished, slaying a profound immortal with the body of a true immortal. Even if that profound immortal was a heretic, Yu Yi had created a legend just like Yan Zhaoge. However, after forcefully executing the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture with her heavily wounded body, Yu Ye's body finally crumbled. Her right hand that wielded the sword was only the beginning. From this point onward, her body was like a porcelain doll that was constantly shattering. Her body and soul were one, slowly approaching the end of her body and soul perishing. Hold on a little longer. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Nie Jingshan, who had always been cold and unwavering in front of strong enemies, was like a panicking child at this moment. Jingshan, let's go alone? Yu Ye's gaze turned brighter, no longer as frail as before. However, her final radiance made Nie Jingshan feel even more heartache. Don't say such depressing words, said Nie Jingshan decisively. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Rays of sword chi emanated from his body and enveloped Yu Yi in his embrace. The miraculousness of the earlier heaven nascent form reappeared. Under Nie Jingshan's envelopment, the shattering of Yu Ye's body gradually calmed down. Although she was still on the brink of death, she no longer fell into the abyss. The shattering of her body stopped at her right arm. However, the price for all of this was a huge consumption of Nie Jingshan's energy. He had just gone through a series of intense battles and was also gravely wounded. Under such circumstances, he wouldn't be able to sustain himself for long, especially when there were still powerful enemies chasing after him. If he were to fight against them, he wouldn't be able to protect Yu Yi. What should I do? The question lingered in Nie Jingshan's mind, causing him to feel anxious. The rolling blood-red lightning and the boundless black fog were like an abyss that devoured his soul, causing him to feel even more despair. Suddenly, Nie Jingshan broke through the black fog, and rays of golden radiance appeared in front of him. The golden light was not bright and resplendent. Instead, it was dim, obscure, and ominous. The cold air caused Nie Jingshan's heart to skip a beat. He focused his eyes and saw a golden light in front of him. It was clearly the reflection of white bones. The white bones were as large as a mountain, piled up together. Each bone was like a huge metal shard or a metal pillar, reflecting a dark golden luster at this moment. The Gengjin baleful chi that could slash the heavens and split the earth surged out from within, suffocating everyone. It was as if they were in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, a battlefield where countless gods and Buddhas were buried. The white bones were like a mountain, forming a ring like a valley. At the center of the valley, a pool of blood appeared amidst the eerie white bones. One by one, bubbles floated up from the bloody water and then exploded like boiling lava. Demonic chi gushed out from within, terrifying everyone. The devil of aged metal. Nie Jingshan was startled and blurted out. After a short moment of astonishment, he flew into a rage. He looked around at the demon domain and roared, "It's you guys playing tricks." "No, I'm just happy to see it happen," a voice suddenly resounded. Nie Jingshan looked above the blood pool and saw rays of dark golden radiance intertwining, forming a person's illusory figure. Nie Jingshan was no stranger to that face. It was the incarnation of the previous devil of aged metal, Sword Devil Yin Shiyang. In the past, he had fallen under the sword of Nie Jingshan's Grand Master, Yan Xintong. Now he was still a dead person. It was just that he borrowed the special environment of the 9 underworlds and the special ritual here to form an illusory figure. "I'm just waiting for you guys here," the devil of aged metal said calmly. Nie Jingshan looked at him coldly. Next to the devil of aged metal, the 5 colored clouds gathered and formed another projection. It was a thin old man. Primordial Heart Devil. Nie Jingshan's pupils shrunk. The old man smiled and said, "You should have felt it yourself. What happened to you guys is because of the betrayal of your own people." Nie Jingshan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he closed it again. "That's right. This old man isn't trying to confuse you with words, but your own thoughts." The Primordial Heart Devil smiled calmly. "This old man is busy fighting against the other Grand Heavenly Realm experts, so I'm distracted here. If you weren't so heavily injured, this old man wouldn't have been able to see through the thoughts of the innate nascent form. Although you don't know who this person is, only your own people know how to break the sigils you left behind. The primordial heart devil said, "This is not my doing. It should be said that it's because of the endless thoughts of you living beings that this old man was created." Nie Jingshin's gaze swept across the two devils and finally landed on the devil of aged metal. He understood, "Your target is me?" "That's right." The devil of aged metal said, "The physique suitable for me in this era is the grand disciple of Yen Xintong who sent me to perish. This entanglement of fate is truly wonderful." Nie Jingshin stared at him and suddenly attacked. With a single slash, the illusory figure formed by the devil of aged metal was instantly destroyed by the sword light. The primordial heart devil wasn't surprised. "If it weren't for the woman in your arms, you would rather die in battle than join the 9 underworlds. I'm impressed by your determination. I'm even more impressed by the intensity of your baleful aura and hatred. Your hatred towards us is as intense as your hatred towards your pursuers. However, the current you isn't capable of making us pay the price. Come. First, become stronger and survive. Let this old man see if I'll perish under the swords of my fellow 9 underworlds Taoists. As for the little friend in your arms, you don't have to worry about her. Although she possesses the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, which might be disadvantageous to the devil ancestor, a heavily injured her is far better than a dead one." Yu Ye's death signified that the other possessors of the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture could begin cultivating this supreme martial art. The old man's figure gradually faded. "The person behind you is about to arrive." Above the blood pool of the mountain of bones, devilish chi still surged into the skies. As Nie Jingshin carried Yu Yi, he lowered his head and saw that she was already unconscious. Although she was protected by Nie Jingshin's sword chi, due to her heavy injuries, his sword chi gradually weakened. Yu Yi was also slowly approaching her end. The woman's face was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. She no longer possessed any beauty. However, Nie Jingshin's usually cold gaze was filled with an unprecedented gentleness. He lightly kissed her forehead. He advanced forward step by step. A sky-high baleful aura soared into the skies. The dense mountain of bones was engulfed by a dark golden radiance. Zither sounds resounded from afar, as if vengeful spirits were seeking for their lives. A man carried a woman and slowly disappeared within the blood sea. In the next moment, countless amounts of blood surged into the skies, as if millions of blood swords were swords. The blood descended from the skies, turning into a rain of blood. It was as if a devilish domain was weeping. Chapter 1490. Zhang Buxu's figure broke through the layers of black mist and arrived above the blood pool. Seeing the scene before him and sensing the boundless baleful aura, his expression immediately changed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Buxu's expression turned extremely unsightly. "One of them is the reincarnation of the devil of aged metal?" He bathed in the blood rain and released his sword chi, isolating himself from the descending tainted blood. Zhang Buxu's heart turned cold, but he was still unwilling to give up. His gaze pierced through the mist of blood rain and looked towards the blood pool. Yu Ye's eyes were closed as she laid there quietly. Her entire body was covered in cracks, resembling a broken porcelain doll. At this moment, the white bones that flickered with dark golden radiance suddenly trembled and stood upright. Rays of dark golden radiance intersected with each other, as if millions of sword lights were shining. The baleful aura within the blood sea reached its peak. Yu Yi had completely sunk into the blood water and disappeared. In her place, a man's figure slowly rose from the blood water. Nie Jingshin. Zhang Buxu looked at the face that didn't seem to have changed. However, he knew that his opponent was no longer the same as before. The heavy injuries he suffered previously were no longer present. His chilling sword intent was much sharper and more ferocious than before. Rays of dark-colored sword chi revolved around his body. When he looked up at Zhang Buxu even felt chills all over his body. Zhang Buxu was also a sword cultivator. Although he was fond of music and had a temperament that disliked work, he was still a sword cultivator. Despite that, he was still a sword cultivator. However, at this moment he felt as if he was a fake sword carved out of wood. Instead, he was situated within a forest of swords, sabers, spears, and halberds. The rays of dark golden radiance transformed into rays of light in the void. There were spears, sabers, axes, and various other weapons. Of course, there were also swords. The weapon closest to Nie Jingshin was a long sword. A long sword that was entirely black in color. These illusory rays of light were the condensation of the martial arts intent of the martial experts that the devil of aged metal had transformed into. As a sword cultivator from the same generation as Yan Xintong, Zhang Buxu felt the sword intent contained within the pure black longsword and comprehended it. The Devil Sky Sword. The devil Yin Shiyang used it to compete against the sword god Yan Xintong's jade illusory heaven opening sword. All these martial arts intents entered his body. The new incarnation of the devil of aged metal, godly general Nie Jing, had mastered all the arts of these seniors. Nie Jingshan reached out to grab the pure black longsword before him and swept it horizontally. The silhouettes of the other weapons in front of him all shattered. Zhang Buxu was startled at first, then his expression changed abruptly as he quickly turned around and fled. Nie Jingshan looked at Zhang Buxu coldly as a dark golden radiance flickered in his eyes. The sky full of golden radiance sealed off this devil domain, blocking Zhang Buxu's path. Break! Zhang Buxu bellowed. Rays of green sword light shot out. He used the immortal execution sword intent to break through the golden barrier. This golden light was formed by the aura of the devil of Gingjin. Although it was strong, the devil of Gingjin had yet to recover to his peak. Zhang Buxu could still break through it, but he could only stop him for a while. At this moment, Nie Jingshan moved. He held onto the pure black longsword formed from the Devil Sky sword intent and walked towards Zhang Buxu. Looking down at the pure black longsword, Nie Jingshan sneered. He exerted strength in his 5 fingers and the longsword shattered, returning to its dark golden radiance. Then he raised his hand towards the sky. The terrifying evil aura in the sky gathered in his palm. A dark golden longsword that was even more terrifying than the Devil Sky sword was formed. Then it slashed towards Zhang Buxu's head. After being obstructed by the golden barrier for a moment, Zhang Buxu, who was impatiently trying to break through the barrier and escape, felt that the sword behind him was already above his head. He was so close to it that he couldn't escape. With one more moment he could activate the immortal trapping sword manual and break through the space-time, allowing him to leave this place. Now that he was short of this moment, he had to defend himself. Otherwise, before he could escape, he would be killed by Nie Jingshan on the spot. Zhang Buxu let out a deep roar and became ruthless. Rays of sword light gathered together. Clang, an ear-piercing sound was heard as if the strings of a zither had snapped. The extremely vicious prime clear sword light soared into the sky and clashed with the dark golden sword light in Nie Jingshan's hand. As the two clashed, the sky of the devilish domain was torn apart. The surrounding devilish chi was cleansed, forming a vacuum zone. However, before Zhang Buxu could react, the dark golden radiance flashed in front of him once again. An incomparably fast sword. A sword that was even faster than the prime clear immortal trapping sword. Before Zhang Buxu could even feel anything, he could already see his arm being separated from his body through the corner of his eyes. This prime clear greatsword cultivator was currently displaying all of his skills, displaying his thousands of years of hard work. Without caring about his own injuries, Zhang Buxu first detonated his severed arm, causing a rain of blood to erupt, which turned into countless sword lights that enveloped Nie Jingshan. At the same time he used his other hand to slap the zither case on his back. There were torrential sword chi stored there which resembled a galaxy. Once it was released, it would be able to obstruct the enemy. Facing Zhang Buxu's shattered severed arm, Nie Jingshan stood on the spot without moving. The dark golden sword chi emitted from his body, forming a semicircular barrier in front of him, blocking the myriad of blood swords. At the same time, Zhang Buxu's vision suddenly blurred. Nie Jingshan had already arrived behind him. The dark golden radiance flashed again. Before Zhang Buxu could shatter the zither case with his palm, the ferocious devilish sword nailed his palm onto the zither case. The sword pierced through his palm. Pierced through the zither case. Pierced through Zhang Buxu's body. Kneel and receive your death. Nie Jingshan said calmly. The dark golden sword light broke through the zither case, and torrential sword chi exploded from within. First it sliced Zhang Buxu's body. Zhang Buxu let out a miserable cry and staggered forward. He looked up with difficulty, and the pool of blood was right in front of him. However, behind him, Nie Jingshan raised his hand coldly. The dark golden sword chi was like a raging tide, and it converged into a thick light pillar, engulfing Zhang Buxu's entire body. A tranquil, profound immortal from the orthodox Taoism perished just like that. It announced the descent of the strongest devil of aged metal in history. Boundless baleful chi soared into the sky, and the 9 underworlds trembled. In the land of tranquil stream outside the 9 underworlds, Yu Junbei, who was fighting against the heavenly monarch of the immortal court, had a drastic change of expression. The heavenly monarch of the immortal court also stopped his attacks, and stared at the 9 underworlds cautiously. Yu Jinbei immediately rushed into the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds after getting rid of it. He searched for the place with the densest devilish qi. Then he saw a blood sea floating in the void. Corpses littered the land beside the blood sea. All the immortal court martial artists who chased after him died tragically. A head rolled to his feet. Yu Jinbei lowered his head and saw Zhang Buxu's face, which was filled with grievances. Above the blood sea, a person stood in midair with his back facing Yu Jinbei. Yu Jinbei felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the once familiar back view. As the cold wind blew, a figure floated up from the blood sea. It was Yu Yi, whose eyes were tightly shut. Although she had lost an arm and her body was riddled with cracks, her body stopped shattering, and her breathing became stable for the time being. "Bring her away." The figure with his back facing Yu Jinbei spoke. Yu Ye's figure floated in front of Yu Jinbei. Yu Jinbei received it and looked up. "Jingshan?" The figure did not turn his head. With his back facing Yu Jinbei, he silently left and disappeared into the depths of the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1491. The Devil of Aged Metal was reborn, and the baleful aura of the 9 underworlds soared to the heavens. Those with lower cultivation levels could not sense it, but most of the top powerhouses could sense it. The Buddhists, Taoists, and Taoists who were fighting against the primordial heart devil, the wood devil, and the other great demons all cursed in their hearts. There were even grand heavenly immortal realm experts from the western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains Starry Sea who headed straight for the 9 underworlds. However, at this moment, the 9 underworlds seemed to have come alive and obstructed these grand heavenly realm experts. On the other hand, the Devil of Aged Metal's resurrection ritual was too fast. It was much faster than the Earth Devil and Water Devil's resurrection. Very quickly, the baleful aura was restrained, but it became even sharper and more ruthless. In the depths of the abyss of the 9 underworlds, there was a strange world. Rays of cold metallic luster shone, symbolizing the rebirth of one of the 12 devilish gods and devils. The powerful experts retreated regretfully, and the 9 underworlds seemed to have returned to peace. The people who retreated joined the ranks of the primordial heart devil and the other great devils. The primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the other great devils of the 9 underworlds didn't need to continue fighting anymore. They started to concentrate their strength and focus on returning to the 9 underworlds. When Yan Zhaoge learned about the commotion within the 9 underworlds and the Devil of Aged Metal being revived, an ominous premonition arose within his heart. After meeting up with Gao Qingxian, they continued searching for Nie Jingshan, Yu Yi, and Nie Jinbei within the boundless void. When a demon reincarnates, choosing a body doesn't depend on one's realm or talent. The main thing is whether it is compatible with one's body. The hearts of Yan Zhaoge and the others were shrouded by a gloomy haze. However, it's most likely for the physique of the Devil of Aged Metal to appear amongst those with a sharp and straightforward aura. Martial artists who specialized in the sword Dao were all among them. The Devil of Aged Metal hid himself so deeply this time. He didn't reveal any clues at all. Yan Zhaoge frowned. His expression suddenly changed and he stopped in his tracks. The others stopped and looked at him. After a moment, Yan Zhaoge resumed his advance. "There's news from Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu." After receiving Fu Yunqi's message, Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately hurried over to meet up with him. As expected, Fu Yunqi had the concealment seal left behind by Yu Jinbei. Through the seal, Yan Zhaoge and the others immediately followed the clues and continued searching. As they walked, a bewildered look suddenly appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. "Wait." After looking around for a while, he walked in another direction and stared at the dark void for a while. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand, light smoke dissipating before his eyes. Then, a flashing sigil appeared in his vision. Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others followed up and carefully observed the seal. They all noticed that something was wrong with it. Without any special augmentation technique, anyone would be able to see its contents. As Yan Zhaoge undid the seal, he discovered the message left behind by Nie Jingshan, summarizing what they had encountered and also leaving behind clues to find them. However, as Yan Zhaoge and the others saw it, their entire bodies turned cold. According to the talisman's condition, if the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu and the people of the immortal court were pursuing them, once they discovered a talisman, they would be able to easily obtain the information contained within. Naturally, they would be able to locate Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi. Senior brother Nie shouldn't be so careless. What's going on? Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't have the time to think about it as they hurriedly rushed over according to the clues Nie Jingshan had provided. Not long after, a sword light flashed in front of him. Someone was flying toward him. It was Yu Jinbei. After seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others, he opened his mouth but no sound came out. After a pause, Yu Jinbei said softly, "Little friend Yu is heavily injured. You'll have to take care of her." Seeing their granddaughter's current state, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and Gao Qingxuan's hearts were filled with sorrow. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others looked at each other. The ominous premonition within their hearts grew stronger. After seeing Yu Yi, Long Xingquan held back his sorrow and asked Yu Jinbei, "Where's Jingshan?" The only response he got was silence. Yan Zhaoge and the others all felt a chill shoot up their spines from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads. "Met with misfortune?" asked Yan Di in a deep tone. Yu Jinbei slowly described what he had seen. Everyone remained silent. Zhang Qingqiao, and those immortal court bastards. Yan Zhaoge's face was expressionless and his teeth were gritting. Even Taoist Cloud Conquest and the Brocade Emperor, who were of the three clear lineage, sighed. "Zhaoge, is there no other way?" asked Long Xingquan with a solemn expression. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and pondered. While suppressing his rage, he urged himself to think calmly. For Zhang Buxu and the Immortal Court, it was a nightmare for the Devil of Aged Metal to possess Nie Jingshan instead of Yu Yi. Even if the Devil of Aged Metal was revived, he wouldn't immediately return to his peak state. However, when one succumbed to the Devil, their injuries could be healed. Unless Yuzhen was like Yu Yi in the past, where her 3 souls and 6 spirits were almost completely dispersed. If the Devil of Aged Metal possessed Yu Yi, Zhang Buxu and the others could still think of a solution. If Nie Jingshan succumbed to the Devil, his injuries would definitely be healed. If that was the case, Zhang Buxu and the others wouldn't be able to continue their pursuit. However, from the looks of it, Nie Jingshan had already passed the pure profound tribulation and ascended to the profound immortal realm. When a martial art practitioner succumbed to the Devil, there was hope for their cultivation to rise to the next level. The lower the cultivation, the higher the possibility. Upon reaching the immortal realm, the hope of directly crossing the heavenly chasm was already extremely slim. Moreover, Nie Jingshan was previously gravely injured. He might lose the final hope of his cultivation soaring after succumbing to the Devil. As such, Zhang Buxu was only unwilling to lose the final chance to kill Yu Yi. He didn't think that he would be in danger. However, he never thought that Nie Jingshan would actually progress further and ascend to the tranquil profound immortal realm. He even killed Zhang Buxu and the others on the spot. Earlier heaven nascent form. Earlier heaven nascent form. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes. Senior apprentice brother Nie's physique is too unique. When others succumb to the Devil, he would take 2 however, it's precisely because of this that his succumbing to the Devil is different from others. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, earlier heaven is eternal, never falling to later heaven. The 6 great extinct devils were born from the creation of the heaven and earth. They weren't born from earlier heaven. After pondering for a while, he still shook his head. Yu Jinbei stared at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge pursed his lips and said, compared to other great devils' incarnations, senior apprentice brother Nie's autonomy is slightly higher. However, everyone remained silent. What's done is done. We can only slowly plan for Jingshan and the 9 underworlds matters. After a long while, Yu Jinbei slowly said, now, let's investigate who betrayed Jingshan and the others. He raised his head and looked at his surroundings. The seals left behind by Jingshan had been touched by someone else. The only ones who could break through the secret art would be our own people. They can't escape, said Yan Zhaoge coldly. Then Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, and the seal he found earlier appeared within his palm. Yu Jinbei also handed the seals he found to Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 1492. The secret talisman used for communication was researched by the experts of the Orthodox Taoism in the awakened sky cosmos and was only perfected recently. Even the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing and the Vine Sovereign Liang didn't know about it. There was no need to even mention Zhang Buxu and the people of the Immortal Court. Only a small portion of people knew about this. Only those who left the awakened sky cosmos in order to fight against the 9 underworld great devils knew about this. In the end, the seal that Nie Jingshan had set up was not encrypted, and anyone could decipher it. As a result, their whereabouts were completely exposed to Zhang Buxu. Zhang Buxu couldn't wait to learn There were a few opportunities that were extremely close to him, but in the end they all slipped past him. The constant ups and downs did not destroy his perseverance. Instead, it made him lower and lower. Originally, Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi had already successfully escaped and were temporarily safe. As long as they waited patiently, Yan Zhaoge and the others would eventually come to their aid, allowing them to escape from danger. However, because Zhang Buxu and the others had obtained the clues left behind in the seal, they were able to locate Nie Jingxian and Yan Zhaoge very quickly. There was only one reason for this. Someone had betrayed Nie Jingxian and the others. This person was the first to discover the secret mark left behind by Nie Jingxian. Not only did he conceal it and not inform Yan Zhaoge and the others, he even tampered with the mark, causing Zhang Buxu and the other pursuers to discover it, allowing them to catch up to Nie and Yu first. This isn't an internal strife, but a betrayal of traitors. Within the silent space, only Yan Zhaoge's cold voice resounded. Compared to enemies, he hated traitors and spies more. The seal he found and the seals provided by Yu Jinbei were currently floating above Yan Zhaoge's palm. Yan Zhaoge supported them before extending his finger and drawing in mid-air, finally forming an intricate formation which enveloped the few sigils. While the seal had been completed through the combined efforts of everyone, Yan Zhaoge had contributed the most. His understanding and mastery of this seal was also the most profound. The light within the formation gradually turned from white to blood red. There was a hint of darkness in it, and it didn't seem to be a righteous path technique. Instead, it was more like the evil path or the devil path. Under the cover of the formation, the seals suddenly seemed to come to life, constantly twisting and trembling. Yan Zhaoge was expressionless as he silently watched this scene. After a while, a few runes that had been dyed blood red twisted and spat out wisps of dark red blood mist. The blood mist intertwined and gradually formed a picture. The first people to appear on the screen were a man and a woman. Everyone held their breaths. They were clearly Nie Jingxian and Yu Yi. Within the scene they were all heavily injured. Yu Yi was especially weak, while Nie Jingxian's condition was slightly better. However, it was evident that he had just experienced a fierce battle. Nie Jingxian gestured and constructed a seal to preserve the general situation and search for clues. At this moment, although his face was pale and weak, and his spirit was dispirited, his eyes were firm and unyielding, high and clear. Nie Jingxian, who had just joined hands with Yu Yi to break through Zhang Buxu's encirclement and successfully shook off Zhang Buxu, was confident that the two of them would be able to escape from danger. Furthermore, their reinforcements would be able to find them in time. Looking at this face, the hearts of Yan Zhaoge and the others all involuntarily turned sour. When he looked at the next scene, he was instantly infuriated. The next person to appear was a young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe. However, he did not tie his hair into a bun and his hair was loose. As expected, everyone present recognized this young Taoist. He was Taoist Cloud Conquest's personal disciple, one of the rising stars of the roving Jade Heaven's younger generation, sword-shaking Nine Heavens He Mian. Together with Yu Yi, he was known as the Nine Heavens soaring solitary crane. Fragrant splendor fills the divine lands. His talents were outstanding. His strength and sword arts attainments surpassed even Gao Shuebua, Fu Ting and the others. He was one of the top-notch martial arts prodigies. Previously, he had brought along Taoist Cloud Conquest's immortal artifact, the Clear Accomplishment Sword, out of the awakened sky cosmos. He was tasked to receive Yan Zhaoge and the others along with Bai Tao, Kuan Ningzi, Fu Yunqi and the others. After the immortal extermination formation was destroyed, everyone searched for their lost comrades. However, it was this prime clear nobleman who betrayed Yu Yi and Nie Jingxian. Yan Zhaoge watched as he dispelled the seal's restrictions and pretended to use some mist to conceal himself. A cold glint flickered within Yan Zhaoge's squinted eyes. Taoist Cloud Conquest could see everything clearly as well. The old Taoist silently stood on the spot without moving. None of the people around him looked towards him. However, the silence caused the entire scene to feel extremely oppressive. Everyone was staring at He Mian within the screen. "Find him," said Yan Zhaoge coldly. Fu Yunqi glanced at Taoist Cloud Conquest and said, "He might not have realized that he's already exposed. He's still hoping for a fluke. It's best for us to keep quiet for now and deal with him after returning to the awakened sky cosmos. Even if Nie Jingxian falls into a devil's trance, he can still deny it." Yan Di said, "He doesn't know that you have such a method, so he's less vigilant. Don't say anything else. Just inform him to return to the roving Jade Heavens normally." Taoist Cloud Conquest's expression finally changed. It became slightly complicated. He let out a long sigh and turned to look at Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. "I wasn't strict enough in teaching my disciples, which resulted in today's events. I apologize to the two of you." Yu Yi was Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's granddaughter. She was also their most outstanding successor. Yet, she ended up dying from severe injuries. In fact, the reason why Nie Jingxian fell into a devil's trance was to protect Yu Yi. Otherwise Yu Yi would have died for sure. Taoist cloud conquest had to give Gao Qingxian and Gao Qingxian an explanation for this. Let's return to the awakened sky cosmos first. Long Xingchuan sighed as well. Little Ye's condition isn't stable yet. The group nodded silently and continued on their way back. Yan Zhaoge and the others sent a message to the others who were scattered outside, asking for them to return. Naturally, this included He Mian. However, a new piece of news was quickly transmitted back. He Mian fell into the Immortal Court's hands? Yan Zhaoge and the others looked at Mars Halberd in surprise. Mars Halberd nodded. When I fought against the heretics, they mentioned that He Mian fell into the hands of a virtual immortal leading them. We have to prevent the awakened sky cosmos location from being discovered. It's not that I don't trust the nine heavens but a virtual immortal might forcefully illuminate a martial saint. Mars Halberd still didn't know what He Mian had done. He was only thinking about one aspect. After hearing it, Yu Jinbei slowly said, "It's the virtual immortal heretic that appeared in the land of Tranquil Stream, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch." Perfect. Let's deal with him together. Yan Di snorted. Yan Zhaoge and the others contacted the awakened sky cosmos while searching for the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch and He Mian. Chapter 1493. Previously, the Immortal Court's members were searching for the orthodox Taoism martial art practitioners that were alone. Now the two sides had switched sides. Yan Zhaoge and the others started searching for the nearby Immortal Court martial art practitioners. This time, the Immortal Court sent two virtual immortals. However, one of them had already perished in the hands of Yan Zhaoge and the others. After the other heretics received the news, they started retreating. They were already fighting against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, to begin with, and couldn't spare more manpower. Now that they were at a disadvantage and no longer had the chance to take advantage of the situation, they started retreating. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others wouldn't let them go. They started searching for them. Unexpectedly, they quickly discovered the whereabouts of the viridescent thunder heavenly monarchs group. After all, the other party was currently in conflict with others, and they were locked in a battle. When Yan Zhaoge arrived, he saw a field of densely packed, boundless green lightning. Compared to the southern extremity longevity emperor's prowess, which enveloped the heavens and resembled the lord of all lightning, the heretic virtual immortal was far inferior. He was like a firefly in front of the sun and moon. However, the distant lightning sea was boundless. Streaks of lightning kept exploding within, as if it was a purgatory of lightning. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Within the lightning sea, two silhouettes could be seen constantly moving about. When Yan Zhaoge looked over, he saw that the two silhouettes were of the demon race. One of them resembled a red-crowned crane. However, it only had a single leg. Its body was blue with red spots on its body surface. Its long beak was white in color. Red radiances were constantly flickering around this strange bird's body. However, no flames could be seen. The scorching temperature emanating from it gave off an ominous feeling, as if it was the omen of a fire. The scorching red radiances continuously clashed against the surrounding lightning. However, it didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. It was extremely ferocious. It was a divine bird known as the Baifeng. The other great demon had the appearance of a jackal. Its upper body resembled that of a jackal, while its lower body resembled that of a human. Its entire body was covered in shiny black fur, and its eyeballs were blood red. It continuously breathed out black smoke. His demonic chi wasn't as strong as the Baifeng beside him. After being surrounded by green lightning, he seemed to be in a disadvantageous position. However, with the Baifeng beside him, he was able to hold his ground. The two great demons' strength was equivalent to Taoism's tranquil profound immortal realm experts. The heavenly lord of green thunder relied on his realm to suppress his opponent, but he still seemed to be able to advance and retreat freely. However, the Baifeng was truly ferocious. If not for the fact that his demonic aura could not harm the Essence Immortal's 5 Chi's unification's body, the pressure on the heavenly lord of green thunder would be even greater. The demon race had always been assisting the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Previously, they had unintentionally bumped into the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch of the Immortal Court. Both sides instantly engaged in a great battle. Just as they were in the midst of a fierce battle, Yan Zhaoge and the others suddenly appearing, the forces of the two clashing families were instantly shocked. Not waiting for them to react, Yan Zhaoge directly strode out, killing his way into the battlefield. "I'm looking for this heretic scum. Those who have nothing to do with it, scram." Yan Zhaoge stared at the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch and said expressionlessly. Even though he was targeting the people of the Immortal Court, The two great demons were still enraged by such impolite words. However, after seeing Yan Zhaoge directly cleave apart the Sea of Thunder with a single heaven-splitting halberd, the curses that had originally been at the tip of their tongues circled in the air before being forcibly swallowed back into their stomachs. Please go ahead. The two great demons didn't say anything else. They jumped out of the battle circle and retreated into the distance. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for the two great demons unexpectedly intercepting him and wasting too much time, he would have already left this universe. Yan Zhaoge and the others wouldn't have caught up to him. Since he was already caught up to, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch could only raise his spirits. Heretic devils, jackals of the same tribe. Not too long later you'll suffer the wrath of the heavens. He snorted coldly and his figure transformed into lightning. He was enveloped by streaks of viridescent lightning, which dispersed in all directions. Yan Zhaoge coldly looked at this scene. He raised his palms and clasped them together. Suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded in the surrounding void. The entire universe trembled at this moment, as if formless lightning had been formed. It densely covered the surroundings and merged into one entity, trapping the viridescent streaks of viridescent lightning within. Grand illusory spatial thunder? The viridescent lightning converged again, manifesting the appearance of a Taoist. Under the illumination of the lightning, his expression was incomparably unsightly. Yan Zhaoge's grand illusory spatial thunder exploded, instantly sending him back to his original position. Before the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch could say anything else, Yan Zhaoge took a step forward and arrived in front of him. He raised his palm and struck towards the top of his head. The horrifying power that could overturn the heavens and overturn the earth enveloped the surroundings. As a virtual immortal, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch felt like he couldn't escape from this attack. Although he was of the heretic lineage, anyone who managed to attain the virtual immortal realm wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. Facing Yan Zhaoge's majestic and domineering cyclic heavenly seal, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch remained calm. Streaks of viridescent lightning converged towards him. After converging into a single line, all of the lightning converged into one. As if it was a spear capable of piercing through the heavens, it pierced towards Yan Zhaoge's palm. Yan Zhaoge was expressionless. As if he had transformed into an ancient divinity king, he lifted a divine mountain and smashed it downwards. In the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch's eyes, this attack seemed to have smashed through the heavens, the earth, the universe, and the creation. The cyclic heavenly seal and the lightning spear collided in mid-air. The cyclic heavenly seal stopped moving for a moment. As for the sharpness of the lightning spear, it shattered and ceased to exist. After a momentary pause, the cyclic heavenly seal continued descending towards the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, even with the lightning spear's obstruction, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch still couldn't escape. Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal landed on the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch's shoulder, causing his entire body to tremble. Although the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch wasn't injured by the five Qis unification's protection, he felt as if a boundless power was pressing down on his body. It was as if a pillar had suddenly appeared in the universe. One end of the pillar held up the boundless universe, and the other end pressed down on his body, pressing him down and making it difficult for him to move. Yan Zhaoge looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a dead man. As the fallen deity sword slashed down, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch's cultivation immediately dropped down to the profound immortal realm. The boundless power that was suppressing him previously caused him to be unable to move instantly ruptured his 7 apertures, causing blood to spurt out from every pore of his body. Evil heretic, you dare to kill me? Facing the fallen deity sword, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch was filled with shock. You had a part in hunting down senior apprentice brother Nye and senior apprentice sister Yu. You're already destined to die. Yan Zhaoge said coldly, the same goes for the He Mian you captured. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch struggled and let out a weird laugh. After encountering these two demons, I stayed here to stop them from leaving. However, that He Mian has already been sent back to the immortal court. You want to kill him? If you have the guts, go to the immortal court. I'll make sure you don't return. Although you're strong, you're only a tranquil, profound immortal. What can you do? You can act all high and mighty here, but once you reach the immortal court's territory, let alone the immeasurable heavenly lord, even the other heavenly lords and fellow Taoists won't be able to act so arrogantly. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1494. My immortal court fought against the blessed lands of the White Lotus's infernal devils, which gave you heretics the chance to survive. If not for that, how could you be so arrogant? You're nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch coughed out blood violently. However, he still laughed loudly and said, "Scoundrels can only appear in the void's boundless outskirts. It's my bad luck to fall into your hands. However, my immortal court's upper true heavenly territory isn't a place you can offend." "Not that no one has tried, right?" said Yen Di coldly. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch said, "Sua Mingzhang, if he didn't ascend to the grand heavenly realm, why don't you let him try again?" He sneered and looked at Yen Zhaoge's group. "We're united. How are you guys like a plate of loose sand? Let me tell you something else. That he brat came to us of his own accord. He's smarter than all of you. He understands the concept of repentance. Unlike you guys, only death awaits you. Ha 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 ha." After hearing the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch's words, everyone's expression darkened. Especially Taoist Cloud Conquest. His expression was so dark that it seemed as if water could drip down from it. Yen Zhaoge looked at the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch expressionlessly and calmly nodded, "I see." His calmness made the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch feel a chill down his spine. Initially he was filled with confidence. Now he started feeling a little weak. His laughter even started trembling. Gradually he couldn't laugh anymore. His laughter only lingered in the air, making him look extremely comical. The viridescent thunder heavenly monarch wanted to say something else. However, Yen Zhaoge suddenly increased his strength and suppressed him to the point that he couldn't speak anymore. No one present made a sound. For a time there was only silence. "I'm not talented. I've always dreamed of reviving the immortal extermination formation's glory for my Taoism and the prime clear lineage. Unfortunately, I've always lacked the capability to do so." After a long time, Taoist Cloud Conquest spoke slowly. "Fortunately, little friend, you have successfully unearthed the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's legacy, allowing the immortal extermination formation to reappear. Now that I'm able to see it in my lifetime, one of my wishes has been fulfilled." He let out a long sigh towards the heavens. "This humble Taoist has been mediocre all my life. Back then, it was all thanks to the combined efforts of my fellow Taoists that I managed to establish the roving Jade Heavens. This humble Taoist does not dare to claim credit for it. All these years I've only been imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts, helping my prime clear lineage to continue on. I've worked diligently and conscientiously. Looking back at it now that I'm old, I finally feel a little gratified." However, Gao Qingxian said, "Taoist brother, you don't have to be like this. Although we often disagree on certain matters, I've always been clear of your character. Mian is my disciple. Yet he betrayed my Tao sect and caused such severe consequences. I have the responsibility to clean up the sect and give everyone an explanation." Taoist Cloud Conquest shook his head. At this moment, Kuan Ningzi opened his mouth and said, "I understand that Taoist wants to clean up the sect, but I'm afraid this is not the right time. Perhaps it's a little inappropriate to say this. However, the truth is right in front of us. We have to pay attention to it." He raised his head and looked at everyone. "If Mian has truly entered the Immortal Court's territory, it would be very difficult for us to kill him in a short period of time." Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Yu Jinbei, and Taoist Cloud Conquest's expressions sank. Yen Di frowned as well. Kuan Ningzi sighed. "The two heretics are currently fighting against each other. Indeed, they don't have the time to care about us. However, fighting within the void's boundless outskirts is completely different from fighting on the other party's territory. Although the exalted fire rampaged through the Immortal Court in the past, it was precisely because of that the other party would definitely be careful and make thorough arrangements. They wouldn't give us the chance to enter their territory easily. The heretics might have specially set up traps around Mian, waiting for us to jump in." Kuan Ningzi cupped his hands towards Taoist Cloud Conquest. "Please reconsider. Junior apprentice brother Nya and Taoist Yu's grudges should naturally be avenged." Bai Tao said, "However, the heretics are powerful. It's extremely risky to fight in their territory. We'll most likely have to face them head-on. It's best for us to contact Senior Sua and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to pressure the Immortal Court and force them to hand over Mian. If we really have to fight, it'll be much more convenient with them around." In the war against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Immortal Court was already in a disadvantageous position. If the Grand Heavenly Realm experts of Orthodox Taoism were to side with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race and assist them in attacking the Immortal Court, the immortal court would be greatly pressured. Bai Tao's suggestion allowed Gao Qingxian, Yu Jinbei, and the others to temporarily suppress their anger and contact the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. However, the final news they received was disappointing. The demon race? Yin Di frowned. Gao Qingxian closed her eyes and remained silent. Taoist Cloud Conquest said slowly, "That's right." The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles abandoned his pride and contacted the other great demons to avenge his son's death. The Incongruence Divine Mother, Exalted Fire, and the others are currently facing off against the great demons and can't get away. In other words, if we were to look for He Mian in the Immortal Court, we don't have any Grand Heavenly Realm experts on our side. Kuan Ningzi muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and Yu Jinbei. "I'm not trying to boost the morale of others. However, if only our awakened sky cosmos were to attack the Immortal Court, we wouldn't have the confidence to do so. We might even fall into their trap. With the heretics in their territory, it would be much easier for them to dispatch manpower. Although the heretics' Grand Heavenly Immortals are far inferior to our Orthodox Taoism, they are still Grand Heavenly Realm experts. We have just experienced the 3 extinct devils' calamity and suffered heavy losses. It would be difficult for us to even lay down the Immortal Extermination formation. Moreover, the other party might even have the assistance of the Western Pure Lands. The most worrisome one would still be the immeasurable Heavenly Lord." Kuan Ningzi said sincerely, "It's not that I'm a coward. However, as long as the whereabouts of the awakened sky cosmos aren't leaked, there will be a day when He Mian dies. Please reconsider." "We're all sword cultivators," said Long Xingquan plainly. Kuan Ningzi let out a sigh. "Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, Senior Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, Taoist Cloud Conquest." Yen Zhaoge suddenly said, "Due to the destruction of the Immortal Extermination formation, everyone is injured. Indeed, it's not suitable for us to attack the heretics." Yu Jinbei and the others looked towards him. "I'll go." Yen Zhaoge calmly extended his hand and pointed at himself. "He Mian is dead for sure. I'm afraid that Junior Apprentice Sister Feng isn't in a suitable condition to take action," said Bai Tao slowly. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. "I never intended for Yunxing to take action." "You alone?" Bai Tao was startled. "The current situation isn't the same as when you sneaked into the Immortal Court. Back then, the 2 heretics hadn't started a war, and the situation wasn't tense. The other party wasn't on high alert, and your cultivation was low as well. That's how you managed to sneak in. With your current cultivation, the other party should be alerted the moment you step onto the Immortal Court's grounds." Kuan Ningzi smiled bitterly and said, "The heretics would definitely hide He Mian. If we can't find him within a short period of time, we'll be surrounded." Yen Zhaoge said plainly, "I'll enter openly and search for him in detail." At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, the sky beyond skies on the broad Creed Mountain, a tall figure was followed by a giant bear with black and white fur. They arrived outside a small courtyard. "Senior Apprentice Brother Su, I know that the situation is urgent, and you might not have stabilized your cultivation yet. However, we'll have to go together." Chapter 1495. That tall figure was precisely Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Pan Pan followed quietly behind him, no longer looking as lazy as usual as he instead emanated a violent, ferocious aura. As Yen Zhaoge's spirit beast, it could sense its master's thoughts to a certain extent. The door of the small courtyard opened by itself and Xue Fei walked out. He didn't ask what it was or where they were going. He nodded and said, "All right. We'll talk as we walk." Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was not in a hurry to explain either. The trust between them had already long since gone without saying. After informing the others to settle down, the 2 humans and 1 beast immediately set off. They left sky beyond heaven and left the awakened sky cosmos, stepping into the void's boundless outskirts. After traversing through layers of space, they met up with Yen Zhaoge himself. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, looking at Su Fei who had arrived alongside the Northern Ocean clone, Yen Zhaoge nodded. Xue Fei's aura was still a little unstable, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. On the way here, Xue Fei had already learnt of the situation in detail. Seeing Yen Zhaoge now, he only said, "Since we are going, let's do it as soon as possible." The Celestial Court might have used He Mian as a trap to lure the people from the Tao sect. Since they had decided to make a move, they had to do it as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the more prepared the enemy would be. Now, Yan Zhaoge nodded calmly. Let's go. As he spoke, his figure shook, enveloped by the dark red sword light before sweeping along his Northern Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan, instantly disappearing amidst space. As the dark red sword light spun, it passed through layers of time and space, and a wall-like existence gradually appeared in front of it. Without even getting close, Yan Zhaoge could already feel the clash of powerful forces enveloping the entire cosmos. We're here. The dark red sword light disappeared, and Yan Zhaoge reappeared. He looked at the universe in front of him and muttered to himself. He had been to the universe controlled by the Immortal Court before. But at that time the war had subsided, and the two heretic sects were recuperating. Although there were many small conflicts near the border of the two universes, it was still relatively peaceful. But now the two sides were in the middle of a great battle. Countless experts had gathered, and the sky and earth were being turned upside down at almost every moment. Yan Zhaoge looked indifferently at all this, not halting in his footsteps as he continued forward, beginning to ponder on where he should cut in. However, today was indeed different from the past. Before he entered the Immortal Court's cosmos, there was a treasure light circulating from within, alerting outsiders like them who were approaching. Then a figure appeared from within. Who are you? With a low voice, two Immortal Court martial practitioners appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. However, before the two sides could clearly see each other's appearances, Yan Zhaoge had already waved his hand. The figures of the two warriors of the Immortal Court directly evaporated in the void, which seemed to be very calm and gentle. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, pressing down on those treasured lights. As he released and retracted his palm, the light barrier formed by the treasure light began to distort, and gradually a gap was torn in it. Looking through the gap, one could see the dazzling stars. One grand world after another appeared in front of him like a cluster of twinkling stars. Rays of treasured light shot into the sky, far away and unknown. Just as Yan Zhaoge was about to advance forward, starlight lit up amidst the darkness of space behind him, becoming more and more dazzling as it neared, resembling a great blazing sun. The other party rushed over at full speed. When he got close, his speed gradually slowed down, and then the sunlight disappeared. The great sun seemed to have disappeared in the dark void, but the universe was still bright. A white-clothed youth appeared from the sunlight. He was the exalted solar luminary Gao. Impressive move, exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoge didn't even turn around and said plainly, "You managed to find me? I don't have such capabilities." Gao sighed and said, "I'm just nearby. That's why I managed to make it in time." Made it in time? Yan Zhaoge finally turned around. His gaze was calm and his emotions were hard to discern. Upon seeing this, Gaohan's mood turned heavy. He felt like he was facing an active volcano that was about to erupt. The calmer it was, the more intense the eruption would be. "I'm already aware of the matters regarding the Water Devil, Earth Devil, and Aged Metal Devil," Gaohan said. "This time I'm occupied with some matters so I can't make a move. Fellow Taoists, please support me. I apologize in advance." Yan Zhaoge's tone was calm. "I've always known that you have your own plans. If you want to do something, the timing is always fleeting and you can't afford to delay it. It's normal for you to be occupied with other matters. There's no need to apologize, exalted solar luminary." Gaohan sighed. "The Immortal Court is overwhelmed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus, while the Western Pure Lands still have Buddhas. I know that you've gained something from helping the great sage equaling heavens escape. However, a virtual immortal's golden body isn't enough to support you in attacking the Immortal Court. Even if it's the golden body left behind by the great sage equaling heavens, and even if the immeasurable heavenly lord doesn't make a move. If the exalted solar luminary doesn't intend to help me, you can just watch from the sidelines." Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Are you planning to help the heretics?" "Of course not." Gaohan shook his head. "Only, please reconsider." He looked towards Yan Zhaoge. "I know that you don't trust me. However, I'm not trying to provoke you into making a move. Currently, the two heretics are fighting against each other. According to the current situation, it wouldn't be surprising if the war lasted for more than 100 years. Even though the Immortal Court is at a disadvantage, they still have hope. Naturally, they would place all their efforts into fighting against the Buddhism heretics. They wouldn't have the time to care about us. What happened between little friend Nya and little friend Yu was purely an accident. If Cloud Conquest's disciple didn't leak the secret, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The current situation is the most suitable for us to take action and reap benefits from it. The longer this situation persists, the more beneficial it would be for us Orthodox Taoism. Even if we were to make a move, we would be joining forces with the weak to fight against the strong. It would be easier to maintain the current situation. If we were to target the immortal court, it might cause the situation to go out of control and slide into an unknown abyss. Gao Han straightened his expression and said solemnly, "The overall situation is more important. I hope that you won't act on your emotions. I won't make empty promises. Please follow me. I'll repay you handsomely and you won't be disappointed." Gao Han might be unreliable, but he had always been reliable. Naturally, the repayment he mentioned wouldn't be light. However, Yan Zhaoge ignored him. "I have no intention of interfering with your discussion with the Western Pure Lands, exalted solar luminary," Yan Zhaoge said indifferently. "However, He Mian must die today. I'm very clear on what's the most beneficial thing to do. I don't need you to teach me. However, there are some things in this world that aren't purely based on benefits." Gao Han frowned. "Although you seem to be reckless, you've always been a rational and calm person. Things have already happened. Even if you kill He Mian, you won't be able to change anything." Yan Zhaoge interrupted him and said, "In the past, in the world beyond worlds, senior apprentice brother Nye had the ability to ascend to the Exalt realm. However, in order to give us space to move, he suppressed himself to the martial Saint 9th level. Only when Qin Qianhua wanted to become the Southern Exalt and harm my father did he ascend to the Exalt realm. The Southern Heaven Hanging Sword helped us to stop Qin Qianhua from entering the South. When Wang Zhengqing, the Heavenly Emperor, the Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor and the others joined hands to make things difficult for our Broad Creed Mountain, even wanting to kill my mother, senior apprentice uncle, you had yet to return to the world beyond worlds. It was senior apprentice brother Nye who helped us, as a human immortal, to hold back the Heavenly Emperor who was a true immortal. This time, senior apprentice brother Nye and senior apprentice sister Yu risked their lives to assist the resurrection of the Water Devil and the Earth Devil. It was only because of that my apprentice nephew and his mother were saved. If not for that, senior apprentice brother Nye wouldn't have allowed the Devil of Aged Metal to benefit from it." Yan Zhaoge spoke slowly, his tone calm as water, as though the matter he was speaking of was insignificant. But amidst the tranquility, it made one's heart palpitate. "Now that something has happened to him, you're asking me to be rational?" Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, his expression and tone finally changing, no longer remaining calm. The rage that he had been suppressing ever since he found out what had happened erupted at this moment. He looked coldly at Gao Han. His gaze was like a glacier collapsing. The previous moment it was calm, the next moment it was like a tsunami. "Either you stand aside and watch or I'll beat you up first. I'll give you the choice. Am I rational enough now?" As Yan Zhaoge roared, a radiance shot out from his head, and the North Ocean Clone's appearance appeared within the radiance. The North Ocean Clone bowed and golden radiances shot up to the skies from his right shoulder. As the golden radiances intertwined, a giant ape wearing a phoenix feather purple gold crown, donning a golden chainmail armor, and a pair of lotus silk cloud-treading shoes roared towards the skies. A lawless and tyrannical demonic chi rampaged between the heavens and the earth. His gigantic demonic claws grabbed the air, and two silhouettes appeared. One of them was the viridescent Thunder Heavenly Monarch, and the other was the middle-aged Taoist that cultivated the Mengjiang Azure Cloud record. The two immortal court heavenly monarchs were being grabbed by the giant ape. After seeing the various immortal court worlds, the middle-aged Taoist was shocked. He actually dared to come? The viridescent Thunder Heavenly Monarch roared furiously, "Even if I die, you'll have to accompany me in death." As he spoke, the giant ape clasped his claws together in front of his chest. The two virtual immortal heretics were instantly smashed into minced meat. Then, the giant ape tossed the two heavenly monarchs' corpses into the immortal court's cosmos. Then he somersaulted and leaped into the immortal court's territory. Wherever his feet landed, the heavens trembled and the stars shattered. Rays of starlight shone, intertwining with each other as if they were cages, attempting to imprison the giant ape. The giant ape reached out his hand, and a Ru-E golden cudgel revolved amidst the radiance, sweeping across the universe. With a swing of the cudgel, all the rays of starlight were shattered. The void far away opened up, and a human silhouette appeared. It was another immortal court heavenly monarch that rushed over after sensing Yan Zhaoge breaking through the immortal court's cosmos barrier. Which demon? Just as the immortal court heavenly monarch yelled, golden radiances flickered in front of him, and a towering giant ape suddenly jumped in front of him. The heavenly monarch was shocked. Without thinking too much, he immediately raised his cultivation to the maximum. As his essence chi surged, two radiances rose and appeared above his head. As wind and thunder accompanied each other, boundless power gathered, causing the immortal court heavenly monarch's might to be astonishing. He took out his weapon and his technique shocked everyone. Since he was within the immortal court's territory, the rays of starlight shone upon him, further increasing his strength. At this moment, the immortal court heavenly monarch reached the pinnacle of his life. However, at this moment, the giant ape swung his cudgel. A loud sound rang out. Twin splendors burst above. The starlight in the skies shattered. The immortal court heavenly monarch's head was smashed right into his own chest, and he instantly stopped breathing. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1496. Gold killed that immortal court heavenly monarch with a single strike. The giant golden monkey roared and waved his rod to sweep the surrounding starlight. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Gao Han. Gao Han pursed his lips, shaking his head in silence. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze and didn't say anything else. He somersaulted and jumped into the territory of the immortal court, landing on the shoulder of the giant ape. At this moment, the entire immortal court seemed to be shaking. Layer after layer of the immortal realm manifested into halos of light that enveloped the golden body of the great sage manifested by the North Ocean clone. In an instant, it was as if mountains had descended from the sky to suppress the giant monkey. Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly, a similar cold smile appearing on the hairy face of that massive golden monkey. The gigantic golden monkey that seemed to be able to prop up the heavens leaped into the air. His violent strength allowed him to break through the layers of suppression brought by the halos. Previously, they didn't want to reveal the truth. At this moment, with the golden monkey's leap, the immortal court seemed to be divided. The 3,000 immortal realms and the myriad of worlds within them were the foundation. Above this foundation was even more faintly discernible, as if there were layers of heavenly watchtowers. At the very top was an expanse of brilliant light, pavilions, terraces, halls, the scene of an immortal palace. The giant monkey swept its gaze in all directions. Its gaze seemed material like light and fire. After a short while, Yan Zhaoge jumped into the golden body of the great sage's palm and disappeared. As for the giant monkey, it seemed as if there was an invisible staircase beneath its feet. It climbed higher with each step, rushing toward the celestial palace above. When it was in midair, a torrential river suddenly appeared, forming a huge river that sealed the sky above and below. It intercepted the giant golden monkey in midair, intending to trap it in the water. The torrential river water was like the legendary heavenly river that had been drawn here. During the Great Calamity, the Milky Way had also suffered a tribulation. Now, on the land of the immortal court, it had mostly been restored. The giant ape remained calm and fearless as it took a step forward. To him, Yan Zhaoge, such a water vein suitable for setting up the 9 bends yellow river formation should be his home ground. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emerged from the heavenly river. It was as if it had become one with the heavenly river. Mysterious and obscure syllables came from the water. A great heavenly immortal had descended upon this place. Due to his experiences in the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-Great Calamity times, Yan Zhaoge had barely been able to decipher the meaning of those obscure syllables. 9 bends, yellow river, formation. But it's not good to show off in front of me, the heavenly lord inspiration. Crimson golden light flashed in the giant ape's eyes upon hearing this, and it carefully looked into the river. Though his opponent was a grand luo, the great ape could clearly see his appearance. The other party wore a golden helmet on his head, golden armor on his body, a belt around his waist and yellow boots on his feet. His eyes were round and his teeth were sharp. He had short, fiery red hair and held a 9-petal red copper hammer in his hand. After seeing the other party's appearance, the giant ape howled, "Great King of Inspiration? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The goldfish reared in the pond of Guanyin Bodhisattva has swam to the land of the heretics." The half-man, half-fish being stared at the giant ape with wide eyes. How could this be? Didn't that monkey become the victorious fighting Buddha? You're already at a disadvantage against the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and you're still willing to send someone here? The giant ape was shocked. Let's see how capable you are. The great King of Inspiration snorted coldly, so what if you're real? I'm no longer the same as before. I've ascended to the Grand Luo realm. He was a goldfish that gained sentience. However, he wasn't a demon race. Instead, he listened to Guanin's teachings and entered the orthodox Buddhism. Due to the limitations of his conditions, he couldn't cultivate to Buddhahood and ascend to the Grand Luo realm. In the end, he joined the immortal court and walked the path of heretics. With the help of the treasured lights imbued with faith power, he achieved his wish and ascended to the Grand Luo heavenly immortal realm. With his Xiantian foundation, his control over water was top-notch, allowing him to perfectly control the heavenly river in front of him. With the advantage of his cultivation, Yan Zhaoge couldn't utilize the water vein to lay down the 9 bends yellow river formation. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't mind it at all. He laughed loudly. A Grand Luo that cultivated the heretics can be called a Grand Luo? As he roared, golden radiances converged in the giant ape's hand, transforming into the Ru-E golden cudgel. He raised it and slammed it towards the great king of inspiration. The horrifying power capable of overturning the universe erupted, causing even the heavenly river to collapse, causing water to flow in all directions. The great king of inspiration was enraged. He raised the 9-petal red copper cudgel to block it. As the two clashed, the illusory Ru-E golden cudgel in the giant ape's hand showed signs of shattering. Although the great king of inspiration was relying on his weapon's power to attack his opponent's bare hands, he still laughed loudly. He didn't let his opponent off easily. He guided the starlight to strengthen himself, causing the heavenly river to reassemble after dispersing. The great king of inspiration, who had the immortal court's home ground advantage, had his strength skyrocketing. Reckless brat. Do you think you can behave so atrociously anywhere? The great king of inspiration lifted the 9 petals crimson copper hammer and slammed it towards the giant ape that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. At the same time, the heavenly river's water poured downwards. It was so heavy that it couldn't be any heavier. It fused with the great king of inspiration's hammer. With the two powers mutually reinforcing each other, it became even more horrifying. Grand Luo collapsing heavens. At this moment, it was as if the heavens had collapsed and slammed downwards. Even the heavenly river was rushing over like a flood. Ha! The giant ape laughed coldly and stood on the spot without moving an inch. As brilliance gathered above his head, duo flowers converged crown. As the duo splendor appeared, the monkey's blood and chi surged madly once again. Every single pore on his body seemed to have a sun rising, spewing out flames. The violent and sinister demonic chi transformed into rolling dark clouds and enveloped the surroundings. It became even more lawless and unbridled. The golden radiance within his hands condensed once again and transformed into the Ru-E golden cudgel. He raised both of his hands and slammed it horizontally in the air. The great king of inspiration's 9 petals crimson copper hammer that was sweeping along the heavenly river was forcefully blocked. The collapsing heavens seemed to have regained its pillar of support. Not only that, but it was forcefully pushed upwards. The collapsing heavens rose upwards in the opposite direction. The heavenly river that was pouring downwards flowed backwards. The horrifying violent ape leaped up. With his cudgel, he forcefully overturned the great king of inspiration's hammer and the descending heavenly river. Then he looked down from above and flipped his body, slamming his cudgel down once again. With a single cudgel, the heavenly river's flow was temporarily cut off. Both sides' offense and defense were instantly reversed. The great king of inspiration raised his hammer to parry. The monkey cudgel rained down continuously. It was fast and hurried and its momentum was heavy. However, it was filled with endless variations. The great king of inspiration couldn't block it any longer. His cudgel slammed down and hit his head. A mighty grand heavenly immortal was sent flying by the violent ape transformed by Yan Zhaoge. Fortunately, the heavenly immortal's immortal splendor protected his body. With the 3 petals converged crown, he didn't sustain any injuries. However, he was still in a daze. You can't harm my heavenly lord body. The great king of inspiration regained his senses and laughed proudly, ha! As he was laughing, the second half of his laughter was stuffed back into his mouth. Heavenly lord? You think you're worthy? The violent ape took a step forward and extended its gigantic claw. It grabbed onto his head and lifted him up. Then, amidst the roar of the violent ape, it pushed the great king of inspiration. As if it was pushing a siege engine, it charged upwards and crashed into the immortal palace above. Chapter 1497. Within the majestic palace, the scenery was suddenly ruined. Lu Wenshao Shua, amidst the deafening howls, a violent ape grabbed the great king of inspiration and charged furiously into the clouds. Then it crashed into the palaces. The palaces shone with radiance. Rays of golden radiance surged and protected the buildings that were shrouded in mist. However, the monkey pushed the great king of inspiration as if he was pushing a siege vehicle. He crashed into the palaces without holding back. The golden radiance shook and a gap was formed. The monkey had no intention of stopping. He retracted his arm and forcefully slammed the great king of inspiration. With a boom, one of the walls of a huge palace collapsed. The great king of inspiration's face was covered in dust as he shouted. Amidst his shout, the surrounding immortal court palaces trembled. Then, above each of the magnificent pavilions, there was a Dharma array that appeared and hovered around them. As the golden radiance transformed, the golden radiance faded and turned into a jade-like color. As the jade-like radiance appeared, the universe's appearance changed. The cosmos became blurry. Amidst the transformation, 9 pagodas appeared. One was tall while the other 8 were low. One was high above, hovering in the center. The other 8 were located in 8 different directions. Under the 9 pagodas, the universe's Milky Way seemed to be shifting, changing its position and entering the 9 pagodas. The monkey instantly felt as if an endless weight was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Under the support of this mystical power, the great king of inspiration's weakened state suddenly changed. As the stars shifted, he was like a fish in water, launching his counterattack against the monkey. As one side weakened, the other side strengthened. In an instant, both sides' offensive and defensive positions were reversed. Ignorant youngster, now I'll show you what's good for you. The great king of inspiration finally heaved a sigh of relief. The battle against the blessed lands of the White Lotus is extremely urgent. This great king came out just to wait for you to fall into my trap. Although I don't know where you obtained that monkey's abilities from, you might be able to hide it from others, but how could you hide it from the immeasurable Tao ancestor? I already had a way to subdue your insignificant abilities. The great king of inspiration had previously dropped the 9-petaled crimson copper hammer. Now he gathered the heavenly river's water and formed a new hammer in his hand. Its might was even greater than before. Being within the 9 pagodas, the monkey's strength was being suppressed. At this moment, the Afflatus king swung his hammer, appearing majestic. Were you waiting for me? The North Ocean clone raised his cudgel towards the sky and blocked the great king of inspiration's hammer. In the past, the immortal court had lost 4 grand heavenly immortals in the hands of Sua Mingzhang, and they had yet to replace them. The number of grand heavenly realm experts was already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, the great king of inspiration was even sent out to guard against Yan Zhaoge and the others. As expected, the other party had set up a trap. They were just waiting for Yan Zhaoge or other Taoism's people to come and find He Mian. Then they would try to capture and kill him. The 9 pagodas immediately formed a suppressive force. Yan Zhaoge looked over and realized that the great king of inspiration wasn't the only heretic heavenly immortal here. Figures could be vaguely seen in each of the 9 pagodas. In each pagoda, there was a heretic essence immortal, as well as a number of mystic immortals and perfected immortals. Mystic immortals and perfected immortals were fine, but the immortal court did not have enough manpower for virtual immortals. They were still in a disadvantageous position against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This time they actually mobilized a huge amount of manpower to surround and kill Yan Zhaoge. You still don't know what's waiting for you, right? The Afflatus king laughed weirdly. Now let's see where you can run to. Amidst the strange laughter, the spot where the 9-petal crimson copper hammer and the Rui Jianghu bang came into contact also had a jade-like color spreading out. It followed the Rui Jianghu bang and quickly landed on Monkey's hands. After being touched by the jade light, the monkey's hands seemed to have turned into jade, unable to move. The jade-like color continued to spread downward, intending to contaminate the monkey's entire body. Run? Why should I run? Yan Zhaoge said coldly. The Afflatus king was stunned. He saw a round figure fly out from the giant monkey's ear. It was a Pichio. Pan Pan no longer had his usual silly and lazy look on his face as he roared furiously towards the heavens, a tattoo on his back glowing with golden light. Golden light condensed in the air, and another golden monkey appeared. The Afflatus king's eyes widened. You. As Pan Pan's giant ape roared, he grabbed the Rui Jianghu bang and spun it like a windmill towards the Afflatus king's head. The Afflatus king originally thought that it was just an illusion. However, after feeling the same horrifying power that could overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, he was shocked. He couldn't care less about suppressing the North Ocean clone's monkey form anymore, and hurriedly dodged to the side. The North Ocean clone shook his arms, and the jade-like color faded away. The golden monkey roared madly and swung the rod again. Its ruthlessness grew even denser. There's actually 2? What's going on? The Afflatus king was enraged. So what if there's 2? As he yelled, He threw away the giant hammer formed by flowing water, and pressed both of his palms downwards. The 9 pagodas trembled simultaneously, and a rumbling sound resounded. As the jade-like light flickered, the void enveloped by the 9 pagodas seemed to have solidified. It locked the North Ocean clone and Pan's 2 giant apes within like amber. The Afflatus king flew outwards, and the group of heretic immortals within the 9 pagodas also scrambled to escape the area enveloped by the pagoda's jade-like radiance. These 9 pagodas, which seemed to be a single entity, imprisoned the 2 giant apes as they fell down. The miraculous restriction circulated its power to the maximum at this moment, wanting to draw Yan Zhaoge away from the divine palace, up in the sky. Feng Yunxing's methods were no secret to the current immortal court. Although he wasn't sure if she could return to the immortal court after being exhausted in the battle against the devils of the 9 underworlds, the immortal court had clearly taken her existence into consideration. The trap laid down by the great king of inspiration and the others was meant to target both Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. While Feng Yunxing had yet to appear, a second golden body of the great sage had already appeared. At this moment, the great king of inspiration could only temporarily let go of his desire to capture Yan Zhaoge alive, and take the initiative to attack with all his might. With this king here, I won't allow you to behave atrociously. 2 mere macaques get lost. The Afflatus king shouted. The giant ape roared at the sky, just by relying on trash like you? Following this roar, Shuefei's figure appeared in midair. Without saying a word, he did exactly the same as the Northern Ocean clone. As he bowed, the tattoo on his right shoulder emitted golden light. As the people of the immortal court were dumbfounded, the 3rd giant ape appeared. The 3 demon monkeys, which looked exactly the same, were ferocious and domineering. They swung the Ru-E golden cudgel at the same time and stomped on the ground. As if 3 pillars supporting the heavens, they instantly stopped the falling world in its tracks. Then the 3 golden cudgel rotated together, shattering the confinement of the 9 pagodas. As if the entire world was flipped over, jade radiances scattered all over the ground. The 3 demon monkeys swung the Ru-E golden cudgel and flew around, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. With a swing of the east, the great king of inspiration was beaten to the point of rolling on the ground. With a swing of the west, a group of heretic profound immortals and true immortals were beaten to a pulp. With a few more swings, a few heretic virtual immortal souls perished. As the giant ape roared, he swung his cudgel towards an immortal court heavenly monarch, causing him to be smashed into a divine palace. Then the other 2 cudgels swung down together, causing the heavenly monarch's corpse and the palace to collapse into ruins. You traitor, do you think you can hide from me? The giant ape lifted his leg and stomped down. The collapsed palace was pushed backward, causing the pavilions behind it to collapse one after another. The collapse finally stopped after reaching the end. The jade radiances suddenly became brighter and protected a palace, preventing it from collapsing. However, a wall was still broken through, revealing a silhouette within the palace. He turned his head around with his eyes wide open. It was Himian. Chapter 1498. Zhao Lingfu, the great king, and the others weren't sure how Yan Zhaoge obtained the golden body of the great sage. However, they knew that Yan Zhaoge, who manifested the golden body of the great sage, possessed a pair of fiery golden eyes that could see through everything. After stepping into the immortal court's territory, Yan Zhaoge knew Himian's approximate location without even asking for directions. On the other hand, if Himian was not here, it would be hard to hide from him. In order to lay a trap and ambush Yan Zhaoge and the others, the great king of inspiration could only place Himian in the immortal court as bait. With this bait, Yan Zhaoge's group could be lured into the immortal court's encirclement. The initial development of the situation was just as the Afflatus king and the others had hoped. But in the end it was completely different from what they had expected. No one had expected Yan Zhaoge to possess not just 1 golden body of the great sage, but 3. 3 great demons at the peak of the virtual immortal realm who could fight against a grand heavenly realm powerhouse had appeared in the immortal court, and the currently empty immortal court could not withstand their attacks at all. During the Middle Era, the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace. Now, there was another demon monkey that was causing trouble in the immortal court. The giant ape transformed by Yan Zhaoge kicked down a bunch of buildings, causing Himian to have nowhere to hide. Although the palace that Himian was in didn't completely collapse under the protection of the jade light restriction, he was still exposed to Yan Zhaoge's vision. The giant ape's eyes widened, and the jade light protecting the palace began to ripple and tremble like water, as if it could shatter at any time. Even with the protection of the jade light restriction, Mian, who was in the main hall, felt his heart tighten. His entire body was numb and cold. The difference in their realms was too huge. Even though there was a layer of jade light between them, Mian almost died on the spot. Looking at the ruined palace shrouded in jade light, the huge demon monkey roared and approached. Its eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, 2 green lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. The green lotuses shone brightly, and each of them held a golden lamp. The green lotus landed in front of Mian, blocking the giant ape's path. On one of the green lotuses sat a Buddha with 20 heads and 18 arms. "It's you, you spineless coward." Looking at the Buddha, the 3 demon monkeys roared in unison. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Shuai or Pan Pan, they all felt the raging emotions emanating from their golden body of the great sage, which even affected their own bodies. The originally lawless demonic aura became even more violent and destructive at this moment. Because the Buddha standing in front of him was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha. In most people's hearts, the traveling monk's son was the one who came out of the 5 Elements mountain, traveled the west with the Arhat, and brought Western Buddhism to the east to obtain Buddhist scriptures from the spirited mountain. On one side was the Buddha, who had attained enlightenment and was pure and self-evident. On one side, there was a tyrannical and ferocious great demon with a towering demonic aura. 2 completely different existences that seemed to walk on different extremes stood face to face at this moment. The calmer one side was, the more furious and resentful the other side was. Facing the enraged monkey, the victorious fighting Buddha chanted in a low voice, "Namo Amitabha, this karma has to be settled, so I'm here." At this moment, the 20-headed Buddha was no longer injured by the immortal extermination formation and its golden body was in a miserable state. The 4 arms that had been chopped off had already recovered, and the terrifying wound on his chest had also disappeared. However, after the various treasures in his 18 arms were destroyed, he couldn't replenish them for the time being. Although on the whole, his aura was still a little weak and not as strong as before, his injuries had indeed healed. A proper Buddhism Buddha wasn't something a heretic grand heavenly immortal could compare to. His presence and strength far surpassed the great king of inspiration. The great king of inspiration hurriedly guided the heavenly river from afar. Dense clouds and mist enshrouded this area, concealing the Buddha lights of the 2 Buddhas, preventing them from affecting the various worlds of the immortal court beneath the divine palace. "That traitorous bastard, he will definitely die today." Yan Zhaoge remained fearless and said coldly, "As for you, even if you don't show yourself today, I'll still come looking for you in the future." Although his opponent was a Buddha that had attained enlightenment, the giant monkey still roared and swung his cudgel. The victorious fighting Buddha sat on the green lotus without moving. The saraira on top of the golden lamp had disappeared, but the lamp's flames were still flickering. He raised his hand to block the monkey's cudgel. Under the gathered truth, his worries were hidden. Without moving, he swung his fist towards the monkey in retaliation. At this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha was enraged. After all, he was a grand heavenly immortal. With his devil-subduing techniques, his immense strength could even suppress the demon monkey. Even though Yan Zhaoge's attacks were thwarted, he wasn't discouraged. The cudgel in his hand continued descending like raindrow on the other side. The demon monkeys formed by Su Fei and Pan Pan of the golden body of the great sage were also pouncing towards Mian. The victorious fighting Buddha smiled. "Although there's a difference, I'm aware of what he's capable of and what he's afraid of." As he said that, while he defended against Yan Zhaoge and the others, his 18 arms suddenly reached above his head and took down the golden lamp. The golden lamp was placed in front of him, and the 20 Buddha heads performed the same action. Blow. 20 breaths landed on the lamp's flame. The flame didn't extinguish, but thick smoke surged out. The smoke contained fire and the black contained red. As it surged, it enveloped the entire sky and engulfed the 3 demon monkeys. Ha! The 3 demon monkeys' eyes were blinded by the smoke, and they instantly felt a piercing pain. Tears flowed out of their eyes and they all flipped backward. However, the moment they flipped out of the smoke's range, Yan Zhaoge already had a countermeasure. A vermilion red gourd landed in his hand. As he uncorked the gourd, streams of clear water flowed out. The 3 demon monkeys laughed viciously. Then they used their claws to scoop up the clear water and smeared it on their eyes. Then the 3 demon monkeys rushed forward again shoulder to shoulder. This time they fell into the thick smoke. However, they weren't afraid of being burned by the smoke, and they continued rushing forward. The leading giant ape lifted the Rui golden cudgel and flipped the golden lamp in front of the victorious fighting Buddha. 3 brilliances sacred water? On another green lotus, a Buddha with a blue body sat. His right hand was holding the earth seal, while his left hand was holding the dhyana seal. Seeing the demon monkeys rushing through the thick smoke, the Buddha sighed. He turned around and sent Himian far away with a palm strike. As the demon monkeys roared, they rushed forward and chased after Himian. The victorious fighting Buddha went forward to stop them, and the great king of inspiration also hurriedly helped him. He had complicated feelings towards these 2 Buddhas, especially the victorious fighting Buddha. Their own nest was being attacked, yet they still needed outsiders to defend it. Naturally, the people of the immortal court felt humiliated. However, with 3 grand heavenly realm experts on their side, the great king of inspiration's heart was reignited with the flames of hope. With 3 against 3, they would be able to suppress and capture Yan Zhaoge's group alive. As such, despite feeling humiliated, the great king of inspiration still rushed forward and intercepted Yan Zhaoge's group. Namo Amitabha. The blue Buddha also stood up and faced the raging demon monkey that was charging towards him. Seeing his appearance, the demon monkey roared, "Sanzang? Buddha of sandalwood merit? Perfect timing, all of them." Chapter 1499. The blue Buddha was naturally the Buddha of sandalwood merit. He looked at the 3 demon monkeys in front of him and asked, "Is the great sage equaling heavens doing well?" As he spoke, radiances gushed out from his mouth and transformed into lotus flowers in mid-air. At this moment, the so-called lotus flower tongue was a truly wonderful sight. The lotus flowers filled the air and obstructed the demon monkeys formed by Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage manifested by the North Ocean clone took the lead and leaped over the Lotus Ocean. "Benefactor, if that's the case, why don't we meet? Let's go our separate ways," said the Buddha of sandalwood merit. Lotus flowers appeared in mid-air one after another. Yan Zhaoge realized that his golden body of the great sage was obstructed by the lotus flowers and couldn't approach the Buddha of sandalwood merit. The lotus flowers didn't seem like they were shifting space. Instead, they seemed more like they were distorting the laws of the world to achieve their current effects. When he said, "Why don't we meet?" they really didn't meet. After saying, "Let's go our separate ways," Yan Zhaoge and the others' vision was filled with heavenly flowers. They were surrounded by the lotus flowers and were about to be flung down from the skies. "What a glib tongue!" Yan Zhaoge praised. Regarding this world's middle journey to the West era, the Jade Emperor wasn't being a coward. After all, other than television dramas, Yan Zhaoge had also read other novels. The biggest difference was that the so-called Tripitaka of this era was the Buddha of sandalwood merit's Bodhisattva Sanzang. His cultivation was truly formidable. He wasn't the trash that Yan Zhaoge had in mind. Although he wasn't like the muscular elder Tang who said, "Goku, step back and let me do it," Master Sanzang, who was known as the son of Buddha, was the most outstanding rising star of the younger generation of Buddhism in that era. His lotus flower tongue was so miraculous that even immortals and devils couldn't help it. He wasn't joking around. Instead, his words were practically law. His words could kill others. When facing enemies of the same cultivation realm, his words were truly unparalleled. However, as the saying goes, those who are good at swimming will drown. Big monk, be careful of falling into the hell of having your tongue pulled out. Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's demon monkey form let out a long howl. Then his figure started shaking. At this moment, the huge demonic body seemed to become illusory and blurry. It was hard to describe and couldn't be analyzed with common sense. The lotus flowers that wanted to brush him off spun and brushed past him, dispersing by themselves. Xue Fei and the demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into did the same thing. The 3 giant monkeys leaped around, avoiding the lotus flowers. However, at this moment, the victorious fighting Buddha struck again. While his vitality had yet to fully recover as a grand heavenly exalt, his strength was still formidable. In a one-on-one battle, he could suppress one of Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. Moreover, he didn't need to fight against the 3 of them alone. As long as he disturbed the 3 demon monkeys and distracted Yan Zhaoge and the others, the Buddha of sandalwood merit would be able to speak. The great king of inspiration was also helping by the side. At the same time, he was also attempting to restore the destroyed ritual on the immortal court's surface. He intended to re-establish his geographical advantage and trap Yan Zhaoge and the others within the immortal court. Rays of jade light rose up once more, forming a cage-like existence. The demon monkey slowed down, allowing the victorious fighting Buddha to close in and capture all three demon monkeys at the same time. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit chanted softly, "Don't move anymore, benefactor." As soon as he said that, the lotus flowers surrounded the three demon monkeys. They instantly felt their bodies getting heavier, as if countless restraints and shackles had appeared on their bodies. Grow! 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 The three demon monkeys roared together. Their eyes turned blood red, and their entire body's demonic chi surged towards the skies. The horrifying demonic chi seemed to have solidified, causing the demon monkeys that were already the size of divine mountains to grow even larger. They filled up the entire universe, overlooking the immortal realm. The victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, and the great king of inspiration's shackles were also released, not giving Yen Zhaoge and the others any chance to escape. After all, two grand heavenly realm Buddhas were making a move. Moreover, the great king of inspiration was also assisting them by borrowing the immortal court's geographical advantage. With the three of them working together, Yen Zhaoge and the others wouldn't be able to escape within a short period of time. However, as the three demon monkeys struggled, the shackles naturally loosened up. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge, who was being protected by the golden body of the great sage, suddenly extended his finger and tapped the air. Then, the formless and incorporeal grand primordial heaven chi burst out from Yen Zhaoge's fingertip. The grand primordial heaven chi was spat out by the demon monkey formed by the North Ocean clone. It split into three within the void and transformed into three streams of clear chi. Just as he moved, the heavens and earth suddenly changed. At this moment, the profound immortal court's miraculous realm seemed to have become flat. The nine heavens immortal palace that was originally high and mighty seemed to be on the same path as the immortal realm beneath it. The reason for such a situation was because an even more profound existence had manifested itself at this moment. As a result, the entire immortal court seemed to have turned into the mortal realm. A quaint immortal door seemed to have opened above the immortal court's territory. Jade radiances faintly seeped out from the door. Under the influence of this jade radiance, the entire immortal court seemed to be suffused with a jade radiance. Compared to the commotion caused by the great king of inspiration, it was like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. However, at the same time, a white lotus suddenly appeared within the void without any warning. While the immortal door wasn't affected by the appearance of the white lotus, the jade radiance that had just appeared above the immortal court's territory disappeared along with it. On the other side of the sky, a green lotus appeared. It slowly drifted towards the immortal door and the white lotus. However, a melodious bell sound immediately resounded, and an ancient bronze bell and the green lotus appeared together. The immortal door and the white lotus, the bronze bell and the green lotus, swept towards each other and disappeared at the same time. As they disappeared, the heavens and earth returned to their original state. The immortal palace was vast and ethereal. It remained high above the nine heavens, overlooking the thousands of immortal realms and the myriad of worlds beneath it. Yen Zhaoge's actions didn't stop as well. Three streams of clear chi flew out and landed on the three golden bodies of the great sage, including himself. When the immortal door and the green lotus appeared, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the victorious fighting Buddha felt that something was amiss. Just as they were about to make a move, the demonic chi's golden radiances in front of them skyrocketed once again. It skyrocketed like never before. Under the envelopment of the golden radiances, the three demon monkeys' figures disappeared, and a deafening frenzied roar resounded. Wave after wave of sound waves completely materialized, sweeping through the wind and clouds in all directions. Their divine might was like the tide, surging endlessly. At a speed that the three grand heavenly realm experts couldn't react to, a furry giant claw that blotted out the sky reached out from the golden light with a swoosh. Fortunately, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the victorious fighting Buddha were already on their guard. They retreated in advance and narrowly avoided this claw. However, the Afflatus King's luck was not so good. He was caught in the palm of the giant claw. And remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1500. The great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His entire body was bleeding profusely. Even though he was an heretic of the immortal court, he was still a grand heavenly immortal who had attained the three flowers converged crown and five chi's unifications. However, as the terrifying claw tightened, the great king of inspiration's body let out a series of cracking sounds. As the great king of inspiration screamed, he struggled with all his might. As he struggled, he also activated the rays of jade radiance from the immortal court to save him. However, the golden hairs on the terrifying palm stood up like golden pillars, flashing with golden radiance and blocking the jade radiance. As the golden hairs stood up, the huge claw seemed to have expanded. The huge claw tightened, and the great king of inspiration let out a blood-curdling scream as he was forced back to his original form, a huge goldfish. He had cultivated both Taoism and Buddhism and had attained enlightenment. He had long shed his demon form and was not in the miserable state of being forced back to his original form. However, the terrifying huge monkey that had grabbed him had reversed the universe and twisted the laws and principles, forcefully destroying the great king of inspiration's cultivation. Within the boundless golden radiance, a huge monkey with a phoenix feather crown, golden chainmail and cloud-walking shoes emerged from the radiance. At first glance, it did not look very tall, but it was as though it was standing on the yellow springs, about to burst the world. Its two eyes were wide open like two bright suns. A lawless, unruly and violent aura emanated and enveloped the entire immortal court. During the Middle Era, the figure that once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace seemed to have appeared once again. The legend that existed in the dust of history appeared once again in front of the world. As the figure stepped out of the radiance, he exerted force in his palm, and the goldfish in his grasp was instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The great king of inspiration was squashed to death by the terrifying huge monkey. And immortal court heavenly venerable had fallen in an instant. A bloody and violent aura swept across the surroundings, permeating the 9 heavens. The huge monkey glared at the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. It took a step forward, raised its claws and clawed at the 2 Buddhas. Buddha is merciful, benefactor, do not commit the sin of killing. The Buddha of sandalwood merit sighed. The lotus flowers turned into a sea of flowers that lay between him and the giant monkey. Wherever the green lotus went, time and space were compressed and the world distorted, revealing a pure land of Buddhism. The Buddha of sandalwood merit had teleported his pure land to this place, combining with the wondrous effects of the brilliant lotus flower to create a world governed by his rules. Apart from a few exceptions, even other grand heavenly realm experts who entered this world had to follow the rules set by the Buddha of sandalwood merit before they could escape. However, the opponent in front of him was one of the few exceptions. The giant monkey that Jianghu had transformed into opened his mouth, letting out a deafening roar. "You think I won't kill them just because you say so?" Monkey leaped up. His hands were like claws, grabbing forward with unstoppable momentum. The Buddha of sandalwood merit's miraculous pure land was actually grabbed by the monkey's claws and torn apart. He was no longer at the peak of the virtual immortal realm. Instead, they were existences who had also ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Even if he couldn't compare to the great sage heaven's equal when he was at his peak, he had already attained the golden immortal realm, and he was one of the top existences amongst the golden immortals. As the giant monkey laughed viciously, he exerted force with his claws. Unlike a heretic heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration, the Buddha of sandalwood merit was someone who had attained enlightenment on his own. Among the Western Buddhas, his strength couldn't be underestimated. However, at this moment, the monkey's claws split apart and tore apart the Buddha of sandalwood merit's pure land. The lotus flower that he spat out could only wither at this moment. The victorious fighting Buddha by the side looked at the ferocious giant monkey and let out a soft sigh. The Buddha of sandalwood merit said, "We can't avoid this karma." "That's right. It's just that I truly don't wish to revert back to my original form. In the end, my cultivation isn't up to par and I can't see through it." The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head and suddenly transformed. The 20 Buddha heads and 18 Buddha arms disappeared. Even the pure Buddha light around him dimmed down. The victorious fighting Buddha's appearance suddenly changed. He transformed into a monk's attire. Only he had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was covered with fur as if he was wearing a monk's robe. With the Buddha of sandalwood merit's pure land's resistance, the victorious fighting Buddha regained the traveling monk son's original form. He stared at the great sage equaling heavens that Jianghu had transformed into. Their facial features were almost identical. Traveling monk son took a deep breath and tilted his head. A small cudgel flew out from his ear. The small cudgel grew in the wind and instantly transformed into a humongous Ru-E golden cudgel. It wasn't a transformation of his own strength, but the true Ru-E golden cudgel. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens had conquered the myriad heavens with his divine weapon. An unparalleled baleful aura gushed forth, and a heavy might suppressed the myriad heavens. Just by standing there, it felt as if the immortal court skies would shatter. Traveling monk Sun picked up the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and attacked the great sage equaling heavens. "Come at me." The great sage equaling heavens let out a roar. Amidst the golden radiances, a golden cudgel appeared in his hand, and he raised it upwards. The cudgel clashed with each other and a dull bang resounded. Frenzied shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the immortal palace in the sky to tremble non-stop. The great sage equaling heaven's cudgel shattered into specks of light. However, the real Ru-Yi golden cudgel in traveling monk Sun's hand was also jolted upwards. But halfway through its jump, a huge furry claw grabbed one end of the cudgel. "You can only maintain your current form for a short period of time. It's a pity that we can't hold on for much longer." Traveling monk Sun sighed helplessly. The immense force that came from the other end of the Ru-Yi golden cudgel had already caused his hands to go numb, and he was about to lose his grip on the cudgel. Traveling monk Sun waved his hand and released the godly metal cudgel in his hand. Following the force that the great sage equaling heavens had pulled back, he pushed it towards the great sage equaling heavens. At the same time he made use of the counterforce to retreat. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit hurriedly received traveling monk Sun, who had transformed back into the victorious fighting Buddha. The two Buddhas fled the immortal court together. The great sage equaling heavens stabilized himself. Holding the Ru-Yi golden cudgel in his hand, he roared towards the sky. The godly metal cudgel, which was brimming with baleful aura, spun in his hand and swung downwards. It was as if a corner of the supreme immortal palace in the nine heavens had been smashed by this cudgel. The entire immortal palace tilted to the side. The majestic pavilions, halls and corridors all collapsed and shattered. The immortal court's immortals who were still active in the immortal palace were all wiped out and turned into ashes. The destruction spread far into the distance. The palace collapsed, causing debris to fly everywhere, and the ground beneath the stairs to shatter. Very quickly, a figure that was running in the opposite direction appeared. Was he Mion? Feeling the commotion behind him, he turned around in shock. He saw a pair of eyes that resembled a blood-red sun right in front of him. "I have something to say," yelled he Mion. "Who's talking to you?" Yin Zhaoge ignored him. The giant monkey that he had transformed into slammed his palm down, causing He Mion's corpse to be obliterated. Not even his remains remained. "If I say that only death awaits you, then die." Chapter 1501. Under the great sage equaling heaven's palm, even the grand heavenly immortal great king of inspiration couldn't escape death. Now that He Mion was being attacked, all traces of He Mion's existence had been erased from this world. The colossal demonic claw's momentum didn't stop there. In an instant, another immortal palace collapsed. Yin Zhaoge looked at the immortal palace in front of him. As he sneered, he swung the Ru-Yi golden cudgel and slammed it down again. Another corner of the immortal court's heavenly palace collapsed. From the looks of it, more than half of it was reduced to ruins. The number of immortal court martial art practitioners that died was innumerable. Amongst them, there might be some outstanding immortal court prodigies with immense potential. Although they originated from the immortal court, their talents were extraordinary as well. Even if they grew up in the immortal court, with the blessing of the treasured light imbued with faith power, they would still have the chance to rise to a higher position. However, as Yin Zhaoge's great sage equaling heavens slammed down with his cudgel, everything turned into ruins and was buried in history, leaving no traces behind. The colossal demon monkey turned his head and looked at the void where the immortal door, White Lotus, and other miraculous phenomena appeared. Then, he looked in the direction where the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit left. Finally he retracted his cudgel. He forcefully stomped on the ground, causing another piece of the immortal court's territory to collapse. He somersaulted and escaped far away. He exited the immortal court's cosmos and disappeared within the boundless void's outskirts. After entering the boundless void's outskirts, the great sage equaling heavens transformed after walking for a while. His body radiated with golden radiances and split into three. Yin Zhaoge, his North Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan all appeared. Golden radiances flickered above the North Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan's heads. Like a waterfall, they poured into the tattoos on their shoulders. As the golden radiances disappeared, the suffocating demonic chi that permeated the entire universe dissipated as well. Su Fei and the other two looked exhausted. Their auras were weak, showing how fatigued they were. The culprits that harmed Taoist Nya and Taoist Yu have finally been executed. Although Su Fei was weak, he still forced himself to stay alert and smiled. Yan Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Su, rest and recuperate. Leave the rest to me." Su Fei nodded and remained silent with his eyes closed. By the side, Pan Pan had even curled up into a ball, directly beginning to sleep soundly. Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, keeping them along with his Northern Ocean clone before continuing on his journey. On the other side, Yan Zhaoge was dragging a big fella along. The weapon of the great sage, heaven's equal, was the genuine Rui Jianghu Bang. In the past, the great sage equaling heaven had been suppressed under the Five Elements Mountain and separated from traveling monk Sunday. Later on, Buddhist Sun Sanzang had followed Buddha Tathagata's instructions and released traveling monk Sunday. However, the great sage equaling heaven was still suppressed. When traveling monk Sun left, he also took the Rui Jianghu Bang with him. From then on the journey to the west, countless powerful demons died under the rod, and there was endless bloodshed. Later on, traveling monk Sun attained enlightenment and became the victorious fighting Buddha. It was only then that he kept the Rui Jianghu Bang and rarely appeared in the world. Today he was forced to use it once more because he had no other choice, and he was only able to escape by relying on the might of this treasure. However, this divine artifact whose infamy resounded throughout the ages ended up in the hands of the great sage equaling heavens that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. From a certain perspective, perhaps it could be considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. As Yan Zhaoge dragged this big fella along at this moment, he felt it to be extremely heavy. It could be said to be the heaviest treasure that he had ever come into contact with. With Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against many virtual immortals with his strength alone. However, he still felt that this treasure wasn't suitable for him. Not to mention using it, he even found it tiring to bring it along. To hell with 13,500 kilograms. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The heavenly river bottom stabilizing divine metal treasure is still the best description. The heavenly river, the boundless Milky Way, and the stars in the skies rose and fell within it. The power of the star's circulation was boundless, not to mention the fact that countless stars were circulating at the same time. It was easy to imagine how heavy an existence that could stabilize the heavenly river and prevent it from falling into chaos must be. Moreover, this treasure's marvelousness wasn't as simple as its weight. Ever since its birth, it had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court's divine palace and fought against a group of demons while traversing the journey to the west. The number of top-notch experts it had killed and injured was uncountable. As its ferocious nature and baleful aura accumulated, it was definitely one of the few lethal weapons in the world. Now that its owner wasn't controlling it, its baleful aura was much more restrained. However, when Yan Zhaoge came into contact with this divine metal, he still felt his heart trembling slightly. Although Yan Zhaoge was complaining about the legends in his memories, he was still quite happy to obtain such a treasure. With the golden body of the great sage on his side, obtaining the Rui golden cudgel was like adding wings to a tiger. This was something Yan Zhaoge didn't expect when he came to the immortal court. Killing He Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others was Yan Zhaoge's goal. Failure would be considered a failure. As for the Rui golden cudgel, it was an additional surprise after achieving his goal. Although there were many inconveniences and limitations when controlling the golden body of the great sage, with the golden body of the great sage and the Rui golden cudgel in hand, Yan Zhaoge could now do many things that he couldn't do in the past. 9 Underworlds, Immortal Court. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes and let out a long sigh. Many emotions surfaced within his gaze. In the end, they were all hidden under the calmness, just like the calm ocean's surface with surging undercurrents. While paying attention to his surroundings, Yan Zhaoge didn't stop and rushed back to the awakened sky cosmos. Not only were the three exhausted, but Yan Zhaoge, who previously used the Grand Commencement Divine Fingers 1 Chi 3 clears to reverse merge the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, was also in a bad state of mind. In such a situation he had to be careful of his enemies taking advantage of him or others taking advantage of him. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw sunlight illuminating the pitch-black void far away. Yan Zhaoge looked at the approaching sunlight expressionlessly. He knew that it was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. As the sunlight faded, a white-clothed youth's silhouette appeared. The white-clothed youth looked at Yan Zhaoge with a helpless expression. He sighed, as expected of the young heavenly lord. You can always create a commotion that others wouldn't even dare to imagine. Although Gao Han's tone always sounded sincere, he no longer had any intention of teasing Yan Zhaoge when he called out the words, "Young heavenly lord." I've embarrassed myself in front of the exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoge said calmly. However, why did the exalted solar luminary appear? Are you here to receive us, or are you here to denounce us? After a moment of silence, Gao Han smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to denounce you. If you're talking about receiving us, the young heavenly lord seems to have already made arrangements. There's no need for me to overstep my boundaries. As the two conversed, sword lights lit up in another direction of the void. Amidst the sword lights, a green-clothed woman slowly walked towards them. Beside her was an ancient sword shrouded in black qi. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1502. Firstly, although she was heavily injured and her cultivation wasn't as high as Gao Han's, with the immortal slaughtering sword by her side, Gao Qingxuan's existence couldn't be ignored. Gao Han looked at Gao Qingxian, then turned to look at Yan Zhaoge and said, with the two heretics clashing, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they've suffered a heavy blow, the balance has been broken. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on any longer. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge did not speak, his expression also not changing. Towards Gao Han's judgment he still acknowledged it. Now that he had killed the great king of inspiration, the immortal court had lost another grand heavenly immortal. While it seemed like the immortal court's grand luo had been reduced from 9 to 8, the immortal court's losses were not limited to that. Other than the great king of inspiration who was at the grand heavenly realm, the immortal court had lost more than 10 grand virtual immortals including the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch. This was also a huge loss that was difficult to make up for in a short period of time. As for the other mysterious immortals, true immortals, and martial artists with even lower cultivations, there was no need to mention them. Moreover, another important issue was that half of the immortal court's heavenly palace had been destroyed by Yan Zhaoge's great sage equaling heaven's transformation. Apart from the direct casualties, what was more important was the damage to the prestige of the immortal court, which would directly affect the power of faith. Although the immortal palace was located above the 9 heavens, the destruction caused by Yan Zhaoge was still displayed in front of the countless living beings in the immortal court's thousands of immortal territories. While the details couldn't be seen, the immortal court's failure to keep Yan Zhaoge after suffering a huge loss was clearly shown. If they could capture or kill Yan Zhaoge, there would still be a possibility of covering up their mistakes afterwards. After all, it was very difficult for the people on the ground to directly go to the sky and clearly see the immortal palace that was full of ruins. However, in the end, after Yan Zhaoge destroyed the immortal court's heavenly palace, he simply left. This put the experts of the immortal court in a difficult position. Next, they had to appease the middle and lower class citizens on the ground and maintain a stable supply of incense offerings. That was enough to give them a headache. Today's battle could very well shake the foundations of their rule. Apart from the loss of top-notch experts, the entire immortal court would be weakened and shaken. Under such circumstances, the immortal court was already in a disadvantageous position. Now that they were facing the stronger blessed lands of the White Lotus, their situation would undoubtedly become even worse. Previously, the immortal court had already regained their footing. They were even attempting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Now, however, they might face another collapse. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would once again invade their territories. In fact, they might even suffer a crushing defeat. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, or Gao Han, they would definitely be happy to see the immortal court heretics suffering misfortune. However, with their knowledge, they could naturally tell that if the immortal court was completely suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus and suffered a crushing defeat, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to rise, the situation might not be any better for the 3 clear lineage's successors. Perhaps the other party wouldn't want to exterminate the orthodox Taoism. However, it was much easier to suppress their development and attack their momentum. With the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court restraining each other, Yan Zhaoge and the others had a much easier time moving around. On the other hand, one of the two sides could focus their attention on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court. Naturally, the pressure on the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court increased. Young Heavenly Lord, you're almost able to recreate the great sage equaling heaven's prowess. The immortal extermination formation has also reappeared within the mortal realm. This is a cause for celebration. However, we still have a long way to go, said Gao Han calmly. What the exalted solar luminary said isn't without reason. I will constantly reflect on my actions. Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, However, some things must be done and some people must die. Otherwise, I'll directly return to the world beyond worlds and follow the exalted Earth luminary, listening to the North Star Emperor's orders. Gao Han laughed. Young Heavenly Lord, your words are truly heart-wrenching. Yin Zhaoge said, I'm flattered. I understand that the exalted solar luminary has his own considerations. However, don't cause any misunderstandings when you act. Of course, I hope to cooperate with everyone. Gao Han smiled and said, after all, we're all aiming for the same goal. Gao Qingxian said calmly, let's hope so. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Fellow Taoists, please wait. Gao Han cupped his hands. Perhaps a huge change is about to occur. We have to plan for it. As soon as he finished speaking, his silhouette turned into sunlight and disappeared into the darkness of the void. After seeing Gao Han's departure, Yin Zhaoge said softly, for a moment I wanted to kill him. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained calm. Anyone who knows him would have such an experience. It might not even be the first time. Senior Gao, let's go. Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh. He Mian, the viridescent thunder heavenly monarch, and the others have been executed. At least senior apprentice brother Nye and senior apprentice sister, you are still alive. However, this is only the beginning. His gaze sharpened once again. Gao Qingxian nodded slowly and didn't say anything else. She only said, let's go. She extended her hand and helped Yin Zhaoge lift the divine metal. Then they transformed into dark red sword lights and disappeared within the boundless void. As they traveled, they concealed their tracks and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. Information from other places was also being transmitted back. Suo Mingzhang, the incongruence divine mother, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others were originally facing off against the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons. After knowing that Yin Zhaoge had appeared in the immortal court with the golden body of the great sage, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles immediately rushed to the immortal court. Suo Mingzhang and the other Taoism bigwigs intercepted him. As a result, the war that was already on the verge of erupting officially erupted. Even now, the outcome of the battle had yet to be determined. However, there were rumors stating that the Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts were spying on them from the sidelines. With this third party's pressure, it would be hard for the two sides to fight to the death and determine the victor. Yin Zhaoge and the others were slightly relieved. The continuous battles had greatly exhausted them, and they urgently needed to recuperate. After returning to the awakened sky cosmos, other than recuperating, Yin Zhaoge placed most of his attention on the heavily injured Yu Yi. Her current condition was even worse than Ying Yuzhen's in the past. Yin Zhaoge also had to analyze the situation and think of countermeasures. Although Gao Qingxian, Long Xingxuan, and the others were also heavily injured, they still treated Yu Yi together with Yin Zhaoge. Everything within the awakened sky cosmos gradually regained its peace. However, in other places, Yin Zhaoge's havoc within the immortal court's immortal court was continuously being affected. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was still recuperating, said to Gao Han upon seeing him, did the immortal court not make any preparations for accepting He Mian's defection? Did they just attack the young heavenly lord? A grand heavenly immortal brought 9 grand virtual immortals back to the immortal court's heavenly palace to hold down the fort. Along the way, 2 Buddhas, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit, came as well, Gao Han praised. After a long silence, Ling Qing said softly, currently among our orthodox Taoism, they are the strongest lineage. Chapter 1503. The most powerful bloodline? Gao Han muttered to himself and nodded with a smile. Indeed, Suo Yanlong will definitely stand on their side. The roving jade heavens and the sky beyond skies will often advance and retreat together. The incongruence divine mother will also help them. Even without fellow Taoist Suo and the incongruence divine mother, they were able to recreate the might of the great sage heaven's equal in the past. Even if it's only for a short period of time, it's still shocking. His tone seemed to be praising and sighing. Ling Qing said quietly, moreover, Taoist Feng is here. Taoist Gao of the roving jade heavens has also obtained the immortal extermination formation and the immortal slaughtering sword. Gao Han supported his forehead with his palm. Although I had already expected this, but this rate of expansion is still too fast. Report this to the southern extremity longevity emperor as soon as possible. Ling Qing didn't respond to his words and said on her own. Gao Han nodded, of course. The Tao ancestors have been alarmed. Back then he was very close to the immortal court. After Yan Zhaoge invaded the immortal court, Gao Han didn't assist him, nor did he leave. Instead he stayed at the outskirts and observed from afar. Just as the three golden bodies of the great sage were about to merge into one, an even more powerful existence made a move. The celestial gate and the white lotus, the green lotus and the bronze bell, Gao Han saw it all. Although they could see it, they couldn't get close to it. It was just like how people in the secular world could stand on the ground and look up at the sun in the sky. They could clearly see it, but they couldn't really touch it. Ling Qing pondered and said, if the great sage equaling heaven's might could be recreated, it wouldn't be surprising for the Tao ancestors to be alarmed. Even if the three golden bodies of the great sage wreaked havoc in the immortal court's heavenly palace, the immeasurable heavenly lord might not care about it. However, as the three golden bodies merged into one, they gradually gained the aura of the great sage, heaven's equal returning to the mortal realm. The immeasurable heavenly lord was about to make his move. The immortal gate that was emitting a jade light was the embodiment of the lord of the immortal court's power. The white lotus that appeared afterwards was the work of the future Buddha. Gao Han said, he naturally hopes that the young heavenly lord will cause a huge ruckus in the immortal court, so he obstructed the immeasurable heavenly lord. What's worth mentioning is that even Amitabha, who has been silent for many years, has been alarmed this time. The green lotus that came from the west was the master of the western Pure Lands, Amitabha Buddha. Unfortunately, there was already an opponent waiting for him. The Eastern Monarch? Asked Ling Qing. Gao Han nodded, that's right. The bronze bell obstructed the green lotus, preventing Amitabha Buddha from descending as he wished. Although the Western Pure Lands had other experts, they couldn't make it in time due to the sudden turn of events. Although I know that the young heavenly lord released the great sage equaling heavens from the blessed lands of the White Lotus's obscured way world's 5 elements mountain and even obtained some benefits, I'm afraid I didn't expect it to be this great. Ling Qing frowned. Did the great sage equaling heavens give up all of his cultivation? Gao Han said thoughtfully, even if he didn't hit the mark, he shouldn't be too far off. The great sage, heaven's equal, was suppressed by the Buddha of the spirited mountain. No one knows how the great sage, heaven's equal, managed to break free. However, from the looks of it, the benefits that the young heavenly lord obtained under the 5 elements mountain were much greater than expected. The vast freedom heavenly devil did not make a move. The elder lord did not make a move either. Ling Qing looked at Gao Han. Gao Han said, it is normal for us to not be able to understand the thoughts of Tao realm experts. Ling Qing glanced at him and remained silent. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Gao Han said slowly, although I truly don't like this feeling. Ling Qing asked, after this incident the immortal court's reputation suffered a huge blow. Also, the blessed lands of the White Lotus will definitely launch an even greater attack. The immeasurable heavenly lord's foundation will definitely be shaken. She deliberated on her words. Is it possible for him to fall from the Tao realm? I dare not make such a presumptuous claim. Gao Han said, let's see what the southern extremity longevity emperor has planned. Ling Qing nodded without saying anything. She looked at the endless darkness of the void and went into a daze. Within the western Pure Lands 2 green lotuses descended. The victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit returned to the western Pure Lands. The 2 Buddhas' expressions were still calm. They didn't seem dejected. However, they remained silent and looked at each other. Even the Buddha of sandalwood merit's blessed lands were damaged. He returned to the Buddha's blessed lands and slowly repaired them. At this moment, another green lotus appeared within the Buddha's blessed lands. An ancient golden-bodied Buddha sat on top of the lotus, as if he had lived through countless eons until now. This Buddha had a flawless Buddha light behind his head, as if it was a huge round sun. Within the flawless Buddha light, an ancient glazed lamp stood. Upon seeing this Buddha, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit bowed. Namo Dipankara, ancient Buddha. The one who came was the ancient Buddha of the past. He had once entered the Tao from Buddhism and turned into the Dipankara Taoist. Later on he returned to the Western Buddhism. He was a bigwig expert born during the early heavens, one of the few oldest Buddhas in the world. Taoist Juanti's incarnation as the Gautama Buddha was brought into the central blessed lands of Saha by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. However, after the central blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, this bigwig expert of Buddhism turned to the Western Pure Lands. For many years, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had never left the Western Pure Lands. Very little information about him was leaked. Upon seeing his arrival, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit were slightly surprised. "You're here for the great sage equaling heavens?" "I'm here for the immortal court." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Although it won't affect the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the immortal court cannot fall yet." The Buddha of sandalwood merit said, "What instructions does Master have for us?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze swept past the Buddha of sandalwood merit and the victorious fighting Buddha. He said gently, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to visit another place." After hearing the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words, the Buddha of sandalwood merit softly chanted, "However, I'm afraid that someone might obstruct us." "We're not afraid, but we're afraid of delaying your instructions." "It's fine. I have other arrangements. The two of you just have to attend to your own matters," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. The victorious fighting Buddha asked, "Will we anger the elder Lord?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "If it was possible before, it's very unlikely now." After pondering for a while, the victorious fighting Buddha nodded and said, "If that's the case, we'll be leaving now." The two Buddhas immediately moved and left the Western Pure Lands once again. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also stood up and left the Buddha of sandalwood merit's land of Buddhism. He traversed through the Western Pure Lands and arrived at another land of Buddhism. This place wasn't like the Buddha of sandalwood merit's land of Buddhism, which was filled with wisdom and virtue. However, the feeling of power here was stronger. Other than the radiance of Buddhism and the purity of glazed glass, there was also a five-colored radiance. The red radiance was like fire, the green radiance was exuberant, the yellow radiance was heavy, the platinum radiance was sharp, and the black water was long. The five radiances were indistinguishable and circulated endlessly. Within the land of Buddhism, a Buddha sat within the five-colored divine radiance. He had 24 heads and 18 arms, each holding a tassel, an umbrella cover, a flower jar, a fish intestine, a treasured sword, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, a treasured banner, a lotus flower, a token, an alms bowl, a sharp spear, a broadsword, a sarira, and a scripture. When this Buddha saw the Dipankara ancient Buddha's arrival, he only lifted his eyelids slightly and calmly watched as the other party entered his land of Buddhism. "Fellow Taoist, I'll have to trouble you this time," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. Chapter 1504. The Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "I'm afraid Amitabha doesn't wish for you to reveal your sharpness." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled. "Although Buddha is peaceful most of the time, there are still some things that need to be done. I'm just doing it on your behalf. Buddha can see everything. If I really go against Buddha's will, how can I meet you, fellow Taoist?" "Even if you're right, I don't have the heart to do it," said the Buddha within the five-colored divine radiance indifferently. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "Naturally, I've prepared a gift for you. I won't disappoint you." Then the Buddha radiance behind his head flickered, and a sarira flew out from the glazed ancient lamp's light. Looking at the sarira, the other party finally raised his brows and stared at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After a while he asked, "How many more do you have?" The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled, "I only have one. However, I know the whereabouts of the other two. They're with the Elder Lord and Maitreya respectively." After a moment of silence, the five-colored divine radiance swept through the air and kept the ordinary-looking sarira. The Buddha within the divine radiance stood up. "Tell me, where do you want me to go?" "My disciple will lead the way," answered the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The other party didn't say anything else. With a flash of brilliance, he instantly flew out from the blessed lands of Buddha and left the Western Pure Lands. Outside the Western Pure Lands, the white bear Exalt was already waiting for him. After the two met up, they left together and disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts. Within the void, the group of devils retreated back to the 9 underworlds, while the group of Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts went against the demon race bigwigs led by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles sought Yen Zhaoge and the others to take revenge for his son's death. In the end, he was obstructed by the Taoism Heavenly Lords, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. With the Western Pure Lands experts watching from the side, the two sides couldn't fight to the death. They had to divert their attention to guard against the Buddhist Bantis. However, very quickly, everyone received an unexpected piece of news. Yen Zhaoge had actually managed to manifest the golden body of the great sage equaling heavens of the Grand Heavenly Realm, forcefully destroying the Immortal Court and killing a large number of Immortal Court experts. This caused the Immortal Court to lose all face, and it might even shake the Immortal Court's foundations. The fragile balance between the two heretics was broken once again. The Immortal Court could be defeated at any time. The situation of the experts of the three parties suddenly became even more delicate. The other great demons still wanted to continue rushing towards the Immortal Court. The battle there would definitely become more intense. As for the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, since Yan Zhaoge had already left the Immortal Court, he wasn't that anxious anymore. Instead, he shifted his attention to Sua Mingzhang and the others, hoping to obtain the whereabouts of Yan Zhaoge and the awakened sky cosmos from them. The group of Buddhist Bantis who were merely observing by the side had different opinions. Some of them wished to return to the Immortal Court to provide reinforcements, while others continued to monitor the demon race bigwigs here, preventing them from assisting the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Taoism's Grand Heavenly Realm experts had a much simpler mindset. Since Yan Zhaoge had already accomplished his goal and left the Immortal Court, there was naturally no need for them to continue fighting against the demon and Buddhist experts. After escaping, it wouldn't be too late for them to plan their next move according to the situation. As the demon race bigwigs left the battlefield, the situation that was already holding back gradually crumbled. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was helpless. He couldn't accomplish anything alone. He could only temporarily put aside his personal grudges and leave the battlefield, heading towards the Immortal Court. On the other hand, the group of Buddhist bandits initially attempted to obstruct the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. However, after receiving some new information, they changed their minds and focused on obstructing the Taoism's Grand Heavenly Immortals. Such a bizarre change caused Sua Mingzhang, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to look at each other in disbelief. The Immortal Court's situation was dire. No matter how they looked at it, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas should be dealing with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race's experts first. In the end, as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons left, they decided to obstruct Taoism's experts instead? Could it be that they were afraid that they would attack the Immortal Court like Yan Zhaoge and join forces with the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race to annihilate the Immortal Court's orthodoxy? Although it would be satisfying, before the Elder Lord's thoughts were unclear and the orthodox Taoism didn't have a Tao ancestor representing them, such an outcome would be hard to predict. After all, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was still around. If he didn't continue competing with the future Buddha for worshippers and shifted his attention to other aspects, a Tao ancestor like him would be able to accomplish too many things. It's impossible that the Western Pure Lands didn't consider this. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor slowly said, they should have other preparations. The Western Pure Lands foundations are extraordinarily deep. After Yan Zhaoge's havoc, the Immortal Court immediately welcomed a new calamity. As expected, the blessed lands of the White Lotus seized the opportunity to launch another ferocious offensive. While the Immortal Court gritted their teeth and resisted, they gradually felt powerless. It wasn't only due to the lack of experts like the great King of Inspiration. More importantly, the treasured lights imbued with faith imbued within the Immortal Court's worlds were fading, causing the Immortal Court's immortals to gradually weaken. The previously stable front lines started wavering. Within the boundless void's outskirts outside of the Immortal Court's cosmos, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas great demons had also opened up a battlefield. Very quickly, amidst the surging demonic chi, a group of great demons led by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles arrived. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, who was filled with rage, instantly unleashed a massacre. On the contrary, the Buddhist Bantis that didn't receive any reinforcements could only bitterly hold on. Gradually, they started showing signs of being defeated. Without their help, the Immortal Court wouldn't be able to defend itself. However, at this moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly blossomed within the void. 5 colored divine radiances were hidden within the Buddha light, which circulated endlessly. Upon seeing this, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' expression instantly turned ugly. When the others saw this, they all thought of a person's name at the same time. The ancient era's rogue immortal bigwig Kong Xian, followed by Buddhism's Mahamayuri. During the ancient era's investitures of the gods era, his 5-colored divine radiances had shocked the entire universe. He had swept through many experts and forced Taoist Luya and the Dipankara ancient Buddha to flee. Even Taoist Juanti, the Tao ancestor, was struck down by his 5-colored divine radiances. However, he wasn't able to withstand the might of the Tao realm, allowing Taoist Juanti to quickly escape and capture him. Because of this, Kong Xian also joined the Buddhist Bantis. However, that was when he was facing a Dao realm bigwig. Anyone below the Dao realm would have to be extra careful when facing the five-colored divine radiances. Similarly, there were many golden immortal realm experts that were blasted to the ground by a single move of Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. "Big brother, why did you come out as well?" The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles asked in a deep voice. "Didn't you never help either side?" Within the glazed radiance, the five-colored divine radiances circulated, and the figure of a Buddha appeared. "I have the opportunity to attain the Tao, so I have to fight for it. That's why I'm making a move." Chapter 1505. Amidst the glazed radiance, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms appeared. It was none other than Kong Xian, who had entered Buddhism and obtained Mahamayuri's physique. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and him were born from the same mother. Both of them were born from the first phoenix in the world. During the Middle Era, when the demons and Buddhas fought against each other, Mahamayuri stayed in the central blessed lands of Saha and never appeared. After that, Taoist Zhuanti, who was also the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, transcended. After the blessed lands of Saha became the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Mahamayuri turned to the Western Pure Lands and lived in seclusion, never appearing in the world. In recent years, the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism had returned to the world, aiding the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Even during the occasional war, Kong Xian had never participated in it. As a result, many people doubted if Mahamayuri was still alive. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles never expected to meet Kong Xian under such circumstances. "That burning lamp rat is good at bluffing. Brother, don't be fooled by him," said the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Kong Xian said plainly, "I will." "If that's the case, brother is determined to make things difficult for us?" The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles frowned. Kong Xian first told the demons, "All of you accompany me for a while." Then he told the Buddhas, "Feel free to do as you please." The moment he said that, the demon race bigwigs' expressions changed slightly. As for the Buddhist Bantis, they did not raise any doubts and said in unison, "We obey the wise king's decree." Seeing the experts of the Buddhism sect leaving this universe and heading towards the immortal court, the great demons on the scene couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Although Kong Xian's name was renowned throughout the ages, there was more than one demon race great sage present. There was no lack of grand heavenly realm experts like the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles did not immediately act. He stared at Kong Xian and frowned silently. The other demon race great sages all stepped forward. These were the demon race's forces that had previously fought against the Western Pure Lands, as well as the 9 underworlds. Against a grand heavenly realm expert like Kong Xian, the small sages would not even think about humiliating themselves. Even so, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles could only rely on its speed to deal with them and slowly find a way to deal with them, not daring to face them head-on. Faced with the dancing demons, Kong Xian manifested his Buddha Dharma body and sat quietly on the green lotus. However, the five-colored divine light around him became clearer and clearer. Mahamayuri has come out of seclusion? Jianghu was recuperating in the sky beyond skies. When he received the news from the outside world, he was slightly surprised. After all, back in the Middle Era, when Buddhism was spreading to the east and fighting against the demon clan, Kong Xian had never participated in it. From the beginning to the end, he did not help either side. It could even be said that only after his appearance did everyone know that Kong Xian had also entered the Western Pure Lands. Since there had been no news after the Middle Era, the whereabouts of this almighty powerhouse of the demon clan who was a rogue cultivator were once a mystery that many people paid attention to. Now that he had appeared, many of them could finally put their hearts at ease. Of course, after that, he would have to think about how to deal with it. At the end of the day, this person isn't someone an ordinary grand heavenly immortal can compare to. Within the pill hall, Xue Chuqing praised. Jianghu lightly rubbed his temples. That's right. The news I received proved that he's worthy of his reputation. According to the rumors, Kong Xian had single-handedly fought against a group of demon race great sages, including the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. In the end, the five-colored divine light swept through everything, causing the group of demons to lose their armor. Originally, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was only watching from the sidelines. After that, he was forced to take action personally. His advantage in speed was close to that of a grand heavenly immortal. Even Kong Xian, who was also a feather, couldn't compare to him. Logically speaking, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' ferocious attacks should have shown some results. According to the legends during the ancient investitures of the gods' era, while Kang Xian's five-colored divine light was strong, when faced against the encirclement of experts who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he might not be able to react in time. From a certain perspective, no matter how strong his attacks were, it would be useless if he couldn't hit his target. Under such circumstances, his opponent might be able to take advantage of him. If Kang Xian's five-colored divine light wasn't taken into account, while his other arts were still outstanding among the grand heavenly immortal realm experts, he wouldn't be able to overlook the entire world. Of course, Kang Xian's five-colored divine light was too strong. As such, very few people could take advantage of him. Especially in a one-on-one battle, his attacks would always be successful. However, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was obviously one of the top-notch experts beneath the Tao realm. With the other demon race great sages' encirclement as a cover, he might be able to take advantage of Kang Xian. Unfortunately, Mahamayuri had attained the golden body of Buddhism and made up for his shortcomings. Yan Zhaoge grinned, revealing an expression of pain. His strengths are still his strengths, while his shortcomings are no longer his shortcomings. Compared to Kang Xian in the past, the current Mahamayuri has already become one of the top 3 grand heavenly immortals in history. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles knew that his elder brother's strength had increased after attaining the golden body of Buddhism. However, since he hadn't fought against Kang Xian before, he couldn't help but want to test it out. In the end, he couldn't do anything to Kang Xian and almost perished under the five-colored divine light. In the end, he could only flee. This was also a lesson left behind by the prime clear-winged immortal, who was of the same race as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles during the ancient era. If the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles refused to leave, even the golden-winged Great Rock with extreme speed would be captured by the five-colored divine light. While the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles managed to escape, the other demon race great sages weren't so lucky. Most of them were captured by Kang Xian, and less than half of them managed to escape. As for the demon race below the grand heavenly realm, they were completely wiped out by Kang Xian. However, since he didn't manage to capture the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles doesn't want to continue fighting with him, Kang Xian can't do anything to him, said Yan Di as he sat by the side. Indeed. After all, he can't catch up to the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. However, from the looks of it, he's only guarding the immortal court and not letting the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons get close to him. Yan Zhaoge nodded. With his karma with the demon race, he might even release the great demons that he captured. Yan Di frowned. Mahamayuri's appearance was unexpected, and he fought against the enemy alone. However, the other Western Pure Lands Buddhism experts' actions are a little strange. Why are they entangling themselves with our Taoism's people? Do they think that they don't have enough enemies, or do they have the confidence to wipe us all out? Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, "It seems more like they're restraining Senior Su'a and the others. It doesn't seem like they want to wipe us out together with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, with such actions they must have a request." His gaze turned a little deep. "If it's not us, it should be the world beyond worlds, right?" Chapter 1506. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was dim. Yan Di and Shui Chuqing, who stood in front of him, became silent for a moment. At this moment, another piece of information came from the outside world. After 20 years, the Immortal Court's experts descended upon the Tao universe once again. This time, their target was the world beyond worlds and the lower realms that were currently governed by the world beyond worlds. With Mahamayuri holding back so many great demons by himself, the Western Pure Lands manpower would be sufficient to assist the Immortal Court in obstructing the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. The Immortal Court's heretics would then be free to descend upon the Tao universe's world beyond worlds. Yan Di's expression turned serious. They want to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and absorb the Tao universe's resources to nourish themselves? Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly and looked at the purple divine pavilion ceiling. To them, the most valuable reward is a person. I heard that the exalted earth luminary Yu Jiangshen had ascended to the Five Qis unification realm? Yan Di and Shui Chuqing looked at each other. Yeah. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I can't say how far Jiangshen could reach under normal circumstances. However, if he were to be illuminated by the heretics, there's hope for him to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Moreover, it wouldn't take too long. At the very most, he would be able to ascend to the grand heavenly realm within 100 years. After all, he has our 3 clear lineages' virtual immortal foundation. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing didn't say anything. Although they were enemies in the past and weren't on the same path now, they still felt complicated upon hearing this news. Since Mahamayuri has made his move, the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands could launch a counterattack. With the Tao ancestors restraining each other, Mahamayuri could simply rampage through the world. Yan Di frowned and said, "Is there still a need to illuminate the people of the world beyond worlds and nourish the Immortal Court?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "We don't know why Mahamayuri made his move this time. After helping the Immortal Court through this calamity, it's uncertain if he would continue to make a move. After all, he was born in the demon race and had a close relationship with many great demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secluded himself during the Middle Era." After a short pause, he continued, "If Mahamayuri continues to make a move, then we'll have to pay close attention to the movements of the Nine Nether. After all, there are truly too few people below the Tao realm who can go against Mahamayuri. Unless there's a way to neutralize the five-colored divine light, such as my jade clear lineage's Wuji apricot yellow flag." Yan Zhaoge said as he thought. Xue Chuqing asked, "There's no news about the North Star Emperor from the Tao universe?" "No," Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "It seems like other than the heretics, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas have also secretly come to the Tao universe." Xue Chuqing sighed. This time there was no movement from the North Star Emperor. Clearly he was being held back by someone. In the Tao universe, even though the Western Pure Lands Buddha didn't show his face, it was clear that he had contributed. If they didn't help to resist Great Emperor Gaochen, it wouldn't be so easy for the Immortal Court to succeed. Having illuminated the world beyond worlds, obtaining benefits from its members is only secondary. Yan Zhaoge said softly, "Other than Jianghu, there aren't any profound immortal sovereigns in the world beyond worlds. As such, the heretics wouldn't be able to illuminate and obtain the benefits of a grand virtual immortal. Even if Jianghu ascends to the grand heavenly realm, it'd be hard for him to do so. After all, he doesn't possess the dual flowers converged crown cultivation." He curled his lips. If they can't directly launch a counterattack against the blessed lands of the White Lotus and obtain a complete victory, the Immortal Court would have to face the problem of their faith power being shaken. "You've caused a huge damage to the Immortal Court's reputation." Yan Di nodded. "They intend to illuminate or rather conquer our three clear lineages world beyond worlds and the various worlds under their rule to make up for it. No matter how strong Mahamayuri was, no matter how important his role was, only the Immortal Court's higher-ups would know about it. He wouldn't publicize it to the lower levels. It's also because of this move that Mahamayuri might only make a move this time," said Xue Chuqing after pondering for a while. Yan Zhaoge said, "Perhaps there might be some other tricks hidden within, but it's not something we can guess at the moment." He shook his head. The Immortal Court's tribulation might have been past. However, the world beyond worlds tribulation is unavoidable. Previously, after the continuous battles against the 9 underworld's devils, the Taoism lineage's vitality was more or less damaged. They needed to rest and recuperate. The grand heavenly immortals might still be fine, but they were being held back by the Western Pure Lands Buddhist lands. As for the awakened sky cosmos, they were already at the end of their rope. Yan Zhaoge's main body included. Due to him fusing the 3 golden bodies of the great sage into one, his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. Now that his tense mind had finally relaxed, he would often feel fatigued and needed time to recuperate. Similarly, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage couldn't be unleashed for the time being. Feng Yunxing and Gao Qingxian were also recuperating. Back then, when they laid down the Immortal Extermination Formation and experienced the Immortal Extermination Formation's destruction, they were the same. Yan Zhaoge and the others were fated to be spectators of the world beyond world's tribulation. Yan Zhaoge's family of 3 looked at each other and let out a soft sigh. To a certain extent, the Tao universe's world beyond world's tribulation was related to the awakened sky cosmos' growing strength. Due to the Elder Lord, other forces wouldn't sever the 3 clear lineages' orthodoxy unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if they fought against each other, they would only target a certain person or group of people. It would rarely affect the entire 3 clear lineage. Now that the awakened sky cosmos and the Tao universe had been separated for many years, and both were part of the 3 clear lineage, even if one of them was severed, the other would still exist. The 3 clear lineages' roots wouldn't be severed. To a certain extent, this was actually a form of danger. Only, the more dangerous one side was, the safer the other side was. The awakened sky cosmos' geographical advantage wasn't easy to locate. Now that they were getting stronger, they were relatively safer. As a result, the Tao universe, which had a clear location and was slightly weaker, became an increasingly dangerous pushover. Now that the Immortal Court was being beaten by Yan Zhaoge, they came to vent their anger on the other side. Under normal circumstances, the weakened Immortal Court couldn't even deal with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. How could they care about taking revenge on the Three Clear lineage? Unfortunately, Mahamayuri's sudden reappearance allowed the Immortal Court to catch a breather. In the end, a tragedy befell the world beyond worlds. This time, the world beyond worlds can be considered as a disaster falling from the sky. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly and pinched his temples. No one can go against Mahamayuri. They can only accept this outcome. Ignoring Yan Zhaoge's mocking words, Yan Di slowly said, "In the end, we were defeated by him alone. No matter if it's us, the demon race, or the Buddhist heretics." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "That's right. One must be strong to forge iron. Fortunately, I have some ideas." Chapter 1507. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di and Xue Chuqing both looked towards him with a probing gaze. "It's the same old way. Either weaken your opponent or strengthen yourself." Yan Zhaoge explained, "To weaken your opponent, you have to think of a way to neutralize Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. Without the five-colored divine light, while Kong Xian was still powerful, he no longer possessed an aura that neared the Tao realm. If the five-colored divine light couldn't be neutralized, the current Kong Xian would be an undefeatable existence to those beneath the Tao realm. It would be hard to contend against him. The five-colored divine light was invincible. Not to mention the Tao realm, even if they had a lot of experts, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in numbers. The group of demon race great sages had already proven this point. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles also relied on his almost unique advantage in speed to force an exchange with Kong Xian, maintaining a fragile balance. However, this was under the premise that Kong Xian had to protect the Immortal Court. If Kong Xian had nothing to worry about, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles wouldn't be able to hold him back. Kong Xian could go wherever he wanted. Anyone beneath the Tao realm who dared to obstruct him would be captured by his five-colored divine light. However, other than Tao realm bigwigs, dispelling Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light isn't an easy feat. Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. The whereabouts of those powerful protective treasures of legend are all unknown. Xue Chuqing muttered, "However, strengthening oneself isn't an easy feat. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a short period of time." She looked at her husband and son and said, "Both of you are already people who have not appeared in this world, but more or less, you still need time to accumulate." "That's right." Yan Zhaoge nodded, then shook his head. "However, other than your cultivation, there are other ways." Xue Chuqing pondered and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. "You're saying that the prime clear?" "Yes, the immortal extermination formation." Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "No matter how strong Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light is, only death awaits him if he dares to enter the immortal extermination formation." Previously, due to the Water Devil and Earth Devil's revival, Yan Zhaoge and the others fought against the 9 Underworld's devils. Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi were separated, and they mistakenly entered the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's burial ground, obtaining his inheritance. As the flow of time within the ruins was different from the outside world, Yu Yi had the chance to cultivate the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture and memorize the immortal extermination formation. After that, Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi brought along the immortal slaughtering sword to aid Yan Zhaoge and the others. They even made it to the battle against the victorious fighting Buddha. Due to the urgency of the situation, everyone was busy fighting against the enemy. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't have the time to chat with Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi. He didn't have the time to listen to their narration, nor did he have the time to inform the Vine Sovereign of Li Ying's death. However, in order to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha in the Grand Heavenly Realm, they had to establish the immortal extermination formation. Naturally, Yu Yi had the time to transmit the immortal extermination formation diagram to them. Yan Zhaoge and Taoist Cloud Conquest were the ones with the highest attainments in formations in the sky beyond heavens and roving jade heavens. The profundities of the immortal extermination formation were something that even Yan Zhaoge would have to carefully study and slowly analyze. But now that he had the immortal slaying formation in his hands, there was naturally a lot of hope. However, we can't gather 4 Grand Heavenly Realm Prime Clear Heavenly Immortals. Xue Chuqing pondered and said, "If we were to fight against an expert like Mahamayuri, virtual immortals wouldn't be able to lay down a formation." She looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Or, if we gather the Immortal Extermination 4 swords, we'll be able to lay down the complete Immortal Extermination formation. The Immortal Extermination 4 swords weren't the Prime Clear's 4 supreme sword arts. Instead, they were referring to genuine divine swords like the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. They were renowned for being extremely vicious during the ancient era. If a single sword's power were to be unleashed, it would be a sharp weapon for slaughter. When the 4 swords were gathered together and laid down the Immortal Extermination Sword formation, the might of the number 1 slaughtering formation in history would be displayed once again. Currently, we only have the Immortal Slaughtering Sword with us. The other 3 swords are still missing. Do you have any clues? Xue Chuqing thought of something and asked Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn. I do have some thoughts regarding the Immortal Extermination Sword and the Immortal Trapping Sword. As for the Immortal Ending Sword, I'll have to wait. However, if we have the 3 swords in hand, the difficulty of finding the final sword would be much lower. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing were a little surprised. It'd be great if we could succeed. However, we still have to be careful lest we end up benefiting others instead. Alright, I'll be careful. Yan Zhaoge answered. Currently, we only have some preliminary thoughts. If we want to succeed, we still have to make preparations in many aspects. After bidding farewell to Yan Di and Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge returned to his residence. If they could gather the Immortal Extermination 4 swords and recreate the Immortal Extermination formation, it would naturally be greatly beneficial to their side. However, the difficulty involved was self-evident. Not only would it be difficult to find the treasured sword, but it would also affect the movements of their opponents. Their opponents would definitely not be willing to see the complete Immortal Extermination formation reappear in the world. This would involve many aspects of the battle. Yan Zhaoge sat in a meditative position within the room. As he pondered over the current situation, he was also planning his own actions. Now he had to be more and more careful. The fog in front of him gradually dispersed. He started coming into contact with those legendary figures more and more, coming into contact with many truths hidden beneath the dust of history. While the information he grasped gradually became more plentiful, his opponents were also different from before. Putting aside the few Dao realm bigwigs, Kongshen, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, the victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the 9-headed great sage, the primordial heart devil, and the others were all bigwigs that had lived through the ages. Including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother, they were all bigwigs that had left behind their own legends in history. Unlike the White Deer Demon, Li Xingba, and the others whose cultivations were still low, not only were the Grand Heavenly Realm experts stronger, the amount of information they grasped couldn't be ignored either. Yan Zhaoge asked himself. Ever since he reincarnated into the 8 Extremities world, there were many reasons why he could reach where he was now. However, one of them couldn't be ignored. During his first life, when he had transformed into the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall's Hall Spirit before the Great Calamity, he had read a lot of books. Not only were there various supreme martial arts, but there were also various miscellaneous studies, pill refinement and artifact refinement recipes. In fact, there were even some seemingly insignificant gossip and rumors within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. All of these allowed Yan Zhaoge's knowledge to overwhelm most of the opponents he had encountered. Many people who went against him would eventually feel that they had lost inexplicably and died without knowing why. This was the reason why. However, as Yan Zhaoge climbed higher and higher, his opponents became stronger and stronger. Among them, there were many existences that were even older than the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. As such, the advantage that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository gave him became less and less obvious. What should I do now? Chapter 1508. Since a long time ago, Yan Zhaoge had been thinking about this problem. The best solution was naturally to increase his own strength. If he was strong enough, he could go anywhere in the world. However, many things couldn't be accomplished in a single day. For example, Feng Yunxing, Su Fei, Pan Pan, and even Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone might seem to have ascended to the heavens with a single step, but there was still a limit to it. Moreover, there were still hidden dangers. Most of the time, one couldn't be too impatient. Some basic accumulations of time were still required. However, his opponents might not be so lenient as to give him sufficient time. Yan Zhaoge himself knew that he had struck the middle of the river when he had not succeeded in crossing it, and his enemies would similarly understand this principle. This was how the saying "time waits for no man" came about. What happened before was actually an example. Yan Zhaoge had caught the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands off guard. They didn't expect him to have 3 virtual immortal peak golden bodies of the Great Sage. They also didn't expect the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to fuse into one, manifesting the true Great Sage equaling heaven's demon physique. In the end, even the victorious Fighting Buddha and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit were defeated. The famed heretic Heavenly Immortal, Great King of Inspiration was killed on the spot, and half of the Immortal Court's heavenly palace was destroyed. While only a heavenly immortal and a dozen virtual immortals perished, Yan Zhaoge's actions had shaken the Immortal Court's foundation. If he didn't handle it well, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might cause the Immortal Court's army to crumble. Yan Zhaoge's actions had an impact comparable to when Sua Mingzhang killed the Immortal Court's 4 heavenly lords. With 2 consecutive heavy blows, the Immortal Court's injuries worsened. The balance between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court had lost its balance. Facing such a situation, the Western Pure Lands who supported the Immortal Court retaliated. Mahamayuri reappeared and became the Immortal Court's pillar of support. He captured the Grand Heavenly Realm experts and deterred the demon race from acting recklessly. Previously, Yan Zhaoge stood out and wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, single-handedly changing the direction of the situation. Now, Kang Xian had single-handedly reversed the situation of the Immortal Court that was about to collapse. With his support, the other Buddhist bandies of the Western Pure Lands could assist the Immortal Court in repelling the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Yan Zhaoge believed that not only would the Immortal Court not suffer any losses this time, they might even launch a counterattack. With the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Maitreya Buddha restraining each other, if the blessed lands of the White Lotus couldn't find an effective method to resist Kang Xian's 5-colored divine light, the Immortal Court might even be able to reclaim the 800 immortal territories and myriad worlds that they had lost. As for whether or not they would be able to gain more, it would depend on how much they spent to buy Kang Xian's subordinates. Kang Xian's retreat meant that the Immortal Court's advantage was no longer there. After all, after Sua Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge slaughtered 2 waves of people, the Immortal Court's vitality was greatly damaged. Ultimately, it wasn't as strong as the blessed lands of the White Lotus. If the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had a way to deal with Kang Xian, it would be an entirely different story. But at the moment, Mahamayuri had such deterrence and influence. He seemed to have the attitude that no one in the Tao realm could compete with him. Speaking of which, the demon race did have someone that could compete with Kang Xian. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. What a pity. Rather than feeling pity for the demon race, Yan Zhaoge felt pity for himself. The fusion of the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage and manifesting the Great Sage equaling heaven's true form consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, the duration of maintaining it was too short. It was unknown if they could deal with Mahamayuri within such a short period of time. Moreover, it was pointless to think about it now. After causing havoc in the Immortal Court, Yan Zhaoge and the others needed to rest. After making a move, the enemy would retaliate, and they wouldn't be able to make a second move. Yan Zhaoge felt disgusted by such a feeling. Although he had countless ways to console himself by telling himself that he had done his best against a group of ancient demons and that he was a grand heavenly realm bigwig, such consolation was useless against Yan Zhaoge. Since he had already reached this level, similar situations would only increase in the future. The key was how to solve the problem. As such, Yan Zhaoge's current priority was to accumulate more strength for himself. The assistance provided by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository was diminishing. As such, other than his own cultivation, he had to find ways to uncover new trump cards in other areas. Just like how he had risked his life to help the Great Sage equaling heavens escape from the 5 Elements Mountain, which allowed him to obtain the golden body of the Great Sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to slaughter his way to the Immortal Court and forcefully kill He Mian despite facing 3 Grand Heavenly Realm experts, seeking justice for Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi. Without the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage as his foundation, even if he was filled with courage, he wouldn't be able to do so. Even if he went to the Immortal Court, he would only be humiliating himself. Of course, the more trump cards he had, the better. However, it wouldn't be easy. In fact, from Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the knowledge stored within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository wasn't completely outdated or useless. It was still one of his greatest weapons, but it was merely a foundation. Other than a few existences, everything in the world would always continue to evolve. The present was superior to the past because it could continuously innovate. Throughout his journey, The reason why Yin Zhaoge was able to suppress many people with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository was because the opponents he encountered in the early stages were more or less affected by the Great Calamity's cultural discontinuity. In other words, to Yin Zhaoge, those enemies who were in the stage where the martial civilization was starting over after the Great Calamity were the more primitive, backward, and undeveloped ancients, who possessed the extremely flourishing martial civilization of before the Great Calamity. However, Yin Zhaoge never thought that he had nothing to worry about. To him, the Great Calamity had left a deep impression on him, causing him to feel a deep sense of danger. Now that he was getting closer to the truth, his sense of danger naturally grew stronger. As such, from a long time ago, Yin Zhaoge had been thinking about using the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository as a foundation to deduce some new developments. Reality had proven that he was quite talented in this aspect, and his rewards were bountiful. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that caused the primordial heart devil to suffer was one of his rewards. Now it was time for him to test out another reward. Yin Zhaoge stood up. First, he laid down a complicated formation in the room. Then he placed a talisman within the formation. He walked along the edge of the formation and circled around the talisman. His speed was as fast as lightning. This continued for a full 78 hours before Yin Zhaoge finally came to a halt. He looked a little tired, but a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Countless profound runes appeared on the talisman in the middle of the formation. "Ahu!" Yin Zhaoge called out. A burly man's figure quickly appeared in front of him. "What orders do you have, young master?" Yin Zhaoge took the talisman and passed it to Ahu. "Send this talisman to the roving jade heavens. After meeting Senior Gao, ask her to stick it on the immortal slaughtering sword for 49 days. Chapter 1509. Ahu took the talisman paper and asked, "Young master, can I send it directly? Is there anything I should pass on to Senior Gao?" "You only need to say that this is to find the other 3 treasured swords. As for the rest of the matter, Senior Gao will naturally understand the reason behind it after obtaining the talisman." Yin Zhaoge answered. Ahu nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, young master." After a short pause, Ahu said, "Young master, the Red Lotus Cliffs Miss Fu, Mr. He, and Miss Meng that you asked me to keep an eye on have not made any moves." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge did not immediately reply, instead concentrating on pondering carefully. Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing knew about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly venerate even before they became human immortals. As a result, an invisible seed was planted in the depths of their souls. Although nothing had happened all these years, no one could be sure when the seed would sprout. Once the seed sprouted, these 3 young elites of Taoism's direct lineage might be illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly Lord even if they were in the awakened sky cosmos or the pill hall. If they were caught off guard, it could cause a huge mess. In the worst-case scenario, the pill hall and the awakened sky cosmos location might be exposed to the immortal court. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge and the others had always been pondering on how to suppress that formless seed, preventing it from germinating and preventing the worst-case scenario from happening. Even though Yin Zhaoge was fighting against the 9 underworlds, he didn't forget to make arrangements before leaving the awakened sky cosmos. He kept an eye on Fu Ting and the others to prevent the immortal court from taking advantage of the situation. Now he had wreaked havoc on the land of the immortal court, causing great damage to the immortal court. In the end, it was only because of Mahamayuri that they managed to salvage the situation. If the immortal court wanted to make a move on the orthodox Taoism to regain their face, the world beyond worlds was just a lower choice. If they couldn't find the sky beyond skies, they would only vent their anger on them. If he could directly find the sky beyond skies, he would definitely settle the score with Yin Zhaoge. At this time, Yin Zhaoge was naturally even more vigilant. However, the immeasurable heavenly Lord seemed to have forgotten that there were still a few potential targets for him to purify. "Are they certain that it will have no effect?" Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. "Even our side doesn't have the confidence of being able to intercept it." After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge shook his head and looked at Ahu. "We've already returned to the sky beyond skies. If there's any problem, I'll personally take care of it. Leave everything here and head to the roving jade heavens. When you arrive at the roving jade heavens, make a trip to the Ashen Spirit Valley. When you see Taoist Cloud Conquest, apologize to him on my behalf. He wouldn't be able to handle He Mion's matter personally," said Yin Zhaoge. "Yes, young master," Ahu answered. Yin Zhaoge continued, "Senior Apprentice Sister Yu's matter cannot be rushed for the time being. After I have recovered to my peak, I will personally head to the roving Jade Heavens again to continue studying it together with Senior Gao and Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long. I will pass on the message to Senior Gao and the others. If young master has no other orders, I will set off right away. Go, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Ahu took his leave while Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and calmed his mind to recuperate. A day later, Ahu returned from the roving Jade Heavens. Young master, Senior Gao stuck the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword right in front of me. He said that he would stick it on for 49 days. All right. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes and nodded. Whether or not there are any gains, we will know after 49 days. I hope that we won't be disappointed. Then he stood up and left for the Pill Hall's Purple Divine Pavilion. There he saw his mother, Xue Chuqing. Is there any news from the Dao universe? Not yet. Xue Chuqing sighed and shook her head. After all, it's quite a distance away. In order to prevent the awakened sky cosmos and the Pill Hall's location from being exposed, we have to be cautious when gathering information. Being cautious would result in a lack of efficiency. This was something that couldn't be helped. Most of the Immortal Realm experts that were active within the awakened sky cosmos were recuperating after the previous battle. It wasn't beneficial for the transmission of information. Yan Zhaoge could only relax his mind and wait patiently. After a few days there was finally confirmed news. The Dao universe was successfully invaded by the Immortal Court. The situation regarding the world beyond worlds and the people of the lower realms was still uncertain. However, it was worth noting that there seemed to be ordinary citizens who had left the Dao universe and migrated towards the Immortal Court. The world beyond worlds, where the orthodox Taoism's Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages flourished, had become history. The exalted earth luminary Wu Jiangshen, the encompassing emperor, the heaven emperor, the new exalt, Li Juanxin, the northwestern exalt, Lian Zulin, the western exalt, Lang Qin, and the others had all disappeared. The news from the Immortal Court stated that they had subdued the heretics. As a result, the negative effects caused by Yan Zhaoge's wanton destruction were quickly disappearing. The Immortal Court's large-scale counterattack was reclaiming their lost lands. They were starting to reclaim the 800 immortal territories and myriad worlds that had been occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus for more than 20 years. The entire Immortal Court could finally hold their heads high. Ironically, the Immortal Court didn't know that they didn't rely on their own abilities to reclaim their lands. Instead, they relied on the Western Pure Land's assistance, said Yan Zhaoge with a playful smile. However, despite the Immortal Court's counterattack, they only managed to reclaim their lost lands. It wasn't that easy for them to turn around and attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus. While Mahamayuri was strong, he wasn't a Dao realm expert. While he possessed the omnipresent miraculous abilities of a grand heavenly realm expert, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, his area of coverage was definitely inferior. If they were to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Kong Xian wouldn't be able to intimidate existences like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Moreover, Kong Xian was only helping out because of the deal with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He wouldn't help the Immortal Court to their deaths. Helping the Immortal Court through this tribulation had already achieved their goal. As a result, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court stopped while they were ahead. After reclaiming the Immortal Court's 3,000 immortal territories, their counterattack immediately slowed down. The Immortal Court was currently busy consolidating and rebuilding the faith that had suffered multiple setbacks. Repelling the blessed lands of the White Lotus, reclaiming their lost lands and taking down the Dao universe to take revenge. With these two methods working together, their efforts were fruitful. If the world beyond worlds is like this, what about the North Star Emperor's side? Asked Yan Zhaoge after pondering. Xue Chuqing said, other than the heretics that descended upon our Dao universe, there were also Buddhism bigwigs patrolling outside. Evidently they came specifically for the North Star Emperor. When Mahamayuri made his move, he alone held the fort against 10,000 enemies. This allowed the Western Pure Lands Buddhism bigwigs to move freely. Whether the North Star Emperor clashed with those Buddhas is still unknown. However, judging from the Dao universe's outcome, the Immortal Court still succeeded in the end. Chapter 1510. Yan Zhaoge agreed with Xue Chuqing's judgment. With that, the North Star Emperor might change his style. Xue Chuqing continued guessing. That's hard to say. It's still too early to say. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the top of the Purple Divine Pavilion. The current situation is different from 20 years ago. Xue Chuqing nodded silently. 20 years ago, while the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus would engage in a huge battle every once in a while, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had always remained hidden behind the scenes. Ever since the Great War began 20 years ago, the experts of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race came out of seclusion and participated in the war. Including the North Star Emperor, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts had a huge advantage against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. As such, the North Star Emperor and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus alone would pose a huge threat to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. If they posed a threat to the Immortal Court, they might expose themselves to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were to hold each other back, the situation would be different. Of course, the future Buddha would be more than happy to do so. Yan Zhaoge's havoc in the Immortal Court was proof of that. Now the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism experts had reappeared. While the demon race experts fought against them, the North Star Emperor and the others weren't as free as before. Their threat towards the Immortal Court was greatly reduced. Other than the favorable timing, Yan Zhaoge's success was mainly due to the fusion of the three golden bodies of the Great Sage. The Great Sage equaling heaven's true form was too powerful. Even the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the great king of inspiration couldn't withstand his attacks. Just like Mahamayuri, he could remain unhindered even if he was surrounded by grand heavenly realm experts. However, such existences were few and far between. Even when Yan Zhaoge manifested the Great Sage equaling heaven's true form, he could only maintain it for a short period of time. Objectively speaking, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts' threat towards the Immortal Court was much weaker compared to the past. Especially after Mahamayuri's interference, the Immortal Court managed to regain their lost territories. However, it wasn't enough to turn defeat into victory. The two heretics would return to a stalemate. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to the other. The result was a temporary truce, recuperating and waiting for the next opportunity. After the Great Calamity, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had been fighting against each other for so many years. The intensity of the war had peaks and troughs. It had always been like this, and the cycle never stopped. When the battle between the two sides was not so intense, they could naturally divert more attention to other aspects. For the three clear lineage, their days weren't as free and comfortable as when they were in the middle of the war. This was also one of the reasons why Yan Zhaoge was thinking of adding new trump cards to his collection. Overall, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus still holds the advantage, said Yan Zhaoge softly. It is likely that Mahamayuri will only take action once. After he stops, the rest will have to rely on themselves. Xue Chuqing understood what he meant. The damage that the exalted fire and you have caused to the Immortal Court is real. It will be hard to make up for it in a short period of time. In total, the Immortal Court had lost 5 Grand Heavenly Immortals and over 30 Grand Virtual Immortals. In the first place, they were inferior to the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, to begin with. Now that their vitality had been greatly damaged, the Immortal Court would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. The only reason why they could turn the tides around was because of Mahamayuri's efforts. However, it was merely an empty flame. After this empty flame was extinguished, the Immortal Court would still be in a disadvantageous position. Of course, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus wouldn't be willing to lose their previous gains. Even a cooked duck could fly away. Next, they would definitely continue with their battle strategy. Only no one could be sure if Mahamayuri would take action again. Even if it was just a transaction, who knew if the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court had enough capital to purchase Kong Xian's help for a second time. As such, even if Kong Xian stopped this time, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus would still be cautious. The Immortal Court was destined to maintain a defensive stance. In fact, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus might even slowly devour a portion of their territories. However, if there weren't any major changes, the intensity of the battle between the two sides would definitely decrease. Probing and involving would become the main theme. The Immortal Court would have to remain safe for a period of time. For the Orthodox Taoism, the good news was that the pressure from the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands had decreased. The bad news was that the Immortal Court had swept through the Tao universe and even abducted their people. They wouldn't be able to settle the score with the Immortal Court. The other side was clearly on the defensive, waiting for the Immortal Court to come knocking on their door. If they're forced into a corner, we might as well help the demon race and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus to attack the Immortal Court. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. Senior Suo, the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the incongruence Divine Mother, and our golden body of the great sage are sufficient to break the balance between the two sides. Unless they invite Mahamayuri out again. Xue Chuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yan Zhaoge's nagging. Let's not talk about the grand heavenly realm emperors. Let's talk about you. Do you still have the strength to fight? I can at least think about it, right? Yan Zhaoge smiled lazily. In the past, during the Great Calamity, these few factions weren't clean. In the end, they would have to settle their grudges with us Orthodox Taoism. Unlike how the world beyond worlds provided assistance to the immortal court in the past, as we grew stronger, we gradually gained the ability to form alliances. We're no longer forced to be cannon fodder for others. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face slowly disappeared. He muttered to himself, however, it's still not enough. We still need to become stronger. So, you're not thinking about the Prime Clear's immortal extermination formation? Yan Di and Xue Chuqing were aware of Yan Zhaoge's plans. Xue Chuqing softly said, or rather, everyone is thinking about the immortal extermination formation. How's your plan going? I can't say for sure now. Let's patiently wait for the immortal slaughtering sword's movements. Yan Zhaoge said, when we receive news from the immortal slaughtering sword, we can make further preparations. While waiting, Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others were also recovering. Only when they had sufficient confidence would it be time for them to take action. Actually, I've been thinking about it. We can't let the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus calm down. We have to think of a way to intensify the war between them and force them to place more attention on each other. Only then would it be more convenient for us to take action. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Otherwise, as we grow stronger and our influence increases, the two of them might even be on guard against us. They might even come together to suppress us, causing us to fall back to the depths of the abyss. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xue Chuqing frowned slightly. What do you intend to do? Chapter 15:11. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge and frowned. You wouldn't be thinking of massacring the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas, right? To tell you the truth, I really did think of it, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, I felt that it was rather silly afterwards and thus gave up on the idea. A profound immortal of the Tao sects, who is equivalent to an arhat of the Buddhist sects, wants to kill the Buddha of the Pure Land, who is equivalent to a celestial immortal of the Tao sects. Even if it was a Buddha who came from the heretical path, this idea was quite unbelievable, arrogant, and crazy. Still, Xue Chuqing knew that if she planned it well and caught him off guard, Yan Zhaoge might really be able to achieve this. The example of the Afflatus King was right before his eyes. After patiently waiting for the golden body of the great sage to recover its vitality, the current Broad Creed Mountain could truly threaten many grand heavenly realm existences, especially those of the heretic Tao. Xue Chuqing couldn't help but sigh in her heart every time she thought of this. Although she was the direct disciple of the exalted Wood Luminary's lineage, and her roots could be traced back to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, one of the four imperials of Taoism, she had never expected that one day, the person beside her would actually possess such power. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge himself had yet to reach such heights, but he already possessed such power. It hadn't been like that when they were dealing with the demons of the netherworld. But after that, it had improved by leaps and bounds and it couldn't be judged by the old standards anymore. However, as Yan Zhaoge had said, it was still not enough now. They still needed to be stronger. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she straightened her expression slightly as she looked at him. Reigniting the flames of war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was not an easy task. At the very least, one of them had to judge that the gains from the war were far greater than the price they had to pay. Only then would everything be possible. Sua Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge had caused a ruckus in the immortal court twice, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After all, it wasn't something that could be recovered within a short period of time. Even if they illuminated the world beyond worlds and regained their 800 immortal territories, they would only be able to regain their footing as they were still far from recovering their vitality. Now there were only 8 grand heavenly immortals left. Not to mention the blessed lands of the White Lotus, even if they were to be compared to his own peak state, they were still much weaker. So in essence they were still in a very weak position. If the blessed lands of the White Lotus were to attack again, the immortal court would still lose their cities and territories, repeating the scene from 20 years ago. However, since they couldn't determine Mahamayuri's intentions, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't act recklessly and incite the flames of war. Instead, they cautiously probed and infiltrated. To Yan Zhaoge, even if he could successfully reduce the number of Immortal Court Heavenly Lords or even kill the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve themselves to start another war. Unless he had a way to restrain Mahamayuri. Therefore, the other option was to kill the blessed lands of the White Lotus Grand Heavenly Realm experts. Moreover, it was a massive amount of damage, causing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to be even weaker than the Immortal Court. In this way, the Immortal Court might be the one to make the first move. This idea seemed even crazier, but if he could seize the right opportunity, it might not be impossible. After all, to the great sage equaling heaven, a heretic Grand Luo was no different from a grand virtual immortal. There was no need to doubt the Immortal Court's eagerness to take advantage of the situation. In essence, they and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were the main competitors. However, this method of fanning the flames from both sides and waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters was undoubtedly a bad idea that thought one was clever. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't just watch as Yan Zhaoge and the others weaken. This could easily cause the two opposing sides to temporarily put aside their conflicts and work together to suppress Yan Zhaoge and the others. Although the awakened sky cosmos whereabouts were uncertain, it wasn't completely foolproof. If the Immortal Court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands, and the demon race worked together to suppress them, the current orthodox Taoism might not be able to withstand it. With Xue Chuqing's understanding of Yan Zhaoge, while he often acted frivolously, he wasn't someone who would get carried away. Since Yan Zhaoge had given up on provoking both sides, Xue Chuqing was very interested in what he was planning. Actually, I'm thinking about the 3 wondrous stones left behind by the Nuwa sovereign when she mended the heavens. Yan Zhaoge's eyes flickered. Xue Chuqing understood what he was trying to say. Yeah, it's in line with your habit of thinking about things. Tracing back to the source and reorganizing the clues. Indeed. Actually, I've been thinking about this for the past few years. I want to see if I can discover any opportunities from within, said Yan Zhaoge. Only, there are still some things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. He looked toward Xue Chuqing. The Nuwa sovereign left behind 3 wondrous stones. Needless to say, the earthly essence stone is the foundation of the great sage equaling heavens. Its miraculous trait lies in its indestructible nature, allowing it to remain eternally stable. As for the humanly essence stone, it could gather faith power and cause it to undergo a qualitative change. It allowed the small path of the divine Tao of incense to become a bright path. The Maitreya Buddha, who had his hopes of achieving the Tao severed, successfully ascended to the Tao realm and opened up a brand new path. However, this path also created the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. That's why I'm guessing that a portion of the humanly essence stone fragments had fallen into the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. During the Middle Era, the Buddhas and demons fought against each other. The humanly essence stone was divided into 108 fragments, which were arranged by the demon race's 36 great sages and 72 small sages. In the end, after the journey to the west, most of them were left behind. Most of the fragments fell into the hands of traveling monk Sun and Buddhist monk Sanzang. In the end, they naturally fell into the hands of the central blessed lands of Saha's mystical mountain's great thunderclap monastery. However, a portion of it was still scattered outside. Yan Zhaoge was currently thinking about whether there were any humanly essence stone fragments that had yet to fall into the hands of the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Was there any possibility of them making a fuss? Of course, the immeasurable Heavenly Lords and the future Buddhist paths would be different. Perhaps the Heavenly Essence Stone was involved as well. Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh and smiled. The Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Their relationship seems to be more interesting than I expected. Xue Chuqing pondered for a while and said, We don't have any humanly essence stone fragments with us. However, some might have them. Only we aren't sure if he's still alive. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, However, as long as the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus aren't sure if he's still alive, we might be able to spread fake news to attract the heretics. Xue Chuqing was stunned at first. Then she pondered, Are you talking about, in the past, among the 36 demon race great sages, there was a top-notch figure. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He's called the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. He's somewhat related to our Taoism. Chapter 15:12. Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits, Xue Chuqing muttered softly, Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation was also known as the Great Emperor of the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor, the Heavenly Lord of Salvation or the Emperor of Qing Xian Jiuyang. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits was his mount, the nine-headed lion. This existence was one of the few almighty experts in the history of the Tao sect. At the same time, he was also one of the most powerful powerhouses in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana did not reside in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all year round. Instead, he traveled the world and rarely asked about the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Of course, no one would underestimate this ancient Empyrean who was born from the Khanate world. However, this big shot's whereabouts were erratic all year round, making it hard for others to guess. Moreover, he rarely interfered in the affairs of the world, so he seemed to be rather mysterious. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge. You're thinking of using the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor's name to falsify his whereabouts. Then you'll spread the news that the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor possesses a person's fragment, which would attract the attention of the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It would be best if you could incite a war between them? That's right, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Xue Chuqing stared at him for a long while before asking slowly, have you ever considered that there might be two problems with this? Yan Zhaoge met her gaze and said with a smile. Firstly, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had already broken free from the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and regained his freedom. He had entered the demon race's Astro Mountain's starry seas. Secondly, the Tai Nirvana Lord could also be the boundless Lord of Heaven? It looks like you've already considered it? Xue Chuqing nodded and asked. Yan Zhaoge answered, if the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits is still alive, and even regained his freedom and entered the Astro Mountain's starry sea, there are two possibilities. The humanly essence stone fragment in his possession is either in the hands of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, or in the hands of the East Sovereign. The second possibility is that after he learns of our information, he would see through it and inform the blessed lands of the White Lotus. If the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord is indeed the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he will easily see through my tricks once he receives the news. Yan Zhaoge raised his two hands, each holding up an index finger before bringing them together in the middle. No matter which one it is, it can actually be concluded as the same result. Then he smiled. But it doesn't affect our goal. As someone who had been on the run for many years, Xue Chuqing's way of thinking was rather similar to Yan Zhaoge's to some extent. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she raised her brows slightly. A trap within a trap? Zhaoge, in recent years, you've become more and more dazzling. To the external Tao and even to the demon race and the Western Pure Lands magnates, you're like a thorn in their side. If there's a chance to get rid of you, they wouldn't miss it. You're trying to use His Majesty Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor's name to create a diversion. Once the other party sees through it, he might feign ignorance and use it to lure you or the people from the awakened sky cosmos out. Then he will seize the opportunity to kill you. Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge, and this just happens to fall right into our trap. Our goal is to divert the enemy's attention, allowing us to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other three swords. The news about the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor was originally just a feint? That's right. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Xue Chuqing let out a soft sigh and muttered, however, if we can't incite the heretics to start a war again, even if the other party falls for our trap and is successfully lured away, we might not even have enough time to search for the swords. Nothing is perfect in this world. However, increasing our chances of victory is always better than decreasing it. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Isn't this what it means to prepare for a rainy day? Even if the other party doesn't fall for our trap, it's fine. Every bit of profit we obtain is worth it. After hearing his words, Xue Chuqing first nodded. Then she shook her head and reminded, the less you do, the less mistakes you'll make. The more you do, the more mistakes you'll make. Traces of your actions might be left behind, and the other party might be able to use it against you. It's not like we don't have any losses or risks at all. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and said emotionally, currently the three clear lineage's descendants are in a much better situation than before. However, looking at the current situation, we're still lagging behind. We still have to be careful. Otherwise, all our previous efforts might go to waste. I understand, said Yan Zhaoge solemnly with a solemn expression. Xue Chuqing smiled, don't blame me for nagging. I'm just saying a few words. Zhaoge, you're already the true pillar of our Taoism's direct lineage. If you have any ideas, just go ahead and do them. Yan Zhaoge also smiled, you can rest assured. After taking his leave of Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge went to check on Feng Yunxin. She was still meditating. Yan Zhaoge observed her and found the results to be satisfactory. Thus, he left quietly without disturbing her. Su Fei, Pan Pan and Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone were also recuperating. Shi Jun's injuries had already stabilized. Now, he had to consider how to prevent himself from becoming a cripple. If I really can't do it, I'll just cultivate single-handed sword arts and single-legged footwork. After Yan Zhaoge checked on his condition, Shi Jun said with a self-mocking smile. Yan Zhaoge observed him for a while. After knowing that his master Su Fei was fine, this young man's emotions were still rather stable. Although he was also troubled by the loss of his right eye, right arm and right leg, his mother and master were both fine. As a result, Shi Jun's mood was much more relaxed. Silly brat, don't think too much. Your senior apprentice uncle has already thought of a few methods. However, I'm still considering which one is more suitable and beneficial for your future. Yan Zhaoge patted on his shoulder. Shi Jun smiled foolishly. However, he quickly asked worriedly, Senior apprentice uncle, when will my mother wake up? Sister-in-law Yuzhen is fine now. She can be awakened anytime. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand and smiled, only considering how the Earth Devil had caused a ruckus, and how her cultivation was still too low, I decided to let her rest and recuperate her body as much as possible. That's good, that's good. Shi Jun let out a long sigh of relief. Yan Zhaoge bade farewell and settled the matters in the sky beyond skies. Then he left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving jade heavens. Shi Jun and his mother were fine now. However, Yu Ye's situation in the roving jade heavens wasn't optimistic. Back in the 9 underworlds, if not for Nie Jingshin's sword chi protecting Yu Yi, who had recovered from his injuries due to falling to the dark side, Yu Yi would have long passed the 7th day of her death. And now, her injuries were so severe that they were comparable to Ying Yuzhen's, or even more complicated. After Yan Zhaoge arrived at the roving jade heavens and visited the prime clear bigwigs, he stayed by Yu Ye's side and researched on the treatment method. Yan Zhaoge only went to meet Gao Qingxian again when the 49 days of the agreed-upon date arrived. Something's happening. After seeing each other, Gao Qingxuan's words were concise. Chapter 15-13. Upon hearing the commotion, Yan Zhaoge's spirits rose. He followed Gao Qingxian to a secluded room, where Gao Qingxuan's clone and Long Xingquan sat facing each other. Between them, an ancient sword hovered in mid-air. A talisman was pasted on the ancient sword's hilt. It was Yan Zhaoge's handiwork. Currently, 4 doors vaguely surfaced above the ancient sword. They were separated into 4 directions, seemingly illusory yet real. Ruthless auras emanated from within, as if a simple immortal extermination formation had been erected. Only, the scene in front of him was different from the true immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this. This was the secret art he came up with. He was attempting to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword's strength to search for the other 3 swords. At this moment, only one of the 4 doors seemed to have a sword hanging on it. Strands of black chi revolved around the sword's blade, which corresponded to the immortal slaughtering sword. Yan Zhaoge carefully examined the other 3 doors and revealed an excited expression. There's hope. That's great. Gao Qingxian continued asking, only what should we do next? We don't have any more clues on hand. Long Xingquan sighed. In the past, eldest senior brother had ventured out with Daoist Di to search for the immortal trapping sword's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to find anything. In the end, they never returned and perished outside. Gao Qingxuan's expression was also filled with sorrow. Among the Vine Sovereign Kali Ying's disciples, the one closest to her was her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. In the past, after Di Qinglian and Yan Xingtang got married, she still frequently interacted with Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. Yan Xingtang and Long Xingquan were of the Jade Clear lineage. Tracing back to their roots, their lineage's Grand Master was the #1 sword cultivator among the Jade Clear primordial Heavenly Lord's disciples, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. It was worth mentioning that during the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the Prime Clear lineage was defeated, and the Immortal Extermination formation was destroyed. The Immortal Extermination 4 swords used to lay down the formation fell into the hands of a group of Jade Clear bigwigs. Master Red Essence obtained the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, while the Immortal Trapping Sword went to the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Later, the Middle Era's Qi Jingzi perished at the hands of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword was taken back by the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. However, before he could retrieve the other 3 swords, he died because of the Mahasvara heavenly demon. Thus, the immortal trapping sword had always been in the hands of Taoist Jade Cauldron. It was just that after the ancient epic, Taoist Jade Cauldron lived in seclusion all year round, and there was very little news about him. After the change of epics and the Great Calamity, there was no news of him at all. Yan Xintong was of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's direct lineage. Thus, he set off together with Di Qinglian of the Prime Clear direct lineage, attempting to follow the extremely limited remains left behind by his predecessors. Not only did they intend to confirm the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's death, they also sought out the whereabouts of the immortal trapping sword. This trip lasted for many years, but unfortunately he did not gain anything. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Li Ying, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Jinbei, and the others all tried to find them. However, all they received was grievous news. Before the 2 of them left, the life swords they left behind broke at the same time, announcing their deaths. After the Great Calamity, the 2 most outstanding sword arts geniuses of Taoism had perished at the same time, leaving behind endless regrets for the people of the world, as well as endless pain for Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and the others. Their final inheritance was Yan Di, who was placed within the grand simplicity splendor cloud. No one knew where he was drifting within the void, but he was destined to be reborn within the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge had heard about this a long time ago. During his travels, he would often search for Yan Xintong and Yan Di's burial grounds. Unfortunately, there weren't any clues on hand and nothing was found. Sometimes we have to wait for fortune. Yan Zhaoge circled around the immortal slaughtering sword a few times. Previously we couldn't find it. Now we might be able to borrow the immortal slaughtering sword's help. He said softly, grandfather and grandmother's perishing was too bizarre and sudden. I feel that there should be some sort of trigger. I guess that they might have found the immortal trapping sword. Even if they didn't, I believe that they're not far from it. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. If we can find the immortal trapping sword, we might be able to find the traces left behind by our ancestors. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, although I've asked senior apprentice Uncle Yu and received a negative answer, I'd like to ask again. Do grandfather and grandmother really have no hope of survival? Although I hope for a miracle to happen. Long Xingquan shook his head. That life sword is even more accurate than secret arts like the soul lamp. Moreover, it's a combination of male and female. In the end, both swords broke apart. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. Let's give it a try if there's anything left behind by our ancestors. Gao Qingxian took out a sword artifact. It was a sacred artifact, one of the swords personally refined by Di Qinglian before she opened the immortal door. Yan Zhaoge held onto the long sword and tossed it up, causing it to hover above the 4 illusory doors. When the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, the sacred artifact sword above it trembled as well. Layers of formation patterns emanated from the talisman on the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. They were engraved within the void and transformed into a formation. The formation patterns flickered with radiances, which clustered together and enveloped the sacred artifact longsword. As time passed, the longsword remained motionless. It seems like this sword won't do. Yan Zhaoge didn't show any signs of disappointment. He calmly shook his head. Try mine. After Gao Qingxian retrieved the long sword, Yan Zhaoge retrieved a sword artifact as well. It flickered with a faint golden radiance and was abnormally sharp. As a sacred artifact, it far surpassed Gao Qingxuan's sword. It was the Venus sword. In the past, Yan Xintong had forged a high-grade sacred artifact in accordance with the 9 luminaries' name. It was on par with the Extreme Yang Seal, the Extreme Yin Crown, the Grand Longevity Banner, and other treasures. It could be considered as a king among sacred artifacts. It wasn't that Yan Xintong was better than Di Qinglian in artifact forging. Instead, this Venus sword was forged by Yan Xintong after he became an immortal. For so many years, this sword had always been the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag lineage's inheritance treasure. After Yu Jinbei left the Jade Capital Crag, the immortal artifact he forged, the origin opening sword, was left behind. However, he would definitely bring this Venus sword along with him. Only when Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di appeared in the world beyond worlds and Yu Jinbei returned from the void's boundless outskirts, did he decide to return this sword to the Yan family. However, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge or Yan Di, they both intended to return this sword to the Jade Capital Crag. Although the father and son were Yan Xintong's direct descendants, Yu Jinbei and the Jade Capital Crag were Yan Xintong's most legitimate successors in terms of martial arts inheritance. They had inherited his legacy. This time, Yan Zhaoge wanted to use the immortal slaughtering sword to search for the other 3 swords, as well as the whereabouts of Yan Xintong and his wife's graves. As such, Yan Zhaoge borrowed this sword from the Jade Capital Crag and brought it to the roving Jade Heavens. For Long Xingquan, who was already a profound immortal, a sacred artifact was no different from an ordinary metal. However, when he looked at the Venus sword, he couldn't help but sigh. Yan Zhaoge held the Venus sword with both hands and tossed it into the formation. Chapter 15-14. When the Venus sword entered the formation, the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly, causing the Venus sword to tremble as well. However, the formation's radiance enveloped the Venus sword, yet no changes occurred. It doesn't seem to work either. Long Xingquan frowned slightly. Do we need eldest apprentice brothers or Daoist these treasures after pushing open the immortal door? Yan Zhaoge walked around the immortal slaughtering sword and carefully analyzed the aura emanating from the formation. I can't tell for sure yet. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge perfected his deductions. There's one more thing. Perhaps we can try it out. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's expressions changed slightly, and they exclaimed in unison, Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud? Yan Zhaoge nodded, yes, Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. He looked towards Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. My father is currently resting in the sky beyond skies. You can invite him over to the roving Jade Heavens. That would be great. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan nodded. Yan Zhaoge immediately contacted Yan Di, and the 3 waited patiently. Other than the immortal trapping sword, there's another sword that we can try, said Yan Zhaoge as he waited. Oh. Gao Qingxian pondered, the immortal exterminating sword? Is the Broad Creed Mountain really related to the Lord of Broad Accomplishment? During the ancient era's investitures of the Gods' War, the immortal exterminating 4 swords used to lay down the immortal exterminating formation fell into the hands of 4 Jade Clear bigwigs. Among them, Master Red Essence obtained the immortal slaughtering sword, while the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity obtained the immortal trapping sword. The Lord of Broad Accomplishment, who was known as the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, obtained the immortal exterminating sword. Just like the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment had vanished for many years. Before the Great Calamity, there was very little information about him. After the Great Calamity, there were no traces of him at all. The reason why Gao Qingxian thought of this was because Yan Zhaoge's Broad Creed Mountain lineage relied on some incomplete Grand Clear Inheritance and Jade Clear Cyclic Heavenly Seal in the 8 Extremities worlds after the Great Calamity. Broad Creed Mountain's original supreme martial art, the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, was a variant of the incomplete Cyclic Heavenly Seal, also having been derived from the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's lineage's comprehensions of the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture. Yan Zhaoge answered, I am indeed eyeing the immortal exterminating sword. Still, our clan cannot be considered to be of the direct lineage of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment. It is just that our founder obtained this fortune that year. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge took out a shattered stone, holding it in his palm. Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan looked at the irregularly shaped broken stone that had a few edges. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but with their cultivation and experience, they could tell that it was extraordinary. The fragment of Heavenly Lord Guangqing's treasure, the Cyclic Heavenly Seal? Long Xingquan came to a realization. Yan Zhaoge nodded, explaining, right? Back then, our Broad Creed Mountain's founder obtained this fragment and analyzed some of the incomplete concept of the Cyclic Heavenly Seal from it, transforming it into a palm art that became one of the cornerstones of our founding. Back then, when the exalted solar luminary was residing in the 8 Extremities world, he took this treasure with him when he left. It was only recently that it was returned to its rightful owner. It was precisely because he had more than one clue that Yan Zhaoge dared to place his hopes on collecting the immortal exterminating 4 swords, using the immortal exterminating formation to increase his side's strength and influence. If it weren't for his confidence, everything would just be a castle in the air. Gao Qingxian said, with this item, there's indeed some hope of locating the Heavenly Lord Guangqing. The Cyclic Heavenly Seal fragment was directly related to the Heavenly Lord Guangqing, while the immortal exterminating sword was related to the Heavenly Lord Guangqing. There was hope of locating him through the immortal slaughtering sword. As for whether Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were together with the immortal trapping sword, it was still unknown. If they weren't, it would be difficult to locate them through the immortal slaughtering sword. Once this technique is successfully used once, it will take 49 years before it can be used again. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly and said, close to 50 years. Hence, we won't be experimenting with the immortal exterminating sword for now. Otherwise we'll have to wait for another 50 years if we succeed. He turned his head and looked at the immortal slaughtering sword. We've tried our best with the immortal trapping sword. If we still couldn't find anything, let's consider other matters. Long Xingquan said slowly, that's right. It's been more than 2,000 years and we still couldn't locate eldest apprentice brother and Taoist D. Now that there's finally some hope, we should try more. You're right, senior apprentice granduncle. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Yan Di quickly rushed over. His injuries had yet to fully recover, and he should be recuperating. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb him previously. However, after hearing the news, Yan Di immediately rushed over. Emotionally speaking, Yan Di, who had never interacted with his biological parents, wasn't very close to Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. However, he was still filled with gratitude and admiration towards them. After knowing that there was hope of locating Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's graves, Yan Di temporarily put aside his recuperation and immediately rushed over to the roving Jade Heavens. After greeting each other, they didn't bother with formalities. Yan Di followed Yan Zhaoge's instructions, and a blurry cloud with a boundary arose above his head. Then, this cloud slowly descended towards the formation where the immortal slaughtering sword was located. After entering the formation, the immortal slaughtering sword trembled slightly. The cloud that resembled a lotus flower and a clump of cloud didn't seem to have any changes. However, when the formation's radiance landed on the cloud, the grand simplicity splendor cloud started surging, as if a lotus flower was continuously blooming. At the same time, the talisman pasted on the immortal slaughtering sword started burning. Upon witnessing this scene, Yan Zhaoge and the other spirits rose, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. Command? Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath and walked forward. He allowed the talisman to burn as he drew something in midair with his finger. After a short while, the formation patterns started shrinking inward, and countless radiances surged into the flames created by the talisman's burning. Yan Zhaoge took out a blank talisman and tossed it into the flames. However, the blank talisman wasn't ignited. When the flames gradually extinguished, the talisman flew out from the flames once again. Yan Zhaoge kept it and the talisman landed on his palm. He looked at it and saw many profound patterns appearing on the blank talisman. The grand simplicity splendor cloud regained its tranquility. The immortal slaughtering sword stopped trembling as well, and it quietly hovered in midair. Yan Di and Gao Qingxian stepped forward and kept the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the immortal slaughtering sword respectively. Then they looked towards Yan Zhaoge together with Long Xingquan. At the very least, it's a preliminary clue. We can try searching for it along this path. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Yan Di and the others instantly felt a sense of relief. Now that we have an idea, there's no need to be in a hurry. Yan Zhaoge said, let's recuperate first. After we're done with our preparations, we'll depart. We've already waited for so many years. Indeed, there's no need to rush. Gao Qingxian slowly said, powerful enemies are still lurking around the outside world. If we act rashly, we'll only end up in tragedy. We have to create some chaos for our enemies so that they won't have the time to care about us. I have some ideas that we can try, said Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 15:15. After the battle between the two heretic sects temporarily came to an end, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had more time to pay attention to the movements of the Orthodox Taoism and the Nine Underworlds. By then, even if Yan Zhaoge and the others remained hidden within the awakened sky cosmos, it would be hard for them to guarantee their safety. Not to mention moving about outside the cosmos. If they were to reveal even the slightest trace of their presence, they might be hunted down. Even gathering information from the outside world, understanding the movements of various parties, and gathering intelligence would become more difficult. Not just Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and the others had also been thinking about how they should proceed from here on out. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian and the others became interested. What are your plans, Zhaoge? Asked Long Xingquan. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, luring the tiger away from the mountain, Yan Zhaoge simply stated his plans. Hearing his words, the trio fell into deep thought. In the following period of time, we will recuperate and heal our injuries. You should first make preparations for this plan. When the time is ripe, we will then make a decision, Yan Di said. Yin Zhaoge nodded, leave it to me. In the previous battle, most of their injuries were caused by the backlash of the immortal execution formation being broken. That was why these injuries were deeply entangled and difficult to remove at the root. It was easy to damage one's vitality and was difficult to recover from. Yin Zhaoge had recovered from his injuries due to a fortuitous encounter. He had even broken through the pure profound tribulation and ascended to the profound immortal realm. However, he immediately headed to the immortal court and didn't have the time to nurture his body. After wreaking havoc in the immortal court, his essence, energy, and spirit had been severely consumed, and his recovery was slow. It was because of this that he was unable to return to his peak state. Even Gao Qingxian, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the others who were of the prime clear lineage weren't any better off. On the other hand, Xue Fei and the others had only overexerted themselves. They only needed to rest for a period of time. During this period of time, other than regulating his breathing and recuperating, Yin Zhaoge had been pondering on how to forge traces of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. It wouldn't do if it was too light or too heavy. If the heretics were truly unable to ascertain whether or not the Tai Nirvana Lord was still alive, and the traces he had revealed this time were too realistic, then there was a possibility that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would personally make a move. If there really were people's primordial stone fragments scattered outside, then both sides would definitely value them greatly. The immeasurable Heavenly Venerate cared about the humanly essence stone fragments more than the heavenly essence stone fragments. To Yin Zhaoge, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. It was also not good to be too perfunctory. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha did not personally make a move, perhaps the heretics would not be able to discern the authenticity of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's traces. However, there might be people from the Western Pure Lands and the demon race who were familiar with this extremely ancient Heavenly Venerate. This was especially true if the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits was still alive. After all, he used to be the mount of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. After everything was prepared, Yin Zhaoge met up with Gao Qingxian and the others again. Their injuries had mostly recovered by now. How are your preparations for the matter regarding the eastern extremity viridescent splendor? Long Xingquan asked. Yin Zhaoge answered, most of the preparations have been completed. However, it's not suitable for us to operate on our own. Otherwise we might give ourselves away. We'll need to invite our Taoism Heavenly Lords who have already ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm. As he spoke, he looked towards Gao Qingxian. If the incongruence Divine Mother is free, I would like to ask for her help. Gao Qingxian nodded, leave it to me. I'll contact the Divine Mother. Currently, among the Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortals who were confirmed to be alive, the North Star Emperor wasn't on good terms with the awakened Sky Cosmos. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Sua Mingzhang, Yin Zhaoge, and the Sky Beyond Skies were the most compatible. However, due to what happened in the past, he was the Taoism Heavenly Immortal that the Immortal Court and other forces paid the most attention to. Now that the flames of war between the two heretics had gradually subsided, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was much more free than before. If Sua Mingzhang made any movements, he would immediately attract the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's attention. Yin Zhaoge wanted to cause some trouble for the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he had to control his actions well. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yin Zhaoge was still wary of him. This Taoism Heavenly Lord's attitude towards him made Yin Zhaoge feel weird. As such, Yin Zhaoge requested the Incongruence Divine Mother to help him set up a diversion. While searching for Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian's graves, he was also searching for the Prime Clear Immortal Trapping Sword. It was only normal for the Incongruence Divine Mother to help him out. She was too obvious and would easily attract the attention of Tao Realm bigwigs. It wouldn't be convenient for her to search for the sword herself. She might as well hand it over to Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian and the others. The Orthodox Taoism's current predicament was that they didn't have any Tao Realm bigwigs that could stabilize the situation. As such, they would be weaker when facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the Maitreya Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Eastern Sovereign. However, everyone was moving towards the next level. Now that they had the golden body of the great sage, Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Feng Yunxing, and the others weren't afraid of the heretics' Grand Heavenly Realm experts. This subtle difference was precisely the reason why Yin Zhaoge and the others had the chance to make a fuss. I await the Incongruence Divine Mother's good news, said Yin Zhaoge. As expected, the Incongruence Divine Mother didn't reject him. Very quickly, the two heretics' higher-ups received the news, causing a commotion. It started from the incongruous Divine Mother, who had just participated in the war and managed to escape with much difficulty. Within a short period of time, she returned from her slumbering state within the boundless void. Other forces were paying close attention to these Taoism heavenly immortals. Very quickly, someone went to look for trouble. The incongruous Divine Mother was alerted and successfully escaped. However, because of this, she was discovered to be looking for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. To the new generation, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord was merely a title. However, to those who existed before the Great Calamity, none of them dared to underestimate him. As such, it quickly attracted the attention of others. Within the immortal court cosmos, outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, a green lotus suddenly approached. A red treasured banner could be vaguely seen on the green lotus. On top of the banner, golden lights flickered. When the green lotus reached outside of the 3,000 immortal territories, it stopped. However, within the immortal court's heavenly palace, a treasured light immediately flew out and swept the green lotus away. After the green lotus entered the immortal court's heavenly palace, it flew out from the treasured light. A Buddha sat on the lotus platform. His body was blue, and his right hand held the treasured banner on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana Mudra. Between the grand heavenly immortal realms, the miraculous disappeared. A middle-aged Taoist appeared from the treasured light. He was one of the immortal court's heavenly lords. "Red Inferno Dhamma Lord, what brings you here?" asked the Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord on the green lotus answered, "I'm here for the matter regarding the incongruous Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. I would like to meet the immeasurable Tao Ancestor and ask for his help." The immeasurable Heavenly Lord isn't in the Heavenly Palace right now. However, he left behind some instructions, said the Taoist. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord asked, "Oh? You don't know if we're going to reconcile?" Chapter 15-16. Facing the Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha, the Taoist did not hide anything. Back then, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits humanly essenced stone fragment did not fall into the hands of the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Instead, it was kept by the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, and he did not return it to His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. In that case, does Percussion Heavenly Lord have any news about the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits? The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord asked. The Percussion Heavenly Lord who looked like a Taoist answered, "There hasn't been any news about him. However, it's not impossible that he has entered the Astro Mountain's starry sea of the demon race." The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord's face was emotionless. If the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was still alive and had entered the Astro Mountain's starry seas, that humanly essenced stone shard would naturally belong to the demon race. The Percussion Heavenly Lord answered, "That might not be the case. The situation was very chaotic during the Great Calamity. In that case, we still can't ignore the recent news." The Red Inferno Yamantaka Buddha lowered his head and said, "If we find the trail of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana, we might be able to find the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and the fragment of the humanly stone." I have the same thoughts. Fellow Taoists from the Immortal Court have already gone to search. Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression turned slightly solemn. There's no need to explain the significance of the humanly essenced stone fragment. The White Lotus evil devils will definitely covet it. Forget about them. The main problem is the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. As a grand heavenly immortal court expert, his knowledge was not shallow. Although he did not doubt his own path, he acknowledged the difference in strength between them and the Orthodox Buddhism or the demon race's great sages. However, they had other ideas, and that was another matter altogether. Observe the movements of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. Let's see if we can lure the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits out with this news. We can also determine if the humanly essenced stone fragment has fallen into their hands. Percussion Heavenly Lord muttered. The Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord smiled faintly. He knew that the Percussion Heavenly Lord hoped that the Western Pure Lands would be in charge of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. This was how it had always been done. The Red Inferno Kitagarbha Buddha King wasn't against it. Since he came to the Immortal Court this time, his purpose was to gather information and he was prepared to participate in it. If there was a need, the ancient Dipankara Buddha in the Western Pure Lands would naturally send other Buddhas to help. However, the Red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord was not in a hurry to reply. Instead he asked, "I wonder what that fellow Taoist Wang's plans are." Percussion Heavenly Lord fell silent for a moment before answering. Taoist Wang did not intend to make a move. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. With so many of you going, I won't join in. I'm more interested in another matter. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first. However, the voice was lazy, as if he was still asleep. A lazy and sleepy feeling instantly arose in the hall, and it caused everyone to have the urge to lie down and sleep soundly. Even the red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's pure spiritual platform was covered in a thin layer of mist, and he felt tired. He was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed land of Saha, a veteran expert who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism during the middle journey to the West era and witnessed the transcendence of Gautama Buddha. After that, because the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he left the mystical mountain and headed to the western Pure Lands. To him, Buddhas or heavenly venerables from the heretical path could hardly make him feel fearful. As a Buddha who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism, this was not arrogance but an objective fact. But there were always exceptions. The Immortal Court had 3,000 immortal domains and tens of thousands of worlds. With such a huge population, there would naturally be many world-shocking geniuses, even monstrous geniuses of an era. For example, Yin Shiyang in the past. In reality, as a reward for supporting the Immortal Court, although the Western Pure Lands had not entered the world for many years, they had carefully selected the outstanding talents of the Immortal Court and nurtured them into Orthodox Buddhism. However, most of the good seedlings still entered the Immortal Court. After all, this was their foundation. Objectively speaking, these geniuses had walked on the wrong path due to their ignorance and lack of knowledge. Although they could improve to a very high realm, to a certain extent, it was a waste of their outstanding talents. If these people chose to enter Buddhism or Orthodox Taoism, they would have a huge fortune in their growth. There would always be a higher mountain, and there would always be someone more talented among the geniuses. With a few exceptions, after they matured, even if they faced the Orthodox Buddhism Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha of the same realm, their prowess would not diminish. Currently, the green-robed man who appeared in the hall was one such example. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan, was also known as the Dream Heavenly Lord. However, within the Immortal Court, some busybodies prefer to address him as the Sleeping Heavenly Lord, or even the Lazy Heavenly Lord. Although he seemed unreliable, he was the only new Grand Heavenly Immortal in the Immortal Court in the past 20 years. Unfortunately, after Wang Guan broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, the great King of Inspiration perished because of Yen Zhaoge. As a result, there were only 8 Grand Heavenly Immortals in the Immortal Court. It was worth mentioning that he and Yin Shiyang were known as the Immortal Court's peerless duo. In terms of years of cultivation, he was considered young as a Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although his cultivation speed was exceptionally fast due to the heretic treasured light imbued with faith power, it was evident how high his talent was. If it wasn't for Sua Mingzhang's suppression, Wang Guan would still shock the world despite being from the Immortal Court. Even so, his strength was ranked among the top among the Immortal Court Heavenly Lords after his ascension. He didn't lose his confidence even when facing the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. Even with the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha's mental state, his mind was in a mess for a moment. Wang Guan yawned as he walked forward and greeted the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. The Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "What do you mean by the other matter?" While the humanly essence stone fragments are important, and the White Lotus demons are our mortal enemies, we can't ignore the heretics. Wang Guan squinted his eyes and said, "They've been taking advantage of the fact that we're busy fighting against the White Lotus demons to strengthen themselves. Especially in the past few decades. Look at how much they've grown. They're already a huge threat." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha and the Percussion Heavenly Lord didn't speak. Instead they looked at Wang Guan. The Great Dream Heavenly Lord said slowly, "I heard that they recently obtained the Immortal Extermination Formation and the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Even though it's an incomplete formation, it's already extremely impressive." "That's right." The Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha smiled. Although Wang Guan didn't explain in detail, the one who suffered under the incomplete Immortal Extermination Formation was none other than the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands like the Red Inferno Dharmapala Buddha. "You're planning to occupy the other 3 swords used to lay down the formation?" The Percussion Heavenly Lord asked, "But the whereabouts of the 3 swords are still unknown. Do you have any clues?" Wang Guan scratched his head and yawned, "Nope. However, the White Lotus demons seem to have some clues. I'll just keep an eye on them. If the heretics want to continue growing stronger, finding the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor and the 3 Immortal Extermination Swords is another way. Who knows, we might be able to meet them. Chapter 15-17. After hearing Wang Guan's words, the Percussion Heavenly Lord frowned. Therefore you guys go and deal with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. I'll find something to do myself. Wang Guan yawned and said lazily. The Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression turned solemn. Your considerations are reasonable. If that's the case, I'll go with you. At their level, even if they had never experienced it personally, they would never underestimate the Immortal Extermination Formation. The title of the number 1 killing formation in history was sufficient to explain everything. Throughout the ages, if all the Grand Heavenly Realm experts in history were to be ranked, then the Great Sage Equaling Heavens, Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor, and Mahamayuri would basically occupy the top 3 positions. Perhaps there might be some disputes between them, but the chances of other Grand Heavenly Realm experts reaching the top 3 positions were slim. This included the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, the Primordial Heart Devil, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, Zhen Yuanzi, the Great Emperor of Purple Tenuity, and many other renowned experts. However, there was one exception. It was the former head disciple of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. With the Immortal Extermination 4 swords, proficient in the Immortal Extermination Formation diagram, and capable of setting up the Immortal Extermination Formation on behalf of his master, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. If he were to set up the Immortal Extermination Formation, even the Jade Emperor and Mahamayuri would be doomed if they were to enter the formation. Even the Great Sage Equaling Heavens could only protect himself. The reason for the dispute was that the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's strength would be significantly weaker than the Great Sage Equaling Heavens and the others if he were to leave the Immortal Extermination Formation. During the ancient era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure wasn't even the strongest in the Prime Clear lineage. The strongest successor under the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure was the Golden Spirit Mother. However, it was worth mentioning that after the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended during the ancient era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure inherited his chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, which greatly improved his strength. After entering the Middle Era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who had successfully cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, had steadily surpassed the Golden Spirit Divine Mother in strength. Not only did he become the number 1 of the Prime Clear lineage, but even if the Immortal Exterminating 4 swords were incomplete, he could still set up an incomplete Immortal Exterminating Formation all by himself. Such individual strength was enough to shake the Great Sage Equaling Heaven, the Jade Emperor, and Mahamayuri's Zenith Heaven Realm Grand Luo's position as the top 3. Unfortunately, this was all theoretical speculation. Very few people had actually seen the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure in this state. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure had just finished off the Jade Clear's Master Red Essence and retrieved the Immortal Slaughtering Sword when he perished at the hands of the Tao Realm Devil Lord, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. He was unable to leave behind any traces of himself in the Middle Era. Therefore, after entering the Middle Era, people could only guess how strong the Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure was. But without a doubt, the power of the Immortal Execution Formation was undeniable. The heretics have already obtained the Immortal Slaughtering Sword and even the complete Immortal Extermination Formation diagram. If they were to find the other 3 swords, the outcome would truly be worrying. Percussion Heavenly Lord's expression was solemn. Wang Guan couldn't open his eyes. He waved his hand lazily. It's just my speculation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if they would be able to find the swords. If they were that easy to find, they would have been found long ago. Why would they wait until today? He yawned. It's only because the Immortal Slaughtering Sword and the Immortal Extermination Formation diagram resurfaced that I thought of this matter. I'm just going to give it a try because I feel that someone from the White Lotus Demons would be affected by this as well. Percussion Heavenly Lord remained silent with his brows furrowed. The other Red Inferno Dhamma Lord said quietly, there are already 4 Taoism's Grand Heavenly Immortals. Although not all of them are of the Prime Clear lineage, it doesn't necessarily require the Immortal Extermination 4 swords to lay down the formation. There are conflicts between them as well. Moreover, it's only with the 4 ancient swords that they would be able to push the formation's power to its limits. Wang Guan chuckled. After obtaining the swords, we would be able to come up with countermeasures. The Red Inferno Dhamma Lord and the Percussion Heavenly Lord nodded. The Percussion Heavenly Lord finally said, with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord around, we would still have the upper hand against the heretics. We just have to be wary of the White Lotus demons and the demon race. I'll have to trouble the Red Inferno Dama Lord to help keep an eye on the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. This poor Taoist will search for the prime clear swords together with Taoist Wang. As for the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, I'll leave it to other Taoists. Wang Guan didn't express his opinion. Up to you. I'm fine with it. That's settled then. The Red Inferno Dama Lord smiled and left. After the Buddha left on the Green Lotus, the Percussion Heavenly Lord gazed at the direction where his figure disappeared and fell into deep thought. The Western Pure Lands might even be surprised by the heretic's golden body of the great sage. Wang Guan's lazy voice resounded from the side. Perhaps only a few Dao realm bigwigs are aware of it, but no one said anything. The Percussion Heavenly Lord snorted. It's fine if it's others, but how could the victorious fighting Buddha be unrelated to this matter? Although the Western Pure Lands is currently on our side, who knows what they're planning in the dark? This humble Taoist has received news that they seem to be in contact with the heretics. After a slight pause, the Percussion Heavenly Lord said in a deep voice. Wang Guan smiled. After all, there were some Buddhists who were originally heretics. They turned to Buddhism and attained Buddhist enlightenment. It's not impossible for them to have a connection with the heretics. You're right. They made use of the opportunity when we were fighting against the White Lotus demons. The strength of the heretics had grown too much during the past few years. The Percussion Heavenly Lord said coldly, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position, and the White Lotus demons would have attacked us. Wang Guan smiled lazily and didn't reply. You said that there's someone on the White Lotus demon side who has clues about the Prime Clear Ancient Sword. Could it be? The Percussion Heavenly Lord changed the topic. Yeah, the successor of the Sword Buddha, the Sword Son of the Six Paths, the new generation Sword Buddha. Wang Guan yawned. I've been going against him for so many years. Logically speaking, Yin Shiyang should be the one going against him. I don't even train in the sword. The Percussion Heavenly Lord frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, let's not talk anymore. Let's depart. Wang Guan nodded nonchalantly. Then he turned around and flew out of the Immortal Court's heavenly palace. The Percussion Heavenly Lord followed closely behind. The news of the incongruence Divine Mother searching for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord caused a huge commotion. It didn't only affect the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands. The Blessed Lands of the White Lotus was also experiencing a huge commotion. Within the Blessed Lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, a white lotus bloomed atop a treasure mountain. A man sat within the lotus. He wore a monk's robe, but his long hair was unbound and draped behind his back. He closed his eyes and sat in a lotus position. A sheathed long sword was placed horizontally on his knees. At this moment, another white lotus descended from the sky and landed in the Pure Land of Buddhism. The long-haired man opened his eyes and looked at the other party. He saw a Buddha sitting atop the white lotus. What did the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits say? Chapter 15:18. Few people knew that the mount of the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana in the past, the Grand Demon Saint of Nine Spirits, was still alive in this world. In the past, he was the famous great sage of the demon clan who could move unhindered throughout the universe. However, he liked to be quiet and didn't want to show off. After he was subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, there was even less news about him. After the great calamity, he had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, making it even harder for the outside world to determine if he was dead or alive. It was just that this matter involved the Tai Nirvana Lord and the humanly essenced stone fragment, so the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had no choice but to speak out. The fact that such a great demon was still alive and in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea naturally made many people anxious. After all, this old man was one of the top figures among the great sages of the demon race. Apart from his speed, he might even be stronger than the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles in other aspects. Compared to the other powers, the relationship between the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus and the demon race was undoubtedly closer. The Buddha-level bigwigs of the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus vaguely knew that the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. As such, regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus immediately sent someone to ask the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Looking at the long-haired young man dressed in monk robes, the Buddha who had come from afar on the White Lotus had no expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, according to what the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had said, He was not in the eastern extremity wondrous strict palace before the great calamity. When he returned, the eastern extremity viridescent splendor world of perpetual joy had already been destroyed and the whereabouts of the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor were unknown. He was unable to ascertain whether the news of the incongruence divine mother looking for the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor was credible. The azure flower realm of eternal joy, the eastern extreme wonderful strict palace, was the place where the legendary azure flower great emperor of the eastern extreme, also known as the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord of enlightenment resided. It's a pity that the humanly essence stone fragment that was originally in his hands is also missing. The long-haired man sighed. Before the great calamity, when the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor temporarily collected the humanly essence stone fragment from the grand saint of nine spirits, did he sense something or was it because of him? The Buddha on the white lotus said calmly, no matter what, this fragment of the humanly essence stone is very important to our pure land. At the same time, it will attract the greed of the immortal court. We can't ignore it. You guys can handle it. The immortal court's evil devils have suffered great losses. They won't be able to cause much trouble in a short period of time. The long-haired man said, we need to be even more wary of the two heretics. Although Mahamayuri may not strike again, we still have to be on guard. The Buddha on the white lotus asked, my friend Chu, what do you intend to do next? The new sword Buddha of the blessed lands of the white lotus had always been cultivating with his hair on. Since he had never formally received the precepts, he did not receive the Buddhist title. Chu Su, who was known as the sword son of the six paths, said, according to his age, my master had already transformed into the human realm a few years ago. There's a possibility of contacting him. Previously, when we were attacking the immortal court's evil devils, there were endless battles. Now that the war has temporarily stopped, I want to try and find my master. Hopefully I can get some news about him. Hearing his words, the Buddha opposite him chanted, it would be best if the sword Buddha could return to my pure land. Chu Su said calmly, my master is searching for the prime clear four swords of the external path. There is very little news about him. It's possible that he's met with misfortune. However, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't rest easy until the truth comes to light. One of the four swords used to lay down the immortal extermination formation has already reappeared. After a moment of silence, the Buddha on the white lotus said, other than that, there's also the immortal extermination formation. The heretics have been in decline for many years. Now they're showing signs of reviving. Although they've continuously messed up the immortal court's evil devils, it's not a good thing for us to keep them under control. The Buddha looked at Chu Su. Of the immortal extermination four swords, it would be best if we could obtain one of them first. Your master, the sword Buddha, must have considered this as well? That would depend on fate. After saying that, Chu Su stood up from his white lotus and held his sword in his hand. I'll have to trouble you with the other matters. Then he said to Fang Yen, Taoist Chu, you must be careful as well. Don't lose your composure. Only by staying in contact will you be safe. Because it involved the other party's senior, his words were rather vague. In actuality, he was warning Chu Su to be careful and not lose contact like his master, the previous sword Buddha, with his fate unknown. Chu Su smiled, if you really find the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord or the humanly essence stone fragment, a battle against the immortal court's evil devils would be inevitable. By then, the flames of war that had just calmed down might be ignited once again. I'll naturally return to participate in the war and contribute my meager strength. This was purely a humble statement. His contribution was not as simple as a meager strength. As one of the few heretic bigwigs that could contend against orthodox Taoism and Buddhism, the sword son of the six paths, Chu Su, was extremely important to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for other heretic experts to contend against him. He ascended to the grand heavenly realm earlier than the great dream heavenly lord, Wangguan. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was able to suppress the immortal court. After that, Chu Su was injured, allowing the immortal court to catch their breaths. Unfortunately, before they could even catch their breaths, Sua Mingzhang had suddenly ascended to the grand heavenly realm, giving them a heavy blow. As a result, the blessed lands of the White Lotus took advantage of the situation and restarted the war, causing the immortal court to lose their lands. In recent years, the great dream heavenly lord, Wangguan, ascended to the grand heavenly realm and once again defended against Chu Su, who had recovered from his injuries. In the end, Yan Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, giving them another heavy blow. It was all thanks to Mahamayuri's unexpected appearance that the Immortal Court was able to stabilize their situation. Currently, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had the same number of top-notch experts, and they were restraining each other. However, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had the advantage in terms of numbers. Hence, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus still had the upper hand. However, without Chu Su, who was one of the strongest experts in the entire Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus wouldn't have much of an advantage anymore. The Buddha on the White Lotus clasped his palms together and chanted, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, may you succeed and welcome the Sword Buddha back." Then he sat on the White Lotus and took his leave, leaving Chu Su's Blessed Lands of Buddhism. After Chu Su watched him leave, he held onto his long sword and stood on the White Lotus's lotus platform. The White Lotus carried him out, leaving the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus and entering the void's boundless outskirts. At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, Yan Zhaoge and the others were already prepared. Perhaps a smokescreen might be effective. However, it can only fool a portion of people, said Long Xingquan slowly. It's already a huge help if it can be of some use, answered Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Long Xingquan nodded, be careful. Gao Qingxian said, don't worry. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Yan Di nodded as well. Then the group bid farewell and departed from the awakened sky cosmos. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 15-19. Since this matter involved Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian, Yan Di had accompanied Yan Zhaoge this time, heading into the boundless space of extra-dimensional space to search for them. Currently, him and Yan Zhaoge leaving Broad Creed Mountain at the same time was already of no importance. Right now, Xue Fei, who was staying on the mountain, could naturally take care of the mountain gate. Not only was he strong, he could also handle the daily affairs. Yuan Jingfeng, Fang Zhuan and the other longtime elders could all cultivate in peace, leaving all matters to Xue Fei to handle. No one in the sky beyond skies would dare to provoke the Broad Creed Mountain. The sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos were still considered safe. However, if it wasn't a special situation like the time when they fought against the demons of the 9 underworlds, the heaven beyond heaven still had to be guarded by peak experts as much as possible in order to prevent unexpected situations from occurring. This was especially so for Fu Ting, He Shixing and Meng Wan. Therefore, as long as the situation allowed for the sake of safety, there would naturally be experts to hold down the fort. The fusion of the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to form the true body of the Great Sage was extremely taxing on one's body. After executing it once, it would take a very long time before the fusion could be completed. For now, there was no need to force the 3 golden bodies of the Great Sage to move together. Although Su Fei's manifested golden body of the Great Sage was stronger, in order to facilitate the search for Yan Xintong and his wife, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had both left the mountain. Naturally, Su Fei was the most suitable person to stay behind. On the other hand, in order to conceal the incongruence Divine Mother and the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's presence, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had specially gone there. With the appearance of a golden body of the Great Sage, the credibility of the matter would be greatly boosted, attracting the attention of more experts from other powers. The North Ocean clone's golden body of the Great Sage was powerful enough to overwhelm a heretic Grand Luo, and even stand against an orthodox Buddhism Buddha or a demon race Great Sage. From a certain perspective, Yan Zhaoge and the others had undoubtedly benefited greatly by using the golden body of the Great Sage to attract the top-notch experts of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. Of course, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he lost himself. Su Fei stayed behind and the Northern Ocean clone held them back. Pan Pan naturally traveled alongside Yan Zhaoge. Apart from that, there was also Feng Yunxing who had regained her peak condition. Gao Qingxian naturally brought along the immortal slaughtering sword as well. This time, the awakened sky cosmos was able to mobilize their elites as they wished. After the Northern Ocean clone had caused a disturbance, further solidifying the rumors and drawing the attention of their opponents, Yan Zhaoge's group had then silently embarked on their journey. Following the guidance given by the immortal slaying sword, everyone shuttled through the cosmic sea of stars and quietly went far away. This trip took quite a long time. Even with the current cultivation bases of Yan Zhaoge and the others, they too felt that the road ahead was long and hard to predict. Until one day Yan Zhaoge's speed suddenly slowed. Seeing this, the others gradually halted as well, not rushing him as they just looked at Yan Zhaoge patiently. Logically speaking, it should be nearby. Yan Zhaoge looked at the talisman in his hand, deep in thought. After a while, he turned around and said to Gao Qingxian, "Senior Gao, please lend me the immortal slaughtering sword." Gao Qingxian nodded without saying a word. She clasped her palms together, then opened them again. A quaint sword emitting black qi appeared. It was one of the immortal extermination four swords, the immortal slaughtering sword. Command? Yan Zhaoge stepped forward and pasted the talisman in his hand onto the immortal slaughtering sword's hilt. Then Gao Qingxian held onto the sword and pointed it forward. Streaks of black qi densely packed together, resembling a spider web. They started spreading out by the void and quickly filled up the entire universe. Huh. Yan Zhaoge scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked towards one side. Everyone else noticed the abnormality as well and they all looked over. At the place where the silk-like pitch-black sword qi densely covered, a faint red radiance flickered. Under the stimulation of the immortal slaughtering sword qi, the dark red sword light emitted a hostile yet intimate, familiar yet foreign aura. When Yan Zhaoge and the others saw this scene, they were all delighted. Immortal trapping sword. Gao Qingxian muttered to herself, "It's actually here. We followed the Qinglian couple's clues and the immortal slaughtering sword to this place." In other words, they succeeded in locating the immortal trapping sword. Yan Zhaoge inhaled lightly. That's right. I'm afraid, they really succeeded. The immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal trapping sword were both supreme treasures passed down by the prime clear heavenly lord of numinous treasure grandmaster in the past. Although they were closely related to each other, due to the ferocious and evil sword intent contained within both of them, it was normal for them to have such a hostile yet intimate reaction. This immortal trapping sword seems to be ownerless. After observing for a while, Feng Yunxing said hesitantly. As such, the immortal slaughtering sword could easily trigger it, resulting in a reaction. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian frowned and remained silent. Let's go take a look. Yan Di looked towards the dark red sword light and said after a while. Everyone remained silent. Gao Qingxian kept the immortal slaughtering sword, and everyone approached the dark red radiance. The closer they got, the more extraordinary they felt. After reaching a certain distance, the dark red radiance seemed to be fleeing into the distance. Its retreating speed seemed to be the same as Yan Zhaoge and the others' advancing speed. In other words, the distance between the two sides remained constant, preventing Yan Zhaoge and the others from approaching. Wait here for a while. Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxuan's expressions remained unchanged. The same dark red sword light radiated from their bodies, and they continued advancing. As such, the two gradually approached the dark red sword light. The red radiance gave off an extremely bizarre feeling. It was as if its vastness far surpassed the stars, yet at the same time, it was as insignificant as a grain of sand. The changes in space were miraculous and unpredictable. It seemed to be filled with contradictions, making it inconceivable. Without saying a word, Gao Qingxian took out the immortal slaughtering sword again and stabbed it into the dark red sword light. She didn't purposely activate the immortal slaughtering sword's strength. However, due to its influence, the dark red sword light became much more obedient. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, the red radiance had become eternally huge, flourishing like the heavens. Although it wasn't as huge as the sky beyond skies and roving jade heavens, it was still much larger than the eight extremities world, vast ocean world, and other lower realms. This seems like an independent world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and looked around. On the other side, Yan Di and Feng Yunxing weren't affected. They approached Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian and stood in front of the colossal dark red radiance sphere. As everyone stared at it, they saw streaks of patterns surfacing on the boundary barrier of the world formed by the immortal trapping sword light. Chapter 1520. Yan Zhaoge's fingertip emitted a dark red radiance as well. Then he imitated the Tao patterns on the world's boundaries. After a while, he retracted his finger. It seems more like some sort of seal that exists by relying on the immortal trapping sword light. The seal has fused with this world's boundaries. If it were to be destroyed by brute force, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not impossible to forcefully retrieve the sword. However, the situation isn't clear, especially with the exalted gold luminary and Gao Qingxian. Is there any hope? Feng Yunxing asked. Why don't we go in and take a look? Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Di and Gao Qingxian. Both of them had no objections. While the situation before them was a little peculiar, none of them were afraid. Yan Xintong and Gao Qingxian were still in the profound immortal realm, which was limited by their cultivation. Even if they were to face a genuine grand heavenly immortal, they would be able to protect themselves. Those who were skilled were bold, so they naturally had more choices. Moreover, the immortal trapping sword didn't seem to have an owner. If that's the case, let's go in and take a look. Yan Zhaoge nodded. He and Feng Yunxing looked at each other. Without a word, a black fog gradually emanated from Feng Yunxing's body, which enveloped her figure. Then she blended into the pitch-black void and disappeared. On Gao Qingxuan's fingertip, dark red sword lights surged, which pierced towards the dark red world. While they came from different origins, the immortal trapping sword intent stabilized the world in front of them, causing it to temporarily remain unchanged. Yan Zhaoge immediately took the opportunity to step forward, and his figure blended into the dark red radiance. As soon as he entered the red radiance, the space in front of him changed. However, due to Gao Qingxuan's help, Yan Zhaoge's space wasn't messed up. Although it was only for a short period of time, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian, who had a deep understanding of the immortal trapping sword manual, quickly found the method to penetrate the seal. If one didn't have the method, they would either be strong enough to break through the seal with brute force, or they would be teleported to another universe the moment they came in contact with the red radiance. The clump of immortal trapping sword lights maintained the stability of a world. Outwards, it was like an unpredictable original nebula. With the method to break through the seal, Yan Zhaoge could traverse within, transforming the unstable space into a tangible bridge that allowed him to traverse within. With Yan Di by his side, they would not be separated and sent to different spacetimes. After walking for a while, the two of them frowned at the same time. In front of him, in the thin red light, there were actually sword lights intertwining, turning into runes, and the surrounding space seemed to be dark red. This sword light caused Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's eyes to burn with desire. Because the sword intent contained within was infinitely close to Yan Di's creation saber. In fact, it felt even closer than Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation. It's just lacking the nourishment of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, lacking the final flawlessness. Yan Di, who had the most authority to speak, said slowly, normally speaking, with the two of them joining forces, they would not be able to achieve this. After saying this, he stopped talking and walked forward. Yan Zhaoge was similarly silent. In the end, the two bodies were not one. No matter how compatible they were, it was impossible for them to compare to a single body when it came to wielding the sword as they wished. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the two of them to achieve such a feat. Even Gao Qingxuan's clone and main body had the same thoughts. In that case, the scene in front of them could only be created under abnormal circumstances. Yan Di's expression remained calm. He walked forward and slashed with his saber. The saber light and the sword light intersected. However, they did not clash intensely. Instead, they gradually fused into one. Then, the runes formed by the sword light dissipated, and the space that the father and son were in changed once more. The dark red radiance retreated, and the sun reappeared in front of them. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure and focused his gaze. He saw a vast wilderness, and the mountain range on the faraway horizon could be vaguely seen. The spirit chi pulsation is a little sparse, and it's already showing signs of drying up. However, it hasn't deteriorated yet. Yan Zhaoge took in a deep breath. Maybe it's because the immortal trapping sword sealed this place? Other than that, he could vaguely feel that the flow of the spirit chi here was very similar to the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity. This meant that this world should be similar to the Taoist temple. It barely survived the Great Calamity's destruction to the creation world, and was preserved until after the Great Calamity. Moreover, it was much stronger than the Taoist temple. So many years had passed since the Great Calamity. Logically speaking, this place should have already decayed. The immortal trapping sword seal was also the reason why the spirit chi had yet to dissipate until now. Because it was sealed, the flow of spirit chi was very slow. However, at the same time, it also lost contact with the outside world. It was hard to determine the pros and cons of this. Instead, is there anyone living here? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and looked around. Yan Di did not speak. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed for a sword intent that was similar to the creation saber. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with a serious expression, "No." Yan Zhaoge silently sighed. Then he said, "Let's look for it." If we find the immortal trapping sword's main body, we might be able to find the whereabouts of my grandparents. Or, we can find the people living here and figure out the situation. Yan Zhaoge had already found a few gathering points after inspecting the spirit chi flow here. With his current cultivation, he could already tell that there were people living at the places where the spirit chi gathered. Moreover, there were traces of them modifying the spirit chi flow's environment. The father and son flew all the way and quickly approached a place. Looking from afar, among the mountains, there was a mountain that was clearly taller than the others. It stood tall as if a sword was pointing towards the heavens. A piercingly cold sword intent permeated with a majestic aura. Yan Zhaoge only needed a moment to understand. The Jade Clear lineage's sword Dao legacy. Not just anyone else, but the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di didn't conceal their aura. Instead they approached it openly. Even from afar the other party noticed them. Immediately rays of sword lights lit up and approached Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. After the sword lights approached them they didn't blindly attack. Instead they stood in front of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. The one in the lead was an old man in Taoist robes. His sword chi was filled with might. Righteous chi, transforming chi, clear chi and bright chi, for chi's fused aura. He was in the tranquil profound immortal peak realm. The old man looked around and bowed. I am Taoist Qing Zhang. May I know how I should address you too? Yan Di calmly replied, Greetings Taoist Qing Zhang. I'm Yan Di and this is my son Yan Zhaoge. Upon hearing Yan Di's name, the expressions of the people behind Taoist Qing Zhang changed slightly. Yan Di. Taoist Qing Zhang muttered the name and looked at Yan Di. Then he asked, Did you come from outside our Jade Spring world? Chapter 1521. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Cloud Cave, the legendary Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's cave manor. This place was named Jade Spring. It might not be the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's doing, but his successor. Yan Zhaoge quietly stood beside Yan Di and looked at the three people in front of him with interest. One profound immortal and two true immortals. If this was a sect, it would be considered as a prominent existence in the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity. While the sky beyond skies was wealthy, it was only because of these years of opportunities and hard work. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens had accumulated for many years, but they only managed to accumulate one or two clans back then. However, if the Jade Spring world managed to survive the Great Calamity, many things would have a foundation, and they wouldn't have to start from scratch. It was normal for them to have some foundation. What piqued Yan Zhaoge's interest was the other party's abnormal behavior when Yan Di introduced himself. Indeed, the two of us came from the outside, said Yan Di frankly. Someone behind Taoist Qing Zhang couldn't help but ask, How did you enter? Without waiting for Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's reply, Taoist Qing Zhang glanced at the person beside him. Don't forget how to treat your guests. I was too rash. The middle-aged Taoist straightened his expression and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. I'm Zhao Zhen. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhao Zhen is my disciple. Taoist Qing Zhang introduced the other person beside him. This is High Ripple Mountain's Purple Longevity Valley's Yao Yunqing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I Yao Yunqing greet you. This person had the appearance of a youth and he was currently observing Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di knew that the three people in front of them were from two different sections. However, considering the relationship between this place and the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the three's lineage might be from the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. Fellow Taoists, you seem to have something to say after I introduced myself? After greeting them, Yan Di did not comment on Taoist Zhao Zhen's question about how he and his father entered the Jade Spring world. Instead, he asked, This Yan has never met the three of you before, and this should be the first time we meet. Why do you seem to have heard of this Yan's name? Taoist Qing Zhang took a deep look at Yan Di and said, Naturally, this is the first time I've met you, father and son. However, Taoist Yan, your name reminded me of two old friends. My disciple and Taoist Yao have also heard of them. Hence, I hope that you won't blame us for our rudeness. Father's name. Yan Zhaoge's face was expressionless as he thought to himself as expected. Yan Di's name was a combination of the surnames of his father, Yan Xintong, and his mother, Di Qinglian. If Yan Xintong and his wife were really in the Jade Spring world, and they had interacted with Taoist Qing Zhang and the others before, it would be normal for them to make such a connection. Others aside, Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge were outsiders just like Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. They weren't residents of the Jade Spring world. With such similarities, it would be hard not to connect them. Only due to Yen Di being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for over 2,000 years, he was close to nature and lived according to his nature. As a result, his bloodline inheritance gradually faded away. As such, his physical characteristics were quite different from Yen Xintong and his wife. This made Daoist Qingzhang and the others a little uncertain. Only it was too much of a coincidence and the three couldn't help but feel suspicious. My name doesn't have any background. Yen Di went straight to the point and said, my mother's surname is Di, which is my name. I didn't hide it from my elders, so I've embarrassed myself. The three looked at each other. In the end, Daoist Qingzhang spoke, may I know your parents' names? Yen Di said, my father Yen Xintong is a jade clear bigwig, the jade cauldron cultivated deity's lineage. My mother, Di Qinglian, is a prime clear lineage. Daoist Qingzhang let out a light sigh. Yao Yunqing and Daoist Zhao Zhen's expressions turned weird. This time I'm here to look for my parents. Although I've lost contact with them for many years as a son, as long as there's a sliver of hope, I'll try my best. Yen Di's gaze swept past the three faces. If you know anything, please tell me. I'll be eternally grateful. Daoist Yen, you're being too polite. Daoist Qingzhang's expression returned to normal and he said, if there's no misunderstanding, the two old friends that I mentioned earlier should be the ones you're looking for, Daoist Yen. He nodded. Daoist Yen Xintong and Daoist Di are indeed in our Jade Spring world. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di became spirited. Oh? Are they still here? Of course. A bitter smile appeared on Daoist Qingzhang's face. They can't leave even if they wanted to. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di frowned. Daoist Qingzhang shook his head and pointed at the sky. It's this old Daoist's fault. What I meant was that no one can leave this place. He looked at Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. After 2,000 years you're the first batch of newcomers. Daoist Zhao Zhen added, for 2,000 years no one could leave the Jade Spring world and no one could enter. You two are the only exceptions. It's a coincidence that we could enter. Yen Zhaoge said, the method we used to enter can't be used to leave. He was speaking the truth. Unless they faced the seal head-on and violently destroyed the Jade Spring world. If they wanted to leave peacefully, they would have to locate the immortal trapping sword's main body and resolve the seal from within. Chapter 1522. Daoist Zhao Zhen, why was the Jade Spring world sealed? On the way, Yen Zhaoge asked as he observed the surrounding situation. Daoist Zhao Zhen answered, when the two of you entered, I believe that the power that sealed this heaven and earth originated from one of the four ancient swords that laid out the immortal extermination formation in the past, the immortal trapping sword that had always been wielded by our sect's Jade Cauldron founding master. He sighed, I'm ashamed to say this. Although this sword was left in the Jade Spring world, we couldn't wield it. Instead, it became the cage of this world, imprisoning us here. Where is the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity now? Yen Zhaoge asked, why was this place sealed by the immortal trapping sword? Daoist Zhao Zhen's expression was somewhat gloomy. Ancestral Master Jade Cauldron has passed away. Oh. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both gazed at him. Daoist Zhao Zhen nodded and answered, after the Great Calamity, the Jade Cauldron Grand Master came to the Jade Spring world. At that time he was already heavily injured and passed away in meditation 7 days later. His remains were left on the Golden Cloud Mountain. Yen Zhaoge said, we father and son cultivate in martial arts. While we are not of the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's direct lineage like grandfather, we are still of the direct lineage of the Three Clear lineage. We still have to pay our respects to the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's tomb. Of course. Daoist Zhao Zhen nodded and continued heading west with Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. With their cultivation and strength, it didn't take long before a mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain peak shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was shrouded in a layer of mist. However, the spiritual qi here was not as abundant as it was at Daoist Qingzhang's place. As a whole, this place seemed to be mediocre, and it was even to the extent that, strictly speaking, the spiritual energy here was scarce to the extent that it was showing signs of withering and dilapidation. Jade Spring Mountain's Golden Aurora Cave. That's the name of perfected Yu Ding's cave abode. Yen Zhaoge thought, in this Jade Spring world, the spiritual mountain named after the golden clouds has such a lack of spirit qi. Moreover, according to Yen Zhaoge's analysis of this world's spiritual qi circulation, The Golden Cloud Mountains area should be the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Jade Spring world. This abnormal behavior was probably caused by the immortal trapping sword. While it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear lineage, it was still a supreme treasure of the Prime Clear lineage after all. It represented the existence of the most vicious sword intent between the heavens and the earth, and was filled with destructive power. The combination of the two directly affected the spiritual qi network of the Jade Spring world, destroying the geographical layout of the Golden Cloud Mountain. Although the immortal trapping sword's presence couldn't be sensed in the Golden Cloud Mountain, it was mostly due to the Jade Spring world's spiritual energy concealing it. The ancient sword's own power was maintaining the seal. I wonder where my parents are? Yendi asked. Taoist Zhao Zhen pointed at the Golden Cloud Mountain. It's in the mountain. Please follow me. After saying that, he led the way and landed on the mountain. His target was not the peak of the Elephant Mountain, but a valley in the mountain range. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di followed behind him, descending into the valley together. In the valley there was a Taoist temple. It looked a little shabby, but it was very tidy. Senior Yan and Senior Di seemed to have gone out. Priest Zhaozhen walked around the Taoist temple but did not see anybody. He said, "Would the two of you like to sit here for a moment? I'll go look for them." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked at each other. "I'll go help as well." Taoist Zhaozhen, you wouldn't mind, right? Taoist Zhaozhen answered, "Of course not." Yan Di nodded slightly. "You should go with Taoist Zhaozhen. I'll sit here for a while." He looked around the Taoist temple, as if he was observing the traces of his parents' lives. "Let's go." Yan Zhaoge and Taoist Zhaozhen exited the Taoist temple and walked among the mountains. I wonder where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's tomb is? Could the two elders have gone there? Taoist Zhaozhen nodded. That's possible. Let's go there and take a look. Please follow me. The two of them walked towards the mountainside, one in front of the other. A cave appeared among the mountains. Taoist Zhaozhen said, "We're here. However, no one seems to be here." "Is this the place where the Jade Cauldron Grand Master passed away?" asked Yan Zhaoge. "That's right. However, the Grand Master's remains aren't here." As Taoist Zhaozhen spoke, he walked into the cave. "The Grand Master's remains have already become a part of the seal." Before he finished speaking, the situation changed. In the sky above the Golden Cloud Mountain, rays of red radiances suddenly descended. Pillars of light suddenly rose from the mountain's surroundings, forming a huge formation. They combined with the red radiances descending from the sky, forming a gigantic cage. A bizarre yet wonderful aura permeated the surroundings. Not only did it contain the immortal trapping sword's ruthless sword intent aura, but it also contained other mystical powers. The gigantic cage suppressed the entire Golden Cloud Mountain, affecting everyone within the mountain as well. Yan Zhaoge felt as if a formless burden was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to unleash his strength. He forcefully gathered a portion of the seal's power, and used it on a single point. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows and looked towards Taoist Zhaozhen. He noticed that he was within the cave, which was isolated from the red radiances and wasn't suppressed. Your ancestor and his wife are the same as the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's remains. They're also a part of this seal. Taoist Zhaozhen turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoge expressionlessly. He pointed upwards. They're indeed here. It's just that you won't be able to see them again. Yan Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he endured the pressure brought by the red radiances and walked towards the cave. Golden radiances seeped out from within the cave. While isolating the red radiances, it also prevented Yan Zhaoge from approaching. At that moment, Taoist Qing Zhang and Yao Yunqing walked out from the depths of the cave. Don't blame us. In the past, it was Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's fault. They used the immortal trapping sword to seal our Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, depriving us of our freedom. Taoist Qing Zhang said calmly, "We're already unable to endure it any longer. We've already planned to fight to our deaths and hope to survive. Only the seal is too strong. Despite planning for many years, we still don't have any confidence in breaking it. Only you and your father's arrival gave us hope." In the past, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian sacrificed their blood to the immortal trapping sword to lay down the seal. Today they sacrificed their bloodline to break the seal. As expected, retribution comes. Despite being enveloped by the red radiances, Yan Zhaoge didn't panic. Instead, he looked at Taoist Qing Zhang with an amused expression. "Do you have to go this far?" Why don't you ask us if we have a way to break the seal and escape? You won't even give us a chance to try? He looked at the three. Is it because of the enmity of being sealed, or is it because of the immortal trapping sword? Yao Yunqing's expression was filled with rage. Taoist Zhao Zhen's expression was complicated. Taoist Qing Zhang looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. His expression was filled with fatigue and desolation. He shook his head. There are some things that you won't understand. As he spoke, the red radiances enveloping the golden cloud mountain became more and more blazing, becoming more and more ferocious. Yan Zhaoge could feel his essence, qi and spirit becoming unstable. From his body to his soul, from the outside to the inside, from the illusory to the real, he felt a burning pain. Chapter 1523. It was not just his own problem. Yan Zhaoge could feel a shocking saber qi erupting from the valley down below. It was naturally Yan Di who had made a move to resist. His aura made Taoist Qing Zhang and the other two look solemn, and they were no longer as optimistic. Although they could tell that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were already in the tranquil profound immortal realm, Yan Di's strength still exceeded their expectations. Is this the strength a profound immortal possesses? However, although the three of them were shocked, they did not panic. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression was calm as he held a short sword in his hand. The dagger's entire body was made of white jade, and it had a lustrous luster. However, its surface was covered in cracks and it seemed worn out as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the sword intent within was vast and profound, and still as profound as before. Under Taoist Qing Zhang's control, the white jade dagger flickered with sword light, as though it was communicating with an existence in the sky. Yan Zhaoge recalled Taoist Zhao Zhen mentioning that the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains were also a part of the seal. He guessed that this white jade sword might be one of the jade cauldron cultivated deities' remains. That was why Taoist Qing Zhang and the others were able to lay down such a heavy trap, changing the power of the seal to a limited extent and attempting to break the seal. However, if that was all, their chances weren't high. Given the ruthlessness of the immortal trapping sword, the consequences of failure could be extremely disastrous. Death was also a common occurrence. However, if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were really sacrificed while it was still uncertain whether they would succeed, it would indeed increase the chances of success by a lot. Even if they failed, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge would most likely bear the consequences. Taoist Qing Zhang and the others would still have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Under Taoist Qing Zhang's control, the sanguine light that enveloped the golden glow mountain became more and more intense. Yan Zhaoge also felt the pressure on him growing more and more obvious. This result made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about Zhang Xian. Rather, it meant that Zhang Xian's words were probably true. The seal here had truly been set up by at least one of Yan Xintong or Di Qinglian through a blood sacrifice to the immortal trapping sword. Otherwise, the same blood sacrificial method would not have such an obvious effect on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. This meant that there really was a direct bloodline connection. Alright, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. Feeling the pain in his body, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, just like some things you people might not be able to understand, right? Amidst their conversation, Yan Di's attacks grew stronger and stronger as he seemed completely unaffected. Above the valley, an auspicious cloud suddenly floated up like a blooming lotus. It was hazy and chaotic. Supported by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the blood sacrifice instantly decreased greatly. What is it? Taoist Qing Zhang's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and pointed his white jade sword at Yan Zhaoge. The red light condensed, instantly becoming even more concentrated as it began shining towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, streams of dark red light suddenly appearing on his body. The primal chaos hidden in his body and the restless spirit, qi and soul immediately calmed down. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and drew an outline in the void. The dark red sword lights danced and actually transformed into numerous sword formations. As these sword formations spun, they continuously disintegrated the formation that enveloped the golden cloud mountain. Taoist Qing Zhang's expression finally changed when he saw that. Yan Zhaoge didn't display any shocking strength. Instead, he managed to defuse the blood sacrifice seal's formation with ingenuity. Taoist Qing Zhang, who knew his stuff, was especially shocked by how easily he handled it. In comparison, Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the immortal trapping sword manual was not so shocking to them. Let's go. Daoist Qing Zhang decisively turned around and headed towards the depths of the cave. From there they would have a path to escape. However, Yan Zhaoge made his move at this moment. After dispelling the red light suppression, his figure shook. As streams of qi intertwined, he seemed to have transformed into a heaven-splitting halberd. The boundless darkness was broken apart, and brilliant radiances blossomed. Yan Zhaoge forcefully rushed into the cave. As dark red sword lights flickered, Yan Zhaoge's speed was extremely fast, and he chased after Daoist Qing Zhang and the others. Dark red sword lights also surfaced on Daoist Qing Zhang's body. It was the Clear Jade Cauldron Cultivated Deity's Lineage's Immortal Trapping Sword Manual, which had been lost in the outside world. He brought along Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing and fled. His speed didn't seem inferior to the Prime Clear Profound Immortal who was also proficient in the Immortal Trapping Sword. Unfortunately, while he was fast, Yan Zhaoge was even faster. After a few flashes of red lights, the distance between them couldn't be suppressed. Just when Yan Zhaoge rushed out of the cave through another spatial crack, he had already caught up to Daoist Qing Zhang. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Daoist Qing Zhang's expression was calm, and he wasn't anxious or impatient. Suddenly he turned around and attacked Yan Zhaoge with his sword. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, all things would come to life. 9 heavens astral winds, underground lava, deep sea profound ice, divine sky green thunder. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. All creation was condensed into an indestructible sword's edge, which instantly slashed through the void. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was about to rush out of the spatial crack, and he was stuck between 2 layers of space. Daoist Qing Zhang's timing was perfect. This sword of his displayed the quintessence of the Jade Clear Sword lineage that the Jade Cauldron Cultivated Deity had imparted to him. Within this sword he combined the Jade Clear True Sword's 9 styles, everything Rose, and everything encompasses into one. He already knew that Yan Zhaoge was proficient in the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual. As such, he even fused his own understanding of the Jade Clear Immortal Trapping Sword into this sword, hoping to resolve the variables that Yan Zhaoge might be able to evade. Great sword art! Yan Zhaoge cheered. However, he didn't evade. Instead, dark red sword lights radiated from his entire body, forcefully stopping the transformations occurring between the 2 layers of space. Then he punched forward. The Tai Fist's fist intent enveloped the entire area, stopping Daoist Qing Zhang's sword's transformations and accurately locating Daoist Qing Zhang's sword edge. Then when he got close he flicked his finger, and it landed on Daoist Qing Zhang's sword edge. Daoist Qing Zhang's entire body trembled, and he couldn't hold onto the sword in his hand anymore. This old Daoist was also decisive. He tossed his sword towards Yan Zhaoge, and at the same time he attempted to retreat. However, Yan Zhaoge pinched his fingers and firmly held onto the sword. Then Yan Zhaoge stabbed his sword forward. As if splitting the heavens and earth apart, he instantly arrived in front of Daoist Qing Zhang. He pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and horizontally slashed towards Daoist Qing Zhang's neck. Daoist Qing Zhang hurriedly evaded and barely managed to avoid being hit by his neck. However, Yan Zhaoge took the opportunity to twist the sword in his hand. With the sword's tip pointing towards him, the old Daoist was pierced through, nailing him to the ground. As for Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yao Yunqing, they had nowhere to run. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and grabbed them. "Alright, we can talk now." Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he looked at Daoist Qing Zhang, whose face was filled with despair. He didn't ask why Daoist Qing Zhang and Yao Yunqing wanted to make things difficult for him and his father. Instead he asked, what exactly is sealed by the Immortal Trapping Sword seal? Or rather, who is it sealed? Daoist Qing Zhang and the others remained silent. "What? You want to trick me into opening the seal and hope that the big fella within the seal will kill me and avenge you?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Chapter 1524. Allow me to brag shamelessly. Even though my father and I are still at the mysterious immortal realm, there are absolutely most virtual immortals in the world that can't do anything to us. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Daoist Qing Zhang, you fought against me just now. You should know this. If that's the case, the one you have high hopes for is definitely not a profound immortal." He looked up at the sky and said, "Although the ancient immortal trapping sword is powerful and even borrowed the power of Grand Master Jade Cauldron Slew, it is, after all, an ownerless sword. Unless Grand Master Jade Cauldron is still alive, it would be difficult to seal a genuine Grand Heavenly Immortal. It is the same for Buddhism, demon race great sages, and 9 underworlds great devils. If that's the case, there aren't many possibilities left. Yan Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at Daoist Qingzhang and the others. A grand heavenly realm heretic? The blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court? By the way, do you know the existence of the Immortal Court? Daoist Qingzhang was pierced by the sword, and Yan Zhaoge's sword qi continuously traversed through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Daoist Zhao Zhen looked dejected. Yao Yunqing snorted coldly. So what if you've guessed it? If you want to leave the Jade Spring world, you must break the seal. No matter what, you have to face him. They had not said anything earlier because they had hoped that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di would meet that opponent without any preparations at all. Since Yan Zhaoge had already guessed it, there was no need for them to continue hiding it. Daoist Zhao Zhen said slowly, Immortal Court? We don't know, but the person sealed by the immortal trapping sword is indeed a Pure Land Buddha. If we're talking about heretics, although the scripture's meaning has changed, he's clearly a Buddhist bigwig from the central blessed lands of Saha. How can he be considered as heretics? Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, not having any mocking intent as he just felt a little emotional. That's why I say that there are some things that you really do not understand. This place had been sealed for 2,000 years and had never come into contact with the Immortal Court. Maybe it was a coincidence. As for the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands, he definitely didn't know about it. Perfected Yu Ding might have known some things when he was alive, but it was clear that he did not have the time to tell his descendants. At this moment, Yan Di's figure flew out from the Golden Cloud Mountain. With a cold expression, he looked at Daoist Qingzhang and the others. What caught the attention of the father and son was that on the other side of the Golden Cloud Mountain, several sword lights suddenly flew over from the west. The newcomers were a man and a woman, both Shen immortals. The woman's cultivation was higher, with 4 qis fused aura, while the man's cultivation was 2 qis fused aura. It seemed that he had just passed the pure profound tribulation. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. They stared at Yan Zhaoge, Daoist Qingzhang, and Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge similarly swiveled his head to look at them, appraising them with a few glances before getting straight to the point. My name is Yan Zhaoge, and this is my father, Yan Di. My grandfather's name is Yan Xintong and my grandmother's name is Di Qinglian. May I know how to address the two of you? Through the other party's reaction, he felt that these two were not the same kind of people as Daoist Qingzhang and the other two. When he arrived, he seemed to have been alarmed by the Golden Cloud Mountain's blood sacrifice and rushed over to check on the situation. However, they were obviously from the Jade Spring world. Moreover, from the way their swords flew, it was clear that their foundation was the Jade Cauldron Daoist's 9 forms of the pure Jade sword. However, it was slightly different from what Daoist Qingzhang had learned. From the looks of it, they were both from the Jade Cauldron Daoist Qingzhang's lineage. However, they came from different origins and developed on their own. When the two heard Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's names, they were shocked. After calming down, they cupped their fists towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di and introduced themselves. Greetings to the two of you. I'm Cold Star Mountains and Yan Cave's Tong Xinlin, said the woman. I'm Green Pine Mountain's Misty Flame Valley's Guang Tongzi, said the man. After Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di returned the greeting, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Daoist Qingzhang and the others with complicated expressions. Daoist Qingzhang, were you trying to break through the seal just now? Asked Tong Xinlin. Daoist Qingzhang remained silent, while Yan Di said coldly, to be precise, you wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to break through the seal. His gaze swept across everyone from the Jade Spring world. What happened to my parents? Tong Xinlin sighed, while Guang Tongzi answered softly, your father and mother sacrificed themselves for the Jade Spring world's living beings. They performed a blood sacrifice on the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron Grandmaster's cadaver, setting up the Golden Cloud Mountain seal. Upon hearing that, Yan Di closed his eyes and raised his head in silence. Yan Zhaoge remained silent as well. Guang Tongzi added, only this seal is unique. It enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, isolating us from the outside world. Because of the seal, the space-time here had become very special. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens were supposed to be much larger than the Jade Spring world. Normally speaking, the strength of their boundaries would be much sturdier as well. However, when Immortal Realm experts fought against each other, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they might tear apart the boundaries and cause destruction. If both sides were strong enough, they might even cause destruction. As such, when Immortal Realm experts fought against each other, They would either restrain each other or enter the cosmos void to fight to their heart's content. However, within the Jade Spring world, Daoist Qingzhang had attacked with his full strength, and Yan Zhaoge had retaliated as well. As such, the destruction wasn't too severe. This was also part of the seal's contribution. Who's the one being sealed here? After a while, Yan Zhaoge asked. Tang Xinlin's expression turned solemn and she said word by word, Sword Buddha. Yan Di repeated it silently, Sword Buddha. With Buddha as his title, he was a bigwig that had attained Buddhism. In other words, he was equivalent to a Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although he was a heretic Grand Heavenly Immortal of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he was still a Buddha. As for those with the title of Sword, it was worth mentioning. Although Buddhism's dhyana martial arts were all-encompassing, they didn't have any traditions regarding the Sword Tao. However, there were always exceptions. Buddhism had once produced a bodhisattva, and his era was even before the Sanzang Buddhist monk. Although he had entered Buddhism, he was still interested in the way of the sword. In the end, he opened up a new path in the martial arts heritage of Buddhism. He integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword and created his own. At that time, the outside world was used to calling him Buddhism's sword son. Later on, he respectfully addressed him as the sword bodhisattva. The improvement of the sword Tao was slow and arduous. As the sword bodhisattva created his own Buddhism sword Tao lineage, he had to continuously explore his way forward. After the Middle Era ended, the central blessed lands of Saha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Many Buddhist Bantis left, and the sword bodhisattva was one of them. However, after the Great Calamity, when the blessed lands of the White Lotus fought against the immortal court, the sword bodhisattva, who had gone missing for many years, represented the blessed lands of the White Lotus in battle. At that time, he had already transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and attained the White Lotus Buddha fruit. Everyone had to address him as the Sword Buddha. In recent years, everyone, including Yan Zhaoge and his father, had heard of the Sword Buddha's disciple. He was hailed as the Sword Son of the 6 Paths, Chusu, the new Sword Buddha. As for the previous Sword Buddha, he hadn't shown himself for many years. He's right here, Tang Xinlin pointed to the sky and said solemnly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1525. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed towards the sky. Just now, when Daoist Qingzhang and the others activated the blood sacrifice technique, they triggered a change in the seal, and the effects had yet to dissipate completely. Above the Golden Cloud Mountain, the sky was still dark red. Over 2,000 years ago? If I recall correctly, it was 2,097 years ago. Fellow Taoists Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian came from beyond the heavens and visited our Jade Spring world. Tang Xinlin's voice resounded. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. They came to look for Patriarch Jade Cauldron and the immortal trapping sword. At that time, the Jade Cauldron cultivated being had already passed away while the immortal trapping sword was kept in the Jade Spring world. In the Jade Spring world, those who had yet to achieve the 5 Qis unification would find it hard to wield the immortal trapping sword. Therefore, although there were several different inheritances in this world, no one could truly occupy the ancient sword. However, this did not mean that they would allow an outsider to take the sword away, even if Yan Xintang revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity just like them. Fellow Taoist Yan mentioned that our orthodox Taoism is weak now, and the heretics are rampant. He wanted to invite us to join him, Tang Xinlin said softly, but it's a pity that someone else arrived before he could finish. Sword Buddha? Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's gazes both flickered. Tang Xinlin nodded. Yes, the Sword Buddha. Her expression became slightly erratic. The Sword Buddha's sword came from the heavens, the venerable Buddha, and its might suppressed the entire Jade Spring world. Although the immortal trapping sword is here, no one can wield it. Naturally, it's hard to defend against the sword of Buddhism. Did he come for the immortal trapping sword or for? Yan Zhaoge deliberated over his words. Tang Xinlin nodded and continued, the Sword Buddha came to look for the Jade Cauldron founding master. After confirming that the Jade Cauldron founding master had passed away, he did not touch the founding master's slough. However, he wanted to take away the immortal trapping sword and convert us to the Pure Land Buddhism. The might of a grand heavenly immortal isn't something we can resist. Tang Xinlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. Daoist Qingzhang's expression grew increasingly grim. Both of them had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's descent and the calamity that plunged the Jade Spring world into silence. No matter how outstanding a figure was, it was impossible for a mysterious immortal realm cultivator to fight against a grand heavenly realm Buddha expert, even if it was a heretic Buddha. It was just like how a mortal martial saint could try to fight against a leakless true immortal, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a tranquil profound immortal. Similarly, profound immortals were unable to fight against heaven immortals. Not to mention the fact that their immortal aura could not harm their opponent's immortal splendor, their own immortal aura would crumble in a single strike against the immortal splendor. When one ascended to the golden immortal realm, if they weren't restrained by other experts of the same level or were restrained by the feedback of the Grand Tao, then compared to mysterious immortals, they were practically omnipresent. In the past, the Sword Buddha was the same. His radiance enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, and no living being could escape. The Sword Buddha might not be able to forcefully illuminate a few Xian immortals, but he could forcefully illuminate others. However, the Sword Buddha didn't seem to mind such matters. He only intended to bring them all back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and hand them over to someone else. Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were included as well. At this moment, however, Yan Xintong made a request. Since the Sword Buddha was famous for his swordsmanship, he wanted to compete with the Sword Buddha in swordsmanship. Out of everyone's expectations, the Sword Buddha agreed, said Tong Xinlin as she recalled. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, the Sword Buddha's entire life was immersed in the Sword Tao, and he was determined to open up a new path for Buddhism martial arts. According to logic, he had his own stubbornness. In fact, he was filled with the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. However, in the end he forcefully opened up a brand new path and obtained his own achievements. Rumor has it that the Sword Buddha had already left the Blessed Land's teachings. However, he converted to the Maitreya Buddha's teachings in order to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and attain the Buddha's realm. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. However, it wasn't because he had lost confidence in his own path. Instead, his lifespan was nearing its end. The Sword Buddha had been famous for a long time. After that, his path was filled with twists and turns. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan was shortened. Compared to other bodhisattvas or Taoism virtual immortals, his lifespan was much shorter. Now, after the great calamity, it was said that he was nearing his lifespan's limit. The reason why he converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't because he was afraid of death. Instead, he wasn't willing to let go of his Sword Tao before perfecting it. Attaining the Buddha's realm of heretics wasn't the same as attaining the Buddha's immortality. However, it could greatly replenish the Sword Buddha's lost lifespan. With that, he would have more time to continue deriving and perfecting his Sword Tao. I've heard some rumors about this Sword Buddha, or rather, the Sword Buddha. Yan Zhaoge said, he transformed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword. The sword and eye fused as one, and his body transformed into the 6 paths. Every 1,000 years he would transform once. Tong Xinlin slowly nodded, that's right. In the past we only understood it after some time. The Sword Buddha's body transformed into the 6 paths. Every time he transformed, his personality would be different. The heavenly Tao was compassionate and compassionate, while the human Tao was filled with emotions and desires like a mortal. On the other hand, the beast Tao was muddled as if it didn't know anything and fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. Back then, was he transforming into the Azura Tao? Asked Yan Zhaoge. The Sword Buddha who transformed into the Azura Tao was exceptionally aggressive, stubborn, and competitive. That's right. It was the Azura Tao. Tong Xinlin answered, as a grand heavenly realm expert, he agreed to spar with your ancestor, a profound immortal. However, it seemed like he knew of your ancestor's name. Tong Xinlin's expression was filled with admiration. After that, our Jade Spring world's denizens finally understood the true meaning of top-notch sword arts. We finally understood how ignorant we were in the past. Yan Xintong wasn't the only one. The Sword Buddha also displayed top-notch sword arts that left the Jade Spring world in shame. However, while the Sword Buddha was strong, your ancestor was even stronger. Tong Xinlin said, the Sword Buddha's attainments in swordsmanship had already widened our horizons. As for your ancestor, he made us feel as if our entire life of learning the sword was a waste of effort. In the Battle of Swords, Yan Xintong won all 10 battles. As for the Sword Buddha who transformed into the Azura Tao, he kept on fighting despite being defeated. He didn't bring the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Spring world's denizens back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he didn't let anyone leave either. Buddhist lights filled the skies and sealed the Jade Spring world, focusing on sparring with Yan Xintong. Yan Xintong gave the sword Buddha limitless inspirations. While he was intoxicated, his attainments in swordsmanship skyrocketed. However, as the sword Buddha improved, Yan Xintong kept on improving as well, suppressing the sword Buddha. Halfway through the battle, Di Qinglian even unsheathed her sword and replaced her husband to spar with the sword Buddha. In the past, your grandmother, Taoist Di, took out the sword by her waist while drinking. She tossed the wine bottle to the ground and wielded her sword towards the Buddha in the sky. Even I, as a woman, couldn't help but admire her. This scene has been lingering in my mind for thousands of years. Tong Xinlin sighed. Chapter 1526. Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. During their era, among the new generation of Taoism's martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity, the two were publicly acknowledged to be the most talented and accomplished in sword arts. They were known as the unparalleled duo of the sword Dao. After Yan Xintong, Di Qinglian battled against the previous era's sword Dao expert, the sword Buddha who established Buddhism's sword Dao lineage. In the end, in terms of sword arts, Di Qinglian didn't lose to her husband. She similarly suppressed the sword Buddha with her world-shocking swordsmanship. The husband and wife took turns to spar against the sword Buddha. They battled for thousands of times, lasting for many years. The interval between each battle was different. The next battle might start immediately after a few breaths' time, or it might take a few days, dozens of days, or even a year or two before restarting. The sword Buddha sealed off the Jade Spring world, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. If Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian won, the spar would continue. However, if they lost, everyone would be brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus along with the immortal trapping sword. In the end, no matter how long they fought, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian won. All of the sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture's intricate transformations were resolved by Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian. He had to constantly ponder over them and innovate. Meanwhile, many of Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's intricate sword arts were also resolved by the sword Buddha. The husband and wife also had to constantly improve themselves and improve further. However, after thousands of battles, Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian remained undefeated. While they were like the sword Buddha's whetstone, the sword Buddha was also training them. Moreover, their improvements were much faster than the sword Buddha's. They were like a despairing mountain that loomed over the sword Buddha's heart. We've only observed a small part of it, and we've already benefited from it. Tong Xinlin looked at Taoist Qingzhang and sighed, we can't even understand more of its profundities, let alone comprehend them. She said slowly, looking at Taoist Yan and Taoist Di, I really want to break my sword and seal it, never to mention this sword, Dao ever again. Taoist Qingzhang closed his eyes and remained silent. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di listened quietly as they thought of Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian's past glory. Both of them were rendered speechless for a time. After a long while, Yan Zhaoge's mind stopped reminiscing about his ancestor. He asked, my ancestor alone could already continuously defeat the sword Buddha, forcing him to continue fighting. He didn't abduct you back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although my mother is also a competitive great sword cultivator, if she can't make the sword Buddha retreat in shame, I don't think she has to compete with my ancestor. For a grand heavenly realm Buddha to lose to a profound immortal in terms of swordsmanship, he would normally be too ashamed to continue fighting. However, the sword Buddha, who had transformed into the Azura path, had no such considerations. Perhaps they're just excited by the prospect of fighting for a while. However, they've been taking turns to fight against the sword Buddha. I'm afraid that they have other plans? Said Yan Zhaoge softly. Tong Xinlin nodded. Taoist Yan and Taoist Di will take turns to leave the array. One will attract the sword Buddha's attention and compete with his sword, while the other will secretly make arrangements with us. She looked up at the sky. Prepare the seal. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were speechless. Sacrificing the Grand Master's remains and the immortal trapping sword isn't something anyone can achieve. Not only does it depend on one's cultivation, but it also depends on one's understanding of the great Tao. Tong Xinlin said dejectedly, in the end, Taoist Yan sacrificed the Grand Master's remains, while Taoist Di sacrificed the immortal trapping sword. With the help of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's remains and the immortal trapping sword, the two tranquil profound immortals successfully sealed a grand heavenly realm Buddha. In the past, the two Taoists left fearlessly. They were only worried about one thing, which was leaving behind an infant son. Tong Xinlin looked at Yan Di then at Yan Zhaoge. she sighed and said, "After seeing you two today, the two of them have no regrets. It's a pity that the seal of the suppressing sword Buddha is out of our expectations. It has expanded and enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, sealing off this part of the world. We can't leave, nor can we send any messages or contact you." Tong Xinlin sighed. "In the end, you came here to look for your family and ended up being trapped here as well. Thank you for your concern." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Then he turned around and looked at Daoist Qingzhang and the others. "So, what's going on with the three of you? Do you have enmity with your ancestors? Or do you intend to join the Buddhism heretics?" Yin Zhaoge looked at Daoist Qingzhang. "You're someone from before the Great Calamity, right?" A long period of time had passed since the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge was familiar with the exalted solar luminary Yi Gaohan, the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing, the exalted earth luminary Yi Jiangshin, and the others. If they didn't ascend to the five Qis unification realm and were still a profound immortal, they would inevitably enter the twilight years of their lives. Unless they survived in an environment where time flowed slowly for a long time. If their lifespan was destroyed due to an accident, their lifespan would be even shorter, and they might even reach the end of their lifespan. According to Yin Zhaoge's observations as someone from before the Great Calamity, Daoist Qingzhang's era might be even earlier than Jiangshin and Gaohan. As a result, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If he couldn't progress any further, he wouldn't be far from dying. "Indeed, I can't wait any longer." Daoist Qingzhang finally opened his mouth and said, "With what I've learned, my current cultivation realm has already reached its peak. It's hard for me to progress any further. While I'm not willing to forget my ancestors, if I can progress any further, I have no choice but to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism." He looked at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. "It seems like youths with boundless futures like you wouldn't be able to understand us before you reach your own limits." Yao Yunqing's gaze towards Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di was filled with even more hatred. "Your ancestors sealed the sword Buddha and sealed the Jade Spring world as well. No one is allowed to leave. In the past, my master sought for a breakthrough and was only lacking a single treasure. He had to search for it, but he couldn't obtain it. As a result, he could only watch as his lifespan neared its end." Yao Yunqing said hatefully, "In the end, my master was forced to forcefully pass the profound origin tribulation and perish under the tribulation. It's all thanks to your ancestors." Tong Xinlin reprimanded, "Shut up." She stared at Yao Yunqing. "While you didn't experience what happened in the past, your master and Chief Qingzhang should have told you about it. If not for Taoist Yin and Taoist Di sacrificing themselves, the Jade Spring world would have become a land of death 2,000 years ago. Everyone would have perished." Guang Tongzi sighed. The sword Buddha was defeated by the two senior swords multiple times, and he refused to retreat. Although he used the lives of everyone in the Jade Spring world as a wager and kept on fighting, he never harmed anyone's life. However, as time passed, his condition became worse. Tong Xinlin's expression was heavy. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."